Good morning. It is Wednesday, June 10th, 2026. I will call to order first committee on our agenda this morning, Committee Number 2, Public Works. If we could read the first item.
Good morning. Item 1 is a resolution approving a change order to the contract with Wagner General Contractors, Inc. for a no-cost time extension for the construction of a walking and biking trail along a portion of the Wolf River Greenway as part of the National Disaster Resilience Competition Grant. This item does not require the expenditure of funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. My screen does not allow me to click on mover or seconder, so moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jim Crook, project engineer for the Shelby County Engineering Department. This item approves a no-cost time extension for the Wolf River Greenway Trails Phase 6, which is part of the HUD Resiliency Grant. This phase adds a new pedestrian and bicycle trail approximately 1.5 miles long from Hollywood to Douglas Park. The project includes a pedestrian bridge, which has been delayed by fabrication and delivery of materials. The project time is being extended to December 30th to accommodate the completion of the bridge, and it coincides with the end of the grant. The administration recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Seeing no, Commissioner Brooks, go ahead.
Good morning. I need some information on this. Quite frankly, I was at a meeting last night in Douglas, and I had several constituents who had some concerns about this greenway. And apparently, from their concerns and their comments, no one had bothered to meet with them. And that concerns me. So what I need to do is find out, if you don't know now, we can talk a little later, when we can get you and your group out there to talk with the constituents of Douglas, Hyde Park, Bungalow. I heard some disturbing things in reference to, there was some information in reference to water in a bottom over that way near the Greenway. I haven't seen that. It came to my attention last night, so I didn't dare go over there, but I will today. But I do need to talk with you and your group about engaging with the community, because they need to know what's going on, the impact on their homes, their neighborhood, and how they'll benefit or not.
Okay, we can get with you and I assume have a community meeting. Is that what?
Yes, it's called One Douglas. It comprises Douglas. In fact, it's two, One Douglas and Hyde Park Matters.
Okay.
They're concerned about that because no one has spoken to them. So if you can give me 3 or 4 dates, I can get back with them and let them know, find out from them the most convenient time.
Okay, so is it okay if I email you?
Oh, that's fine. That's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
Thank you
Right.
so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, we'll take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, and Bradford. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 4 ayes, 1 abstained.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. If we could read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Liberty Tire Recycling LLC in an amount not to exceed $724,600 to provide waste tire recycling services for Shelby County government commencing July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. This item requires expenditure of FY 2027 waste tire program funds in an amount not to exceed $724,600, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item, I have moved this item. It's seconded by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Sugarman, I see you're in the queue. I also have 2 public appearance cards. I'm going to let the staff here speak first, and then we will go to the comment cards, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Sugarman, if that's okay for the order. Okay. All right. Director Norval, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cliff Norville, Public Works. As you may recall, the state passed a law that mandated waste tire recycling at the local level, and so we have been using contractors to assist us with that function for probably close to 20 years. And so the current contract is about to expire in June 30. We issued a solicitation for providing this service again. 2 bids were received. 1 bid was judged incomplete, and so we are recommending that we go with Liberty Tire Recycling for this function. The total amount for the contract is $724,600. It's a not-to-exceed amount, and the contract has 2 renewal periods associated with it, and we recommend approval.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the public comment cards, and I have them in no particular order, so if we'll just, when I call your name, if you'll come up and take a seat and make sure you hit the red button, tell your name, zip code, and then whatever your comments are. You'll have, we'll give you 2 minutes this morning. First up is Courtney Mack.
Good morning, Courtney Mack, co-owner of Memphis Tire Recyclers, zip code 3017. So we're here to protest the decision made by Shelby County Purchasing to award the contract for seal bid I000952 to Liberty Tire Recycling, based on the merit that we had the lowest bid. So we've been servicing this contract for Director Norville and Shelby County Roads, Bridges and Engineering for the last 2.5 cycles. We were awarded in 24. We've been renewed twice. So in the previous award or seal bid submission, they're looking for a vendor to do either shredding and recycling or shredding and landfill. Those are 2 separate activities. In the first submission, we gave our bid at $100 per ton. And for shredding and recycling, we didn't put any bid because we don't landfill anything. That's the whole goal of this company, to divert tires from landfills, because landfills can't handle tires. It lowers the lifespan on them. So when we made our submission this time, we submitted virtually the same information, but we even lowered our bid to try to help taxpayers in the county save some money. And for the Section 4 shredding and landfill, we didn't put anything. I said that Memphis Tire Recyclers is 100% green. We don't dispose of anything. Landfilling is disposal. The name of this contract is waste tire recycling. Why is landfilling even an activity that's considered to be important in it? So this is why I'm here today, to try to see if we can reevaluate the bid, because our bid was lower than our competitors. I understand that they're saying that we submitted an incomplete bid, but how can we have an incomplete bid this time when it's the same exact bid that we submitted previously? The only thing different this time is that we've lowered our amount. Our previous bid was 100 per ton. Our bid this time is 90 per ton. And again, we don't landfill. That is the whole goal of my company. That is the whole objective of my company. We get so many customers redirected from Republic, which is another point. We can't even landfill tires in this county. If you go to Malone, to Republic, they're going to turn you away and most likely send you to us. If you go to the one in Millington, there's nowhere to even take a tire to a landfill. So I don't even understand why this is a portion of this contract. Again, in the contract in Section 3.0, it says shredding slash recycling and/or shredding slash landfilling, which means that both activities are not requisites. You have to be able to do one or the other. We've been doing this contract with just shredding and recycling to various end uses. So fuel, playground rubber, crumb rubber, sidewalls for cones. We have a lot of different people that we sell our materials to. So I don't understand how you can put a requisite on an activity when you say and/or. You either have to be able to do one or the other. So the fact that they're claiming that we submitted an incomplete bid is a farce. It's kind of asinine to me because we've been doing the same contract for the last 2.5 cycles. So that's why we're here today, to see if we can just get some type of reevaluation from the board.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mack. I'm going to go to this other card, and then there may be questions coming back for you from some of the commissioners, that type of stuff. All right, Mr. Gerald Green, you'll have 2 minutes as well. Mr. Green, I think you know the routine. Just state your name and zip code, and then you'll have your 2 minutes.
Gerald Green, 38127. I met with one Douglas about this tire recycling place. And my problem is we have people live there and they're not recycling tires, they're just shredding them, and mosquitoes are taking over the neighborhood. This place actually needs to be gone. That wasn't the first thing they said is going to move it. The citizens over there called me because I've been looking at this since January and been told several times they was going to relocate it. They got plenty of funding for this, but they're not utilizing it properly. I've been over there several times, and it's an eyesore, and the community is suffering. And we've been trying to spend money in a neighborhood on a recycling tire place, and the neighborhood is in shambles because of this tire place. You can't come outside. The kids can't come outside and play because the mosquitoes would tote you away. I've been over there myself personally. Me and Brent Taylor, we went over there personally, and this place needs to be gone. I don't know if code enforcement this place needs to be gone. That's what Douglas people told me to come over and tell you. It's got to be gone. And I met with this gentleman here at one Douglas meeting, and I explained it to them, the severity of what was going on. But now we negotiating getting another contract for these tires, and this not looking at the people that's living there. I mean, what's wrong? I mean, I canvassed this district. It's bad. It's real bad, and these people are crying out, and we trying to get another bid to start the same routine over again. It makes no sense. They need to fix that. They say they was going to move it, but they're not going to move it. I see they negotiating another contract. This is not right. It's not fair to our taxpayers or our citizens. That's why I'm here today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Green. I'm going to go to the queue now. Commissioner Sugarman, Mr. Gloucester, I think I saw you in the room. You may want to stay close because I think there's going to be some questions headed your way as well. Commissioner Sugarman, go ahead.
Thank you, Jerry. You know me so well. Okay. So, first of all, I want to say I am an environmentalist. I've set that on record for many, many times. I do believe in recycling. And so a question for the vendor here. Do you have one location or do you have several locations? And can you address what Green stated on record?
Sure. We have several locations. We have 2 main locations, one in South Memphis and one in the Douglas area. And to Mr. Green's point, we are actually in the process of relocating from Chelsea. We are operating properly and within compliance with the state and, for the zoning. But we do understand and appreciate the concern from the community, which is why we're going to be relocating. We've already purchased an additional machine to try to clear that site so that we can go to another site. So again, we don't necessarily owe anybody anything because we're operating within compliance and our permit from TDEC. But I understand, and we definitely want to be sensitive to this situation. And he's right, we have had a conversation. Matter of fact, we were on the board of One Douglas. We were asked to be on the board of One Douglas. And, once we had the issues, we actually recused ourselves because we didn't want any conflict of interest or anything. So, yeah, we definitely have intentions on relocating from there. Our goal is to be gone by the end of summer. and find another place that's a little more secluded and away from any type of residential areas.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend this contract, if it's approved, to require that the one-year extension that they require be come before the commission. Can I get a second? Thank you. I have a few more questions, and this is regarding, taxpayers' money.
Get on the mic right now, so if we make, all right, I have a motion from Commissioner Sugarman to amend this so that the 1 year has to come back in front of us. I had a second from Commissioner Brooks. Do I have any objections to this? And we got discussion from Commissioner Mills. Go ahead.
Do renewals not come before us anyway? Not necessarily? I thought we passed something last term on that. If that's not the case, I have no issue at all.
All right. I'm not sure, but we will let the amendment stand as is, and that way we'll make sure we hear it back in front of us. All right. I don't have any objections to that, so that this item has been amended as Commissioner Sugarman's amendment there. Go ahead, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize. I've got a list of questions I'm trying to get to. And so I got back into the queue because I do have a list of questions. As we see taxpayers' money, this fly to other states because vendor after vendor are awarded outside of the states. We have huge problems in Memphis and Shelby County, as many other counties, as they're suffering because of housing insecurities, food insecurities, all kinds of instability as far as their jobs are concerned. People in Shelby County are not making a living wage. In fact, they're barely making any wages that are livable. Many of my constituents, for example, work in 2 jobs just to make ends meet. And so we need to make sure that we give people who are vendors and local vendors who are employing people. So my question then becomes, how many people does your company employ?
At any time, we have between 15 and 20 employees.
Thank you.
Most of the employees we work with the reentry program. Most of them are trying to reacclimate themselves back into society. But yeah, at any given time, we've got between 15 and 20. I mean, of course, we have the people that kind of dry out or whatever, because it is some tough work. But that's another one of our goals, to ensure that we're keeping our people gainfully employed.
That is a huge issue because we want people who have been convicted of a crime to have opportunity to make a living so that they won't recommit. So I commend you for that. And these are questions for the purchasing director. And I will also send it in via email with their lists, okay? Number 1, how many local vendors were deemed non-responsive? And a question real quickly, is non-responsive and incomplete the same thing, or are they different? Are they different or it's the same thing? So I'll make sure when I send you the emails, I give my answers correct before Monday. Okay, so my question again is incomplete and non-responsive the same thing? Yes or no?
Good morning, Commissioners. James Gloucester, Administrator of the Purchasing. I'm going to answer your question.
Okay, first answer the first one.
First question, there's a difference between non-responsive and something being incomplete.
Okay, thank you. So when I send you these questions, but I want them on for the record. And once I get through, if you have time, you can answer them. So I want, how many local vendors were deemed non-responsive, incomplete during fiscal years 24, 25, and 26? Number 2, what were the 5 most common reasons local vendors were found non-responsive or incomplete? What percentage of local vendors were deemed non-responsive, incomplete compared to non-local vendors? Are there particular departments or procurement categories where local vendors are disproportionately found non-responsive and incomplete? How many non-responsive and incomplete determinations resulted from missing paperwork versus substantive qualification deficiencies? 6, what outreach and training programs currently exist for local vendors? And this is the whole point, okay? I'm not trying to ding the purchase department, but I want to find out, as a commissioner, what do we need to do to support local vendors, okay? Number 7, how many local vendors successfully corrected deficiencies and later received county contracts? Number 8, what procurement reforms could increase local vendors' participation without compromising competition or legal compliance? Number 9, does county track local vendor responsive rates over time? And number 10, what measurable goals can be established to improve local vendor participation and responsiveness over the next 3 fiscal years? And so again, this is for matter of record. I'll be sending these to you and copying my commissioners, my colleagues, and if you would respond to all of us. And so, thank you. And if you want us to respond to them now, that's that's fine as well.
James Gloss, Administrator of Purchasing, that was a lot. And for one, all the information that you just asked for was, it's a combination between purchasing, EOC, and probably legal. That's a lot that the purchasing department does not keep up with all that and will manage all that. It's a combination of EOC.
Okay, so I will sit out
purchasing,
to all three. And I need you to let me know which is which, so I'll know. And then, thank you.
Mr. Gloucester, go ahead.
Thanks, Chairman. First, I want to say for the record, the purchasing department recommends we do not force a department to use anyone based on our purchasing policies and procedures. It's their budget, their money. They know the technical aspects of the scope. Purchasing does not. So we do not force anyone to use anybody. Secondly, this particular vendor, they met the minimum requirements, so they were not deemed non-responsive. And the term incomplete did not come from the purchasing department. So they went all the way through the process. They did not get any responsive. They were the lowest bid, but based on the department and our recommendation, they were the lowest, but not the best because of 2 things. Because they did not bid on all of the information that was in the particular bid, and 2, there was a lot of vendor complaints from the constituents and the departments. So all of that together, the decision was made to go with the best, lowest and best, and not just the lowest.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gloucester. Commissioner Sugarman, I kind of let you run over, so I think, did you want to speak again? You're in the queue twice, but I think you got caught up, right?
No, but I can get back in the queue.
All right, I want to let Commissioner Brooks go since she hasn't spoken yet. Commissioner Brooks, go ahead.
I need to speak with Director Norville. So, Mr. Green, would you remove yourself and let Mr. Norville have a seat, please? Thank you. So, Mr. Norville, I just need to get an understanding of this whole tire recycling and what's the other word for it? And landfilling business. So this new company, Liberty, tell me, what are they going to do with all of the tires that they collect for Shelby County? Where are they going?
Cliff Norville, Public Works. You may want to ask Memphis Tire Recyclers in terms of their stockpile of inventory. As far as Liberty Tire is concerned, they remove the tires from Shelby County and they take them to their processing facility, which is in Saltillo, Mississippi, where they shred the tires, and then they have customers that they distribute the recycled material to for various purposes. I don't know all of their customer base, but they have customers that purchase that from them.
Okay, that's what I need to know. I don't need to know about Mr. Mack and his company because they didn't get the bid. So we're dealing with Liberty. So that's who is in front of us now in reference to doing business with Shelby County. My main concern is that we do not end up with a company that decides to store old tires in a black community. So we definitely don't want that. And I agree with Commissioner Sugarman in that 1-year amendment because we need to find a way to monitor some of the things that we request companies doing business with Shelby County. We need to monitor compliance. And with these extensions, 2-year, 3-year, 4 years, it doesn't help us because they pile up. And by the time we get to it or look around, when they come back in 2 years, the communities are just decimated, like Douglas. And so we can't have another Douglas. But I wanted to ask, and thank you for that. I'm glad they're going to take it to Mississippi. I feel sorry for them over there. But Mr. Mack, is there an order of condemnation by the city of Memphis against your company?
No, so the 2800 Chelsea property,
sir.
we don't operate in the building. We are a self-contained unit. I mean, where everything is mobile, we use generators. We can pick up and leave whenever we want to. Now, that condemnation is for our landlord, and I believe he's currently in environmental court or something like that. But we don't operate anything within that building at all. We only use the footprint outside.
Okay, so the condemnation order is against CoStar Properties LLC out of St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
you are located on that property, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So it's quite a bit that we have from the city of Memphis in reference to that company. And I guess you are being a indirectly a, what do you call it, renter?
Lisa, yes, ma'am.
Leaseor, okay. It doesn't look good. It really does. And we do need to move.
Yes, ma'am.
Not just because of this condemnation order, but because of the community and the disparate impact of disease and pollutants and all the other things
Yes, ma'am.
that's causing concern. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to relinquish the rest of my time to Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. I do have another appearance card. Commissioner Sugarman, do you want to go ahead, or do you want to hear from the public? Okay. All right, I've got one more appearance card just popped up to Cora Walker. If you'll come forward, press the red button on the microphone, state your name and zip code, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item as well, and then we'll go to Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you so much. So I'm not going to be 2 minutes, but I'm new to this. But one of my main questions, since we're knowing that they're getting ready to go, is was there any? Oh, I told you I was new. My name is Takora Walker, 38108. So my question is, were there any terms of agreement or closeout terms and agreements that ensure that this company will be completely gone by the time the contract is over? Like the responsibilities for cleanup before July 1st?
I don't believe that was included in the contract, no, ma'am.
So I guess who is responsible for that? I know I guess the county entered into the contract that brought the business to the community, but the responsibility for cleanup is left to the person who got the contract, who has not been doing a good job at taking care of or attending to the desires of the community.
I believe it's up to the company. I see Director Norville is raising his finger, so he may have the answer.
Cliff Norville, Public Works. In your question, I believe your question is, who's responsible for the site after June 30? And the issue there is a difficult question to answer because, yes, Shelby County government granted this contract to recycle Shelby County's waste tires, and that's what started their business 3 years ago. But since that time, they have taken on other customers, and they are receiving waste tires from other customers. And so when their contract ends with Shelby County government, that just means Shelby County government waste tires will cease going to their facilities. But they have an approval from the state of Tennessee to operate this facility, and I believe it's the acrostic is Rum Puff. a recovered material processing facility. And so they have an approval letter from the state of Tennessee to operate, and not a permit. It is an approval letter from the state of Tennessee to operate this recovery facility as long as they have customers. And I think it's very important. I did bring along a video, a picture, and it's worth 1,000 words, and I would appreciate the opportunity to show this video. Memphis Tire Recycler said that they are planning to move. They can pick up and move at any time, but the thing that concerns us and the reason why we requested 2 facets in the solicitation, one was just the recycling function, but the second thing that we asked for, which Memphis Tire Recycling did not provide us, is in the event that they do not get the contract and the site has to be cleaned up, we have had discussions with Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation of how we respond to a huge dump site of waste tires. And they said in the event that you do encounter a massive dump site of waste tires, they would agree for us to shred and landfill just to make the dump site go away. That's why we asked for that second component in the bid, which Memphis Tire Recyclers did not respond to. And so if you will allow, we have a video that will show you the facility on Chelsea.
Before we take over Ms. Walker's time, I want to make sure we got Ms. Walker taken care of. Did you have any further comments? Because I think we're going to proceed with the video and then hopefully Commissioner Sugarman and then move to the vote.
It's not particularly to the award of the new contract. I just am so concerned for my community. I think somewhere people have become comfortable with bringing all things wasteful. We have a salvage yard, we have Hollywood, we have companies in the community, but nothing for the community to actually thrive or survive. There's no dedicated things to take care of the people that are there. And so that's why you're going to see more of me, I guess.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walker. We appreciate you being here. All right, Director Norval, Ms. Thomas, can you show us the video? And then I'm going to go to Commissioner Sugarman, and hopefully we can get this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Well, now the story. Past complaints uncovered at the site of this towering tires in North Memphis. New tonight at 6, we have learned neighbors around Memphis Tire Recyclers are taking action to make change. Action News 5's Stephanie Douglas talked to one neighbor filing a petition as the eyesore causes other concerns.
This monstrosity actually starts on Chelsea and goes all the way down to the end of the street with tires piled up at least 2 stories high.
In effort to solve a persistent problem piling up in the Douglas community, Leandra Taylor is drafting up a plan in motion to remove a recycling facility from their neighborhood.
My goal is to honestly have this organization become accountable for what they've done in the community, get it cleaned up, and possibly move out of here, because I don't know how this can be controlled.
The Memphis Tires Recycler facility is where thousands of discarded and decaying tires are stacked. Taylor says the tires now sits against her family's backyard. She claims it's more than an eyesore, it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes.
Killer. There he is.
People cannot sit on their porches in peace. They are burning things, buying off, and we know that in Memphis you're going to have mosquitoes, but this is mosquitoes times 1,000.
Taylor says after the recent rainfall, she's concerned that the tires collecting water could amplify the risk of possible West Nile virus in their community. Documents obtained by Action News 5 shows back in April, the Tennessee Department of Environmental and Conservation Division of Solid Waste Management issued a notice of violation for significantly exceeding the volume allowed on site and lacked financial assurance for storage. The records also say when the company's staff was questioned by the inspectors, the facility could not show a record of the quantity of tires stored on site in numbers, weight, or cubic yards. Co-owner of the Memphis Tire Recyclers, David Burgess, declined to interview on camera. However, in a statement, he said in part, quote, "The business was open with the goal in mind of deterring the illegal dumping which has plagued this city for countless years." He goes on to say, "Our mission has always been to reduce tire blight, and they are working to implement new ways to reduce the number of tires on their property." As far as concerns about mosquitoes, Memphis Tires Recyclers say they've contacted a pest control company to spray around their business, as well as offer the same service to neighbors. An attempt Leandra Taylor may appreciate that will clean up her community.
People have cleaned up whole cities by sweating the small stuff. And so we want our community clean. This is not the only issue that we have, but it's one that we can solve and we will move towards doing other things in our community.
In North Memphis, I'm Stephanie Douglas, Action News 5.
All right, Director Norval.
I wanted you to see the video, and I will acknowledge that that video was a news broadcast from this time last year, but we have visited the site and have seen no substantial change in the situation at the site. And so that was a level, certainly a level of concern. As the broadcast mentioned, Memphis Tire Recyclers were cited by TDEC. And their original approval letter allowed them 6,000 cubic yards of storage of waste tires on that site. Following the citation from the state of Tennessee, apparently they worked out a deal such that TDEC increased their storage on the facility from 6,000 cubic yards to 30,000 cubic yards. And it is our assessment, along with the City of Memphis Public Works Director, that there are more tires than the 30,000 cubic yards on the site. In addition to this, Memphis Tire Recyclers also operates another facility, which is on Industrial in District 8. And Marie, if you have those photos of the Industrial site and the Hannah site. That was the change. All right, here we go. If you could expand those and look at the Industrial site, an aerial shot. They are amassing a substantial amount of tires on that site. And also the Havana site is not as large of tires. We don't know what's going on there, but you do see there's an accumulation of tires on that site as well. We have discussed, what things do we have at our disposal. I will leave some of those discussions to the Planning and Development Division. There are, in discussions with the Director of Planning and Development, there are certain things that are in violation of code there. And in discussions with our fire chief, there are certainly issues that the fire departments would have with these sites as well. And so with all of this factored in, that was the reason why we have recommended to go to Liberty Tire. The desire of this community is to remove waste tires and reduce blight. And the Liberty Tire contract removes the tires from Shelby County, takes them to Mississippi, as I said before, where they are processed and delivered to an end user. And our recommendation is for Liberty Tire to have the contract.
All right, thank you, Director Noble. We really need to wrap up here. Commissioner Sugarman, go ahead.
Okay. And so my understanding is that this new contract with Liberty, they will recycle and/or landfill, or just landfill?
Clifton Oral Public Works, Liberty Tire will recycle, and if there is a large location that needs to be cleaned up, which exceeds their capacity to recycle, then TDEC has given us permission to landfill, but the intent is to recycle. And they have a massive capacity for recycling tires. They have most of the counties in the state of Tennessee, as well as in Mississippi and Alabama. So they have a huge capacity for shredding and recycling tires.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
I know you want to move past this, but this is important. Mr. Norval, I need you to help me to understand what are the options of the community, since you said that TDEC has issued increased storage for this company. So even though they have the opportunity for increased storage, and we have a new contractor to move some of those tires, what would, it still means that the community will be burdened with some tires if they decide to take TDEC up on the increased storage space of tires. Do I understand that correctly?
Cliff Norville, Public Works. Yes, ma'am. You do understand correctly that there will be some issues that we will have to deal with. As I said before, TDEC has not given a permit for this site. TDEC has given an approval letter, and those are different things, and we would have to explore our options from a legal standpoint using those. However, since it is not a permitted site, then we have other tools in our toolbox to potentially address this, and I alluded to planning and development and zoning codes, which may be in violation here. I've asked them to visit the site, and they have given me some informal response in many violations of existing zoning codes. As I said before, I asked our fire chief to go look at it, and he is Shelby County Fire Chief, but he was previously the City of Memphis Fire Chief, and he has found several violations of this site from a fire code as well. So we have some tools in our toolbox to try to address the site.
Okay, so if you'll keep me informed, because I'd like to keep the community informed, once we get this new company in, we definitely want to see expeditiously the removal of all of the other stuff that's out there. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. All right, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Sugarman has abstained. We have 5 ayes, 1 abstained.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 2, Public Works. If we could read first item on, and only item on Committee Number 5, Land Use, please.
Item 1 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by Shelby County on August 9th, 2010, to approve a zoning district change pursuant to Chapter 9.5 for property in unincorporated Shelby County located at south of the intersection of Houston Levee Road and North Pixa Road, being case number Z 2026-003, CO. Sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Pisca, excuse me.
Thank you. I have moved the item. Looking for a second. It has been seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. I see staff here. I'm going to ask you to be very high and tight on this. I think after talking to Mr. Ragsdale, we're probably going to push this down the road so it gets out of our budget way, but I do want to make sure it gets in front of us, make sure everybody understands what it is briefly, and then we'll make action on it.
Jeffrey Pentis, Zoning Administrator, Division of Planning and Development.
Good morning. I'm Chloe Christian with Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development. This is a rezoning case. The case number is Z2026-003CO, and this is a request to rezone 53 acres from the Conservation Agriculture District to the Employment District, and a full presentation will be presented at the full committee hearing for this item.
All right, thank you. This item, I believe, is in Commissioner Mills's district. I had a brief discussion with Commissioner Mills, and I think she is on board. This item does require 3 readings, and so I'm going to make a motion today to defer this to the only committee meeting we have in July, which is July 22nd. I think if this walks down through the process the right way, that means the first reading would be on July 27th. Second reading would be on August 10th, and then the third and final reading would be on August 24th. So I'm going to make that motion to defer this to the 22nd so we can hear this later. Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Any objections? Yes, ma'am.
To the presenters, so is this in a residential area?
This property itself is not residential, but there are residential areas in the near vicinity, yes.
Okay, so have they been notified about this change?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you've had a meeting with them?
So the applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting with the residents in that area.
Okay, so when you come back the next time, could you bring the sign-in sheet, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. All right, we have made a motion to delay this to the July 22nd committee meeting with the first reading to follow on the July 27th commission meeting. That was seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Any other discussion on this? Any objections to that? All right, hearing none, we will see you all back on July 22nd. Thank you so much. And this concludes the Land Use Planning Committee. I don't see Commissioner Bibbs or Commissioner Thornton, so I will go ahead and call to order Committee Number 6, Education, if we could read the first item.
Item 1 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis amending ordinance number 573, adopted April 14th, 2025, in furtherance of a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten for all, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item was referred back to committee in June 1st, 2026 commission meeting.
Thank you. I have moved the item. Looking for a second. Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me before you again today. I know we're trying to move things along quickly, so I will be brief, and as this is our second first reading, I think we're all a little bit familiar with the ordinance before us today. I just wanted to give a brief update that since our previous committee meeting, Attorney Smith and I were able to meet with First Aid Memphis. We had a very productive conversation, I felt, and we did bring a recommended amendment from that meeting to the sponsors of this item. I do think we were able to clear up a little bit of the confusion around the contract versus the ordinance, which are two separate issues, but I do just want to remind this body that this ordinance before you is strictly administrative in nature. It is a separate item from the contract and the budget discussions that have been going on in the background. And I'm committed to continuing whatever conversations need to be had to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any commissioners in the queue on this item. Give everybody a second. All right, seeing no commissioners up, Chairwoman Avant, go ahead, Art.
Thank you, Chair. Just if you could highlight what were the changes that were made? We don't have anything in front of us.
Yes, Chairwoman Avant. The change is on page 2, and that is in the definition of fiscal agent, the removal of or entities from that definition. So it would read, the term fiscal agent shall refer to the entity selected by the City of Memphis Mayor and Shelby County Mayor to oversee and administer the funds designed for pre-kindergarten education.
Is that the only change?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office. Yes, Commissioner.
Parliamentarian, with this change, are we supposed to get a red line version of this if they are amending this?
This is a proposed amendment for it to be made today.
We can bring it today. We can bring it, we brought it for discussion today, and I had shared that with the sponsors as well. But I can have it for you today or before the next reading.
Yes, ma'am. So the rules do require a track change version if you're going to proffer an amendment or a substitute. It also would require not only in track changes to reflect that change, but also a summary sheet that indicates who is making the change or who is requesting that the change be made and the date of the request. So I can forward you the rule. Otherwise, you would need to request that rule be suspended.
Is it possible for us to, I guess the other sponsor, if us to refer this to the next committee meeting? To the sponsor?
Repeat, I didn't hear what you said.
I wanted to see if you would be amenable to us referring this to the next committee meeting.
That's fine.
And I will say, I have shared the track change version with the sponsors.
Point of information, could I just admit it on the floor?
The rules do require a track change version. In the past, we have allowed amendments to be made, just as an oral request to make it the amendment. The rules do require that a track change version be proffered. So at
That
this
wasn't the
point,
question. The question is, can I?
So
Or
I
can a
just,
commissioner, period?
so I just indicated that the rules required, so we'll require suspension of the rule in
Okay.
order to proffer that amendment orally.
Well, since the chair has already asked to have it moved, I just wanted that information, that's all. Thank you. Okay.
I'm making a motion to refer to the committee meeting on June 24th.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Chairwoman Avent to defer this to the meeting on the 24th. I have a second from Commissioner Sugarman. Any objections to that? All right, before we dismiss this, I do have an appearance card from Melissa Farrar. Melissa, if you would like to come forward, state your name. Supposed to be for the second item? Okay, I will hold this card then, and we'll wait for the second item. All right, this item is, as per just discussion, this has been moved to the June 24th meeting. Seeing nothing further on this item, we can close this one out and move on to the discussion first 8. So if you will, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Item 2 is a discussion item to last approximately 15 minutes. First 8 Memphis, 2024 through 2025 annual report and the 2025 through 2026 pre-K Q2 report. Dr. Candace Thomas presenting.
Good morning, Dr. Thomas. You have 15 minutes on the clock. If you can be any quicker than that, we would greatly appreciate it this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Candace Thomas, First Aid Memphis, 38104. We're going to start, we have 2 reports for you per our contract and agreement, but also just for public knowledge. One, our quarter 2 report for this school year, as well as the annual report for the previous school year. So my colleague Valencia Stone will present the quarter 2 report.
Greetings, Valencia Stone, presenting on behalf of First State Memphis for quarter 2. You have the printouts in front of you. We'll skip straight to the next slide. There we go. So as you can see this year, just giving another overview of our program, where we are in standing of seats, as well as operators, and our per pupil investment is $9,483, over 45 operators throughout Shelby County, and over 4,000 seats are receiving funding in blended and braided funds. Next slide. All right, keeping in mind that this quarter 2 report is for the 25-26 school year, in between the operational dates of October 6th to December 19th. And you have the fiscal sheet in front of you showing our actual award for school year 25-26 at the amount of $20 million. It shows our classroom expense, other expenses, and our classroom spend down as of that time, and administrative fee. All right, our actuals as of today are before you in between July 2025 and December 2025. You'll see the total amount at the bottom as of the end of quarter 2, being $9,997,141. This next slide is a reminder of where we would have been, or the impact of any unspent funds not being returned or renewed for us to expand. This amount, or this diagram, actually shows us what reduction in funding would look like and the impact thereof if we were to be reduced back to our previous fiscal year award. All right, next up, it shows our investment as it relates to direct salaries and teacher and other personnel. You guys have asked in the past how much of those fundings directly go back to the classroom and actually personnel directly serving children, and you'll see that amount before you. It also has the award amount for our quarter 2, end of quarter 2, paid out directly to operators. It breaks down for you a comparison of our per pupil amount of $9,483 and an increase from last year being $9,063. All right, this is a overview of the demographics as it relates to race and ethnicity and the population served throughout Shelby County. You'll see over half of our students are within those 5 zip codes listed on the bottom, which are 38127, 38109, 38116, 38128, and 38115. All right, we can skip to the next and the next. There we go. Here you'll see the county commission districts broke up. Next slide. There. The county commission districts broken down by seats. You have asked in the past to understand the exact number of seats per county commissioner, and so that is shared with you. The next slide shows a cumulative enrollment, so you have a better understanding of what your actual cumulative enrollment is within those districts. All right. As of quarter 2, we are excited about the capacity filled at 89%. Really excited about where we are in capacity, especially with the growth of seats across Shelby County and the partnerships that we have. The same for attendance. Our attendance rate was impacted a little bit in quarter 2. Again, a reminder that those dates are ending in December 19th. And so somewhere around the winter time, but it's at 86% attendance rate. you'll see the biggest impact was illnesses in transportation. Still wanting to highlight there's a huge push for supporting transportation for early childhood, as a lot of our providers are unable to provide direct transportation due to cost and also availability of services, but our parents are still getting our babies there. We wanted to highlight our beginning of the year Brigand score. Extra excited about the outcomes of our children participating in our early childhood programs, and that 55%, they're at the 55 percentile, meaning that they're performing very well and above average as they are entering kindergarten. Next, you've asked about our family engagement outcomes. The question before, or brought to us before, was around what items or what categories are families actually receiving the most service in, and they are requesting services for. You'll see family well-being is the #1 request for family engagement personnel support and resources, and the second highest being connection to community. We wanted to share with you the impact of unspent funds from the previous school years and how it supported our early childhood training series program. Those unspent funds went back to supporting stipends for teachers actually participating in professional development and actually receiving professional development credits approved by the state. So this year was our first run of an early childhood training series, and we've had an overwhelming impact as far as participation. The next slide is the QR code that you could use to share with your constituents if they are interested in pre-K programs and want to know more about First Aid Memphis. There, you've asked before about pictures and you love to see them, so we are sharing city, next slide, and county commission photos. You'll see certain districts identified there and the centers that the children are actually being served at. All right. Federal updates. Federal updates were updated as of May 31st. There's a new federal CCDF rule where several child care and accountability providers are able to providers stability protection put in place. That's where they are allowing providers to actually increase the Smart Step funds. You'll see the others list there around TANF is also was put before our legislation, asking them to offer summer programs or extra food supports. Glasses here, let me adjust. And then the rollback of Head Start was a concern as well. On the state side, there was the study completed about public school administration, early childhood providers actually being able to place their children in child care programs. And the other one that I think is big and high on our list is the Promising Futures Act, where we could use some tax revenues to help support early childhood programs and child care services. All right, jumping into early learning investments in the pre-K budget around early Head Start. If you guys want to start there. Are we presenting on early Head Start as well? Just really quickly. Okay. So the overview for early Head Start is actually really quick, jumping through it. The budget there, the reminder that they were still awaiting funds at one point, but they have been received, to my understanding, as of date. And so if you go to the next slide, next one after that, we can keep going. There we go. We missed that one. Just talking about the overview and the partnership of Early Head Start and Port Elif, explaining how the funders, providers are all connected and the services being provided. I don't have that. Go to the next one. The budget is before you. Next. reminding you of the investment as of half of the semester and to quarter two is $125,000. The investment per student for early Head Start is $15,599. It impacts 116 educators. You have before you the map where these sites are located. The enrollment remains consistent in quarter two as of quarter one, the same capacity filled at 92%. Moving into Next Memphis. Moving forward with the budget for Next Memphis. The same here, there's an investment of the end of quarter two at the amount of $125,000. It supports 10 administrators. Those administrators and coaches actually help support our local child care providers licensed in child care facilities and family home child care centers. On the next slide, the one thereafter, is an explanation of that tiered support and what that looks like within those child care provider centers. The next slide shares the number of partners established as of quarter two, which is 51. That's 85% of the capacity filled for that ability to provide support. Next. An explanation of the role of Next Memphis and how it is a shared service hub where it provides coaching as well as budget supports and other resources to our local child care provider and, again, family home daycares. It strengthens small businesses, and there is a highlight on the next slide where the operators are receive 99% of the tuition paid because of these supports and coaching around business management as well as service provisions. Next. There's 100% of teachers operating are engaged in instructional coaching. All of the child care providers that participate in Next Memphis receive coaching support. And that closes out as we move forward, that's our quarter two report.
Thank you so much. Dr. Thomas, did you have, go ahead.
Thank you, Valencia. So we also have before you our annual report from the 24-25 school year. I won't go through any slides, given we only have 2 minutes, but wanted to just share with you some major highlights. For the 24-25 school year, we were at 97% capacity filled for the school year, which is just 3 percentage points before 100%, so that you should be proud of your investment. Also, 80% students attended 80% or more school days. That was 90% of 4-year-olds attended this program more than 80% of time. And another amazing metric that you should be proud of, children and families, that school year demonstrated a 62% kindergarten readiness score. That is a more than 25% increase from when this program started in 2019. So you should be incredibly proud of the investments and the improvements that we're seeing across early learning. And per your request, we did bring our attorney here today. It was requested at last week's meeting when I was ill and I wasn't able to attend. So we do have our attorney in the room if there are additional questions about the contract and the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do have a couple of commissioners in the queue. We do have a public comment card on this item, so I'm going to ask Ms. Melissa Farrar to come up now. If you'll state your name again and zip code, I'll give you 2 minutes to address the body.
Hi, my name is Melissa Farrar. The zip code is 38104. I'm with Hope House in Memphis, and we serve individuals and families who are affected by HIV and poverty. We also have a preschool program that has been supported for several years by First Aid, and we just wanted to thank you for supporting the Pre-K for All joint ordinance and allowing us to potentially use leftover funds to increase the number of seats that we're able to have in our community. Hope House has been a First Aid partner for several years and has consistently benefited from the high-quality oversight, coordination, and support provided through this partnership. As an organization serving children and families impacted by HIV and poverty, we rely heavily on strong community partnerships to deliver the highest quality care and services to some of our community's most vulnerable members. Through First Aid's support, Hope House has been able to provide free early childhood education services to children ages 3 and 4, along with critical wraparound services including counseling and resource navigation. First Aid has also helped ensure that we have access to evidence-based curricula, effective student progress monitoring, and the resources needed to maintain high-quality programming. At Hope House, we have found that consistency is essential to both the delivery of quality care and building trust with families who have often experienced significant discrimination and barriers to support. Maintaining a single fiscal agent provides the stability, coordination, and accountability necessary for all programs like ours to succeed. Conversely, introducing multiple fiscal agents or implementing a system that changes from year to year could undermine the process we have made, create unnecessary disruptions, and weaken the safe, reliable programming that our families depend on. We respectfully urge continued support for a unified fiscal structure that strengthens collaboration, promotes consistency, and allows community partners to remain focused on serving children and families effectively.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to go to the queue now. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Just wanted to go back, was it Valencia? Is that your name? I'm sorry. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask about the next Memphis piece of the work is dealing and supporting just childcare, so previous to pre-K, but just childcare organizations. What agencies, either local or state or federal, provide or oversee those services? Is there an agency that is tasked with ensuring the safety of the children and so forth?
Valencia Stone, First Aid Memphis. I know Port Leaf oversees the program, and they do receive some other grants and supports that hold them accountable to services and accountability.
Are you speaking
Yes.
to early Head Start? Or
I'm speaking to Next Memphis,
Okay.
but for those child care providers, TDHS actually oversees those providers. They are all licensed program through the Department of Human Services, so they have to remain in compliance with the child care standards and regulations of the state.
Yeah, that's all. I was just curious about that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. All right, Chairwoman Avett, go ahead.
Thank you. Question about on slide 32, where you all talk about the role of each of the providers, and this is alluding a little bit to what my colleague was asking about the next 8, is that correct? Is that the name of it? Next Memphis, I'm sorry, Next Memphis. And so in each of these square boxes, who would we assign as the vendor or provider?
Valencia Stone, First Aid Memphis. This slide on page 32 that you're referencing is in relation to Early Head Start, which is a tad bit different. Early Head Start is held accountable through federal regulations of the Early Head Start program.
So First Aid doesn't have any interaction as part of the Early Head Start?
We see.
As first, Candace Thomas, First Aid Memphis 38104. As the Early Childhood Systems Organization in the community, we do have oversight for Early Head Start, and it is through, the grant is through Port Elite. So we do ask for data. We do want to see improvements in the program, and we also want to see what expenditures look like.
So the Next Memphis provides the supports for coaching and training for both the home daycare centers as well as the Head Start sites?
Next Memphis, you're correct, Madam Chair. Candace Thomas, First Aid Memphis, 38104. You are correct. Next Memphis does provide coaching to child care centers, both home-based and center-based, but they also provide business and back office support because that's the greatest need to improve quality for children. There are coaches that are funded through Next Memphis, and some of those coaches do provide coaching services within the Head Start programs. But it's those coaches are their primary role is to support the Next Memphis classrooms.
Was that contract with Next Memphis worked out? Have they also received fees?
They have. We received an email yesterday from Sean Lee that the $1 million from the county was received by Port Elite.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Avon. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Director Thomas, for the contract that was negotiated, can you just talk through like that process and just, I guess, what concessions, are y'all able to talk about the contract process that y'all went through? It came up in the budget hearings that it was arranged that you would accept a setback in the funding that you would receive. Are you able to speak at all about that?
I am, and Candace Thomas, First Aid Memphis, 38104. And per your request, our attorney is here this morning. So if Andy Jones would join us up here, that would be great. So as you all may remember, we started the contract process last year this time. It was signed by the city and Mayor Young in September. And we heard from the county administration in November about the contract. At that point, we had contract negotiations from November through March with the county administration and pulling in the city of Memphis because it is a joint ordinance and a joint contract. As a part of that, there were several concessions that were made. One, the contract indicated that there is a ratio of funding between the city and the county. And this contract articulates that the county cannot fund pre-K any more than 135% compared to what the city funds. So that means that if the county increases its pre-K investment, there's an expectation via the contract that the city increases its pre-K investment. If the county decreases its pre-K investment, therefore the city has to decrease its pre-K investment.
So I guess my question is really just to and I want to be respectful, Chair. I don't see my timer going. Okay, as y'all are working through that. So the ratio of funding, was that always a part of what was the understanding when the joint ordinance was passed? When did that become a stipulation of how we proceed with funding universal pre-K?
The ratio had not been in previous contracts. It became a challenge this year.
And whose idea was this?
That came from the mayor's office and his administration.
From which mayor?
Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris.
So our mayor puts a stipulation into the contract that now creates a ratio of funding, and this year decides to reduce the commitment, which means that the city also has to reduce their commitment. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the city just voted yesterday to keep pre-K flat at 8.5 million. So the city is not reducing its commitment this fiscal year, but the ratio does require that the county not pay more than this portion of the total amount.
So our discussions really don't matter if it's the legislative intent for us to be able to advance it when the city is voting in it ahead of us and we have to now keep up with the city. I'm just trying to figure out from your legal team, why would you agree to this ratio of funding if we're seriously looking to push forward to universal pre-K? Because it just doesn't make sense to me today.
Andy Jones, attorney for First Aid. We did push back. We were told we had to accept that provision. I'm sorry. We were told we had to accept that provision. It wasn't something we could negotiate. And just to correct one thing Dr. Thomas said, if the city increases their funding and the county does not, it does not terminate the program. It only terminates the program if the county increases their funding and the city does not. So the way it works essentially is, I'm going to use small dollars because it's easier. The county gives $1.35 for every $1 the city gives. If the county were to give $1.36, the program is terminated. It's the way the contract reads. Completely terminated. You'd have to start over like we did in 2019.
I guess in the 30 seconds that I have, I hate the negotiated terms. So what recourse do we have to go and renegotiate? And I would dare say to whoever's about to be the next mayor of Shelby County, please. I mean, these are horrible terms, and we cannot possibly fulfill our commitment to stick to our plan, because there is a 5-year plan to the public to be able to actually close the gap on universal pre-K and offer it to our 3- and 4-year-olds. And we're going to terminate this contract because the city is deciding, making moves that the county has to follow. And the county clearly is in position to be able to push the envelope and have the city follow. So it's not going to work, the terms that you have in this agreement. And I'll get back in queue for additional comments.
Thank you. Chairwoman Navin, she's not here. Looks like she's back in the queue, maybe not. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you so much. And so does the opposite also apply? For example, if the city decides to lower the amount that it contributes, then the county will have to follow suit, is that correct? First question. And the second question, did y'all receive your full, I know last year, during this fiscal year 2026, there's an issue about y'all receiving your funds. Did y'all ever receive all of your funding for 2026? So it's 2 questions.
Andy Jones, attorney for First Aid. Regarding the first question, yeah, if the city were to come back and give 99 cents instead of $1, it would terminate the program. It would terminate the county's portion of the program, is the way it reads. So the city would continue on, but the county's portion would terminate. And because it's a joint ordinance, I assume that means the whole program would terminate.
Okay, follow-up question for the attorney. So if this is a contract that was one-sided, it seems to me, since it's a joint ordinance, that the contract also need to be approved by the city side. So I don't understand how the county mayor or his administration were able to negotiate the contract without the city also being inclined to agree with those terms.
That provision is literally one sentence in the agreement, and it doesn't impact the city so much. And so they had no comment on it. It was pure, it doesn't require anything of the city. It doesn't require the city to terminate their program, their portion of the program, or anything else. It only terminates the county. It states it only terminates the county's portion of it. So
Okay, I
the
understand.
city didn't comment.
Okay, so my question, I guess, the whole negotiation process, it seems like since it's a joint contract, that both mayors would have to come to an agreement to include those terms. Is that not the case?
I can't speak for Mayor Young. I'm not sure if he knows that sentence is in there. I'm not sure. I don't know. Our discussion around that sentence was centered with the county and trying to get it amended.
Okay, again, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm not an attorney. I'm just saying, to me, if you have 2 parties in a contract, that 2 parties have to also agree to the terms. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I'm not an attorney, that just doesn't make sense to me as a layperson. Okay, can you answer the second question?
Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 38104. Yes, Commissioner Sugarman, we received funding from the county in March. The full funding in March.
Anything else? All right, back to Commissioner Thornton.
Okay, thank you. So the commitment for fiscal year '26, you receive full funding for, correct? And the rationale, I believe in the budget hearing, for us not to move forward with our commitment for fiscal year '27 was because there was underspend. Someone brought up the whole fact that in previous years, there was some type of underspend. I don't know if it added up to the figure that we didn't negotiate to, but we have a resolution on the floor to keep it flat. And so I'm not a champion of flat, so I hope you're not counting my vote to be able to support the flat resolution. But what I am a champion for is the plan that we have rolled out. So I just want to understand, how are we deviating from the plan, and who do we hold responsible as a public that believes that this is the most proactive investment that Shelby County can be making? And as I hear people campaigning on being able to champion this cause, I want to see a voting pattern that supports what people are saying to get into these seats. And so what I hear, flat is not what we have been talking about. Flat just came into the conversation after y'all went into this negotiation. We have been pushing to fund universal pre-K according to a plan, which will require us, I think it's 3-point-some odd million that we would need to put into the budget to be on track for what the county has to do. So my question today is, if we keep our commitment, but the city council has already locked in theirs, are you saying that according to the newly negotiated terms, that we cannot hit our benchmark to stay on track this budget cycle without terminating the contract?
Andy Jones, attorney First State. It would terminate the county's portion of the program. Unless the mayor's office and legal team are willing to amend the agreement to remove that one sentence, it would terminate the program as to the county if you increased your funding and the city did not.
Okay, so this is where I want everyone in the listening public in this minute that I have left to tune in. 1, this is a discussion item. We will not hear it on Monday. 2, you have a conflict with your current electeds. The mayor, Lee Harris, has put a one-liner in that does not allow us to stay on track to fund universal pre-K. So you are our bosses as the citizens of Shelby County, as you have seen this commission pass resolution after resolution after resolution to make whole law enforcement. I'm asking you today to reach out to your mayor to be able to renegotiate this line, because we cannot, as a commission, move forward even considering staying on track if this line is going to stop us because of decisions that the city council has made to keep their budget flat. So the commission, I know as a commissioner, I was not consulted to be able to add this one line. It would never be my legislative intent to pass an ordinance and then also include this one line, because it completely negates what we said as a commission is our body. So this is a separations of power issues to me, and we need to be able to address this. So I'm going to ask that you guys come back for the rest of the budget season, and that we bring Mayor Lee Harris, Mayor Young, so we can get it all on the table about who stands where and where are the champions this particular budget cycle. That's what I just want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, this was a discussion item. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And this concludes Committee Number 6, Education. I will turn it over to Commissioner Wright for Committee Number 4.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement, Correction, and Courts. Can we read item 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and Cornerstone Detention Products, Inc. for UPS battery backups for newly installed security electronics touchscreen system for the main jail located at 201 Poplar on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $72,770.02. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $72,770.02. Sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Bradford, Chief Lindsay, and Chief Fields. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. The item before you is a resolution that seeks approval of an emergency contract with Cornerstone Detention Products in an amount not to exceed $72,770.02 for the installation of UPS battery backup systems supporting newly installed security electronic touchscreen systems at the Shelby County Jail. That's pretty much all I have to say because I know you guys are trying to catch up on time, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Bradford.
Just quick question. If we're replacing the security system, why did we not include a UPS or battery backups in the original?
Good morning. Kirk Fields, Chief Jailer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This goes back 2 years when we had the power outage that knocked the doors offline and fried our components. So we're just doing this as a precautionary measure so that we would never have that problem again.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. I have no other members. I do have a member in the queue, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, so this particular item for this newly installed security electronics touchscreen system, that was already a budgeted item for you?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. We have the funds in our maintenance line within the Shelby County Sheriff's Office budget.
And so I guess I'm just trying to understand, when you guys come and you put different buckets that show that you need additional dollars for certain items, and then you have this, is this a planned expense or is this like something unexpected?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. As it relates to maintenance of the Shelby County Jail, we're not sure. We have a plan of what we think may occur during the year, but there are also things that happen throughout the year that are not planned.
And you plan for those contingencies naturally in your budget?
Within the budget, yes, ma'am.
And then, just for clarity, this maintenance contingency doesn't come up in other requests for, reimbursement funds or emergency funding, like, you know, there are a lot of different pathways that the sheriff's office has to be made whole. And so I've seen you utilize different resolution, pathways. And so I just want to kind of start to wrap my head around what is duplicative. So is this particular request showing up anywhere else in another resolution request that we have coming to us or currently being decided?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And Chief Lindsay, I just want to say thank you because every time the commissioners ask a list of questions, you answer within a reasonable time. I just appreciate that. I can't say that for other divisions because they're like, we can get to it, but we're in a budgetary mode. We need these answers. So I'm sending out letters as I'm analyzing the budget, and the Sheriff's Department has budgets remain relatively flat, but I do have some questions, and I'm copying my colleagues as I go along, as analyzing the budget, and so if you could just respond to all of us. I know you're going to do it in a timely fashion. I just wanted to put on record, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. I'm seeing no one else in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Lowry. We have 9 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Can we read item 2, please?
Item 2 is a resolution to amend the FY 2026 grant operating budget to expend supplemental federal grant funds in the amount of $36,968 from the Office of National Drug Control Policy for the purpose of disrupting the commerce of illegal drugs through Shelby County for a total award in the amount of $113,488. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 federal grant funds in the amount of $36,968, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright, and this item does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
All right, thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Thornton, so we need to entertain a motion to hear the item. Is that right? Or
And also, just to be clear, was it because it didn't complete a legal review?
Jessica Inengaro, Chief Administrative Officer from the DA's office. That's correct. It did not complete legal review because financial review did not exist.
So, Madam Parliamentarian, I guess I would move to suspend the rule about the permanent rule, not meeting the requirements of the permanent rules so that we can hear the item. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second? I heard a second from Commissioner Mills. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks?
I need to understand again, I missed part of that conversation, the rationale as to why this item did not meet the permanent rules. What was the issue?
Can I ask Chief Indigaro, could you speak to that, please?
Good morning. I'm Jessica Inengaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer in the District Attorney's Office. Before resolutions are put into OnBase to be a part of the agenda, we're required to send them to Finance for their review, and they then pass it along to Legal. In this case, I did email Finance in advance on the day of the deadline and did not hear back from them and did not see that it was forwarded to Legal. I attempted to follow up with them and also did not receive a response to that. And so I assumed that they would not complete the review and that my only alternative was to not comply with the permanent rules in order to get this on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear from legal as to why this happened. Why did they not complete a review?
Jordan Galtelli, County Attorney's Office. If Finance does not send us approvals, we cannot review items.
Good morning, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think we had discussed this already with the District Attorney's Office that we were not approving it. So not approving it puts it here. So it's not that we did not respond. We told them we were not approving it.
Why?
Because it is requesting that general fund a position, part of the positions on this grant.
This is number 2. This
Number
is just
2.
a budget transfer.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember seeing this one.
Do you need to amend your comments?
Yes, let me amend my comment. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I am not sure why this one did not come through. It's from a grant. We did approve this one.
No, not to legal. I wished you did.
I'll have to go back and look at this one.
In light of the fact that Finance needs to go back and look at it.
It did not come through OnBase, right?
I submitted it through OnBase. This is Jessica Inengaro, the Chief Administrative Officer. And eventually, yes, I'm sorry, Deputy Director Schoenbaum did eventually approve it so that it could be on the agenda, but that was not a review of the resolution.
Okay, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration Finance. I am confused on this one. I'll have to go back and review it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what you're comfortable with doing, but I'm not comfortable allowing this to leave committee at this point. Because actually, the item that we're supposed to be dealing with is not in front of us.
Okay, are you objecting?
I'm okay.
All right.
Parliamentary, yes.
All right, we have an objection from Commissioner Brooks. So do we do discussion on the motion then?
You can, well, it's just on a suspension of the rules, so the discussion would be on the suspension, and at committee, it would require a 2/3 vote of those present and voting.
Okay, all right. Is there any commissioner, are you seeking to speak on the motion before us?
You don't even have it.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and that's just to consider the suspension of the rules. So I do support suspending the rules. For the sake of discussion, it gives finance the power to kill things. And just seeing what I'm seeing today in lieu of just, I think, the overreach from the executive branch on the legislative body, I would like for us to be able to hear items to decide for ourselves. We always, at the end of this, can dispose of this item on Monday with a no vote if through conversations we decide that we just don't support it. So I would like to hear it. And I'm also just curious, how these things, people can, who actually put this in on base. So can someone just educate me administratively, how did it even get to this point if it didn't pass the other checkpoints? It was always communicated to me that it couldn't even move forward to be put in on base if it didn't pass the previous checkpoint. So here it is on the regular agenda, not as an add-on. Can someone administratively just tell me how that happened?
Chief Ndagaro, can you speak to that?
Maybe a little bit. This is Jessica Ngaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the DA's office. So the only part I can control, and which it is my obligation to do, is to put the resolution and the supporting documents into on-base. And then I advance it to the attorney gatekeeper. From there, it goes to the appropriate people in both finance and legal, or anybody else that needs to be on it. For us, it's generally only finance and legal. And so we did get hung up on this particular resolution because I can't remember what the reason was from Director Schoenbaum. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm misstating that. For this one, Deputy Director Schoenbaum did advance it in the system, and so legal reviewed it, but this was the requirement that I have to say that the item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules, because since finance would not sign off, that means I cannot put an assistant county attorney in the reviewed by line. And so the workaround is the suspension of the rules. And so I can't speak to why in the...
You've put it properly. The
Thank
rules
you.
do require that if an item is time-sensitive, the chief administrator or his designee may allow such item to remain on the committee agenda and shall include the following statement on the agenda. Item does not meet requirements of permanent rules, so we are in compliance.
Okay, and so with that compliance, then our chief administrator would have had to okay it to get to this point, an extension of the commission. So, when we're considering the objection, our team has already said that this is something deserving of our input. So I just want to understand that if the commission goes against that, why is our staff okaying something that the commission does not want to move forward? I want consistency in this item, because I'm seeing things potentially being blocked that I'm trying to get to the commission, and I'm just curious about this pathway that we have something on regular agenda and just how it's able to get here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. We're still on the motion to suspend. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I don't have anything personal about this item. It's about the rules, and we have committee rules. So either we're going to follow the rules or we're not. So if we're not, just do away with them for everyone. We won't have double standards here. So either we're going to follow the rules or we're not going to follow the rules. Now, we can suspend the rules if you want to, but we should at least have the item, the correct item in front of us. with an explanation or comments from finance. So we need to be consistent. We need to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman?
And this is also on the motion as well. And so, Chair, I just have a question. Parliamentarian, I hope you can answer, because my understanding as a commissioner, even before we can put anything on base in Granicus, it has to go through finance and through the attorney before we, as commissioners, can even put it in Granicus, period. The other thing is, when we also, I'm seeing commissioners having to do is like a checklist, where there's other divisions are not. It seems like we are penalizing ourselves more than we are other divisions to get anything on heard before the commission. And so, as my colleague stated, so my question then becomes, number one, what is the procedure? Is it supposed to go through finance and through legal, then sent into Granicus? Because if that's not the case, then we have been misled as commissioners.
I'll be happy to set up a training opportunity so we can go over some of these rules that keep coming up. But the rule clearly indicates that if an item is time-sensitive, the chief administrator or his designee may allow such item to remain on the committee agenda and shall include the following statement on the agenda: item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. From what was just said, I understood that finance, there was some error, there was some oversight, and so it wasn't reviewed. But that was not an oversight on the part of staff for the commission or the county
That wasn't
attorney's
the
office.
question. The question was the process.
And so the
And
process
because
was.
when I, for example, if I have an item, or any of the commissioners have an item, it is time sensitive. And so, again, we're having to do tracking, this, that, and the other, or we have to put in this wording, but even to get it on Granicus, okay, in the system, we have to go through those. I've just heard, and you misspoke, that you stated that you put it in Granicus, and then it was going to go through the other processes. Is that not what you said?
Let me clarify. This is
Oh, thank
Jessica
you.
Indengaro, the Chief Administrative Officer for the DA's office. We have to go through a process twice for approvals. We have to go through an email process with finance and legal, which I sent it to finance. I did not receive a response. So that's why I don't have a county attorney name on this, and they didn't officially review it. But then, separately, once that has happened, or once I have a deadline in OnBase, and I know you're saying Granicus, and that might be the vendor, but I only see OnBase. I then have to put it into OnBase, and it then has to go through that process again. In that process, Director Schoenbaum, and I mean, we spent Thursday and Friday trying to get this on the agenda. And at a great expense of time, both days, both the district attorney and me, explaining this situation over and over again, and to staff to explain how we got here. And in that process, finance did advance it, but that was not the same as a review of the document and an approval that would allow us to take this sentence off.
And I just want to say, so as not to belabor this point, the rule does allow for it to appear on the agenda with that language, and the remedy is the suspension of the rules. And so that would require a 2/3 vote of those present and voting. If there's an objection on the floor, and I would recommend proceeding to the vote unless there's, but in terms of what your question is, it is in compliance with this particular rule because the language is on there.
Thank you for that clarification. Again, going back to my point, not to the belabor, we can't even get our stuff on base, period. And then, so that's the issue. It's like it's two different systems here, one for commissioners and one for everybody else. That's what I'm seeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. We're still on the motion. Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's why I was going to ask, where are we right now? Are we on the motion that has been an objection by Commissioner Brooks? And I guess what I'm getting at too is, it sounds like there's some valid concerns. It seems like we need a discussion item maybe on this overall topic. But for this item, it sounds like there was, quite frankly, a mistake, misunderstanding. Can we not just give this office in finance an opportunity to go speak about this now, maybe move it to the Hill, and maybe bring it back up in committee so they can discuss it? Or even can we send it down without a recommendation, let them speak about it over the next couple of days, come to us on Monday with the remedy, and then we vote it up or down? it sounds like we're getting into a process discussion right now and not really on the item. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Morrison?
Commissioner Lowry pretty much summed up what I was going to suggest, to send it down without recommendation, if that would be agreeable. I've got the Exhibit A, which was agreed to by the mayor about this whole program, and this is simply an amendment. To me, it's pretty straightforward and should be passed, but as far as I can tell. So I would recommend what Commissioner Lowry did, send it down without recommendation.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Morrison. So we need to have it before us before we can make those motions. So we're still on the motion to suspend. Commissioner Thornton?
I just ask my colleagues to support the suspension so that we can send it down without recommendation. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue on the motion, let's take the motion to a vote. The motion, Commissioners, is to suspend the rules so we can hear this item. All right, if all commissioners have voted, let's report the tally, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Lowry. Commissioner Brooks has voted no. We have 7 ayes and 1 no.
All right, thank you so much. That motion passes. So now the item is now on the floor for action. Chief Indigaro, can you give us a brief summary of what this is?
Good morning. I'm Jessica Indengaro. I work in the DA's office. I can't remember my title. Chief something. And hang on with me. Okay, so this, I believe, is a pretty simple matter. There's some extra money left over in a grant that the Sheriff's Office administers. Katie Mack, who is probably the gold standard of grants in Shelby County, let us know that this money was available and asked us if we could use it. She knew that we could because we've already expended what we were budgeted for overtime related to Drug Task Force functions. So we have additional overtime that we have spent and would have to pay, but this grant money is available to do that. So this resolution approves transfers out of 2 spots in order for the funding to be moved to the district attorney's office so that we then can apply that to overtime that we have already incurred in FY26. It will take us through the end of this fiscal year.
All right, thank you, Chief Indigaro. Commissioners, I know previously that Commissioner Thornton.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to send this down without recommendation.
All right, there's been a motion to send this down without recommendation, moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Thank you, Chief. All right, can we read item 3, please?
Item 3 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office FY 2027 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $182,339 to expend funding made available from the State of Tennessee's Office of Criminal Justice Programs. Amend the grant fund position control budget by adding 4.7 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling $182,339 from the grant, and amend the general fund position control budget by adding 4.3 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling up to $89,041 from existing personnel funding in the general fund. The grant is for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, and this item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. I heard the last line again, which means we may need to take up that motion first. I'll go to Commissioner Sugarman. Do you wish to make a motion, or are you in the queue just to speak?
I just want to know why it didn't meet the requirements again. That's all. Point of information.
Let me go to Chief Indigaro on that.
Hi, Jessica Indengaro, the Chief Administrative Officer of the DA's office. And this one is a little bit different than the other one. I understood when I submitted it to Finance for their email consideration that they were likely not going to be in favor of this, and that we were going to end up in this exact spot where it does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules. In this particular instance, I did not hear back from Finance via email, but I understood that they were likely going to oppose this, just like they opposed it last year. And so that means that the county attorney can't review it. And so I don't have a county attorney listed on here. And we submitted it into OnBase. And in OnBase, it originally got denied by Deputy Director Schoenbaum. And we had to work for most of the day on Friday to get it back to her so that she could press the button so that it would make it to the agenda. But again, that was not Finance signing off on this resolution. That was for the sake of the agenda.
Commissioner Sugarman?
I would, again, like to hear from Finance to determine why they did not approve this one.
Can we hear from Finance?
Good morning, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I started speaking on this resolution prior to, because the original resolution she was talking about, we did not deny. But as far as this resolution is concerned, we did deny it because it requires to have a portion of the salary come from the general fund. We do not prefer using general fund dollars on grants because you don't know when the grant is going to end or if it is not going to be reinstated, and then the general fund will be responsible for paying the full amount of the salary. So that's why general fund or finance does not prefer, and I think we talked about this last year, but it was approved last year, and I thought under the impression that it would not come back this year, but it did come back. So that's why we're denying that.
All right. Okay, Commissioner Sugarman is good. Commissioner Lowry, and again, we still don't have this before us, but I'm recognizing you next.
Chair, happy to follow the rules. What do we need to do?
So I think we need a motion to suspend the rules to hear the item.
So moved.
Can I recognize Commissioner Morrison? Commissioner Morrison has made a motion to suspend the rules. Seconded by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. So let me go back to Commissioner Lowry.
Thanks, Chair. And we're getting along the line of question I was going to have for this one. It sounds like we're going to be in the same boat as the last resolution. However, is this grant done annually? Because it says it goes through 2027. Again, it's for salaries for 4 people. So is this something that continuously, that we get annually, have done in the past? Or going forward, would this be the assumption that this is going to be baked into the budget or going to need to be coming out of the general fund going forward?
Jessica Inangaro, the Chief Administrative Officer for the District Attorney's Office. So I can't speak to how long it will go into the future. And I did not have the same understanding as Director Tipton regarding that it would not come back this year. This particular grant, a version of it, has been in place for at least the last 5 fiscal years, and I think that that is closer to 10. And this has to do with 4 victim witness coordinators. It has appeared on the budget in different ways. Previous to the fiscal year we're in right now, it showed as 4 full positions on the grant budget at 1.0 full-time equivalent positions, with an obligation of us to provide matching funds. Has a connotation, but that we would pay for 25% of it because we knew that the state was only going to pay for 75% of it. So every year we were having to, and my predecessor, the DA's predecessor, were having to find the money in whether that is locally held funds at the trustee or wherever. And they were kind of inconsistent on whether those payments happened. And so for me, coming in, I look at that, I say, okay, 0.7, 0.3, if we're going to have to come up with money every year and it's stressful for everybody, it's stressful for finance as to whether or not the money is going to come in, and they don't want to have a balance on the grant budget, this is the way to do it, and this is just a different way of recognizing what that funding split was. And because we had the funding to do it, that is why this proposal is the way that it is. So last year was a 1-year contract with no renewals. This year is also a 1-year contract with no renewals. So when there are renewals, we don't come back to the commission. The renewals can just kind of happen. But we are very aware that if we don't have the funding, that we're not talking about keeping people on the payroll. And how do we pay for that? We're talking about laying people off, which is where we got very close to last year. And so this year, the contract came very late. I had to bug OCJP to send it to us. I had to send in all of our deadlines to them so that they would understand how critical this is, that we get this on the agenda before the last meeting of the year. And I still was just in a pickle. And we also, they're requiring to me, what is an unrealistic signature time frame to get the signature after the resolution is approved, if it were to be approved. And so this is the exact same situation that was approved last year in the fall, and we're asking to do it more timely this year in advance of FY27 so that finance understands that they don't have to worry about the folks that are currently on the payroll because this grant is coming. This is something that I'm very just a little bit traumatized by from last year's session. So I will always remember this, and I will always try to get it to you in advance as long as the grant occurs. And for us, it's 4 critical victim witness coordinators. 2 of them work in our special victims unit, which is primarily children and some of the most awful sex crimes there are, as well as vulnerable adults and other special victims. So we're asking to be able to keep these folks on the payroll.
In the meantime, procedurally, I believe that you wanted to proffer a substitute version.
Yes, I do. There were only a couple of minor changes within what is currently before you on the machines. Ms. Thomas has those documents, which include both the substitute resolution and a summary sheet with an addition at the bottom that lists the changes. I had a typo. I referenced a 0.7 position instead of a 0.3 position in one spot. And so legal is not allowed to officially review these documents, but somebody gave me a couple of pointers just to try to clarify what we're trying to do, just in case it does advance. And of course, we're hopeful that it does.
All right, Commissioners, something happened with my screen. I had a queue, it went away, and now I have a new queue, and we're in Budget and Finance suddenly. So apologies, I don't know who originally was next, but we do have let me go to Chairwoman Avant.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. So I'm trying to remember back to also the situation with the grant funds and then what we were asked to pull from general fund in order to offset some of the positions. So Director Tipton, if you could just refresh my memory. I thought at that time, D.A. Mulroy said if he didn't have the money in the budget, he would not come back to this body to assume from our general fund to help pay for positions. Is that correct?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. At the time last year, there was no money there. We had not received the grant funds, and so general fund was fully funding all 4 positions until the grant fund money could come in. And at the time, it had not come in. And that is my point exactly. Do we know for certain that grant funds going to always come in? As Ms. Indigaro just indicated, this is an annual renewal. So every year we have to look at this and determine whether or not we're going to have to pay for it. So that is my point. This is a grant. Normally, Shelby County, it's not policy, but we do not like to fund grants. Grants should stand alone. If you have a grant, it should stand alone. And in this case, they're asking that we pay part of the salary for these 4 positions out of the general fund.
Okay, and so, Ms. Tipton, and I guess my other question is, how are we paying for positions from the general fund for a budget that has not been approved?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We do not pay people. So if payroll comes through that somebody was on payroll and performed the service for the county, we pay it. Whether budget is there or not, we pay it.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jessica Ningaro from the District Attorney's Office. I'm the Chief Administrator. When Director Tipton says that the general fund is paying it, what she's saying is that though we have a position control budget for the grant fund, what she said was that they had not received the money from the state. I believe that that's incorrect. But she said that they had not received the money from the state, so that meant that the general fund was paying for those grant positions. That is a technical finance piece. However, the state, OCJP, we bill them every month. They are timely payers. That's why I think she's incorrect about that particular statement. She is correct about that regarding a different grant fund, but not about this one, because the state is a timely payer. So, but in order to make sure that that this can continue, we have to have the resolution and grant in place for next year. That's what we are trying to do right now.
I think my challenge with this is we get into this position where if it's a grant fund and now we've hired these employees and we just assume this in our budget if the grant does not come in. And I just don't think that's a good way to do business in Shelby County.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant. So we still need to move the substitute, and our parliamentarian is going to strangle me if I don't do that here. So let me move the substitute. Can I get a second on that? Seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. I also hear from the parliamentarian we need to go through suspending the permanent rules again to hear the substitute. So I will make that motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Morrison. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. So now the substitute is before us. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so I have a couple of questions. So as far as fund balance policy, it's 20-30%. Are we under the fund balance policy as of today?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. No, we are not.
Okay, thank you.
Within our fund policy.
Oh, we're not under the fund balance policy. So in other words, we're over 20%?
That question is kind of hard to answer because we're still in this fiscal year.
Okay.
So we're still closing the books. Expenditures are still coming in. We usually measure our fund balance at the very end of the year. So as of last year, 2025, we were not within our policy. So we're still closing the books for this fiscal year. So I really can't 100% say we are within our fund budget, our fund balance policy.
Thank you for that. And so as I'm analyzing our budgets for the past several years, since at least 2022, our fixed costs have been increasing. And I'm looking at what's coming in, and it has not grown. And that is a huge issue for me. And so, again, my concerns over the grants at the federal and state level being canceled. You know, there's no guarantee that we're going to be reimbursed for these funds. And so I agree with the chair, that is a concern, especially with a new administration, new commissioners coming on board. We don't want to leave them in a negative situation. I'm very concerned about those fixed costs because as I see more and more people coming on board, we're also have been giving raises every year. And to the DAs, we gave thousands of dollars to the DA for to write the deficit because my understanding at that point in time, they not were receiving the same amount as their counterparts. And so I understand that. And so I do sympathize, but also I am fiscally conservative. And we're in a huge situation as not being able to make the payrolls and things of that nature going forward if we continue at this rate of hiring people, giving raises, et cetera, because our fixed costs are increasing. I'm extremely concerned about that. And I cannot justify raising property taxes or anything, or any fees or adding fees if we can't get this straight. We've got to be fiscally conservative. And I'm seeing budget coming before me with their fat. They've got a lot of fat. And I'm going through them, and I'm appalled. I really am. And so I support what Director Tipton has recommended, and my answer is a no. Thank you.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
Jessica Inangaro from the District Attorney's Office. I'm the CAO. The good news is that I'm not actually asking this commission for any money from fund balance or unidentified general fund money. These positions were created last year. The money is there. The same money that is funding them right now on the general fund is going to fund them again next year. And so this is a neutral budgetary request from where I sit. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Morrison.
This resolution's more complicated to me than the prior one. Because of the added positions, I see grant money, and I think Chair Avant and Director Tipton made a really good points there, because the issue for us, and we've heard about it in our current budget, which has problems, is that Shelby County's had a population loss over the last decade. Meanwhile, our budget's gone slightly up, and our employee count has really significantly increased, and therein lies our rub, why we can't balance it, why it's next to impossible. Is there a way to receive the funds without adding positions? And so we want to take in the grant dollars, but we don't want to be stuck with costs that just increase year over year.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Morrison. I'm Jessica Indengaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer in the District Attorney's Office. Last year, I was told that it was a policy that we could not split positions. That turned out not to be a correct statement. There's not a policy, and Director Tipton has correctly stated that this is a preference of finance. And part of it is that split positions are very difficult to set up. But we went through that process last year, and these positions now exist. If you read further into the resolution, you will find a paragraph in the whereases that says, if it is too administratively burdensome for finance to create the new positions, that the existing positions can just be transferred to the new grant fund position control budget, instead of having to come up with new position numbers, which is what happens when you create a position. And I saw up close the hard work that they did last year to implement this. But specifically, I have left the option in there. Legal has not been able to review it. I'm interested in their input, and maybe we can hear from them on Monday. But I think that this is a viable solution just to transfer the positions from one grant fund to the other grant fund and still have them linked to the same .3 position on our main position control budget.
Well, with that, I would suggest you talk again with finance, and I would move it down without recommendation for Monday, if everyone's in agreement with that.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Morrison. I had the sponsor in the queue. Is there a second to the motion to move this down without? Second. So there's a second from Chairwoman Avance. Before I do that, let me recognize Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I got to say that they have to be turning flips in Nashville right now, the way we are talking about sending back grant money. So I think we keep operating from this body from a survival mindset, and so therefore we're thinking about, it's nothing about how we moving forward. I hear you loud and clear. I don't know why it's getting colluded like it's about, because what you're saying today is, last year you came after the budget situation, so therefore we had to do what we had to do, then money had to be taken for the budget to be able to pay it, go forward until the grant got done. This time, you're trying to get ahead of the budget, get it approved, so the money comes in like clockwork and pay for the positions that are being required. We're talking about victims here. We're talking about victims that we are talking about at the same time, a DA office that we saying that criminals who create acts against these victims, we don't even want them to pay $12.50, even though they can pay a lawyer when they commit these acts against the victim. Just totally blows my mind to hear that we're saying we're not going to support victims with what you're saying. I hear you, that you want to get ahead of it, the papers get filed, the process get taken care of, the money goes into the bank, into the budget to be able to pay for victim activists to be able to do their job for the victims in our county. Last year, I understand where this body position was. It was after the fact. We needed the funds because whatever the DA office, like I said, didn't get it in on time or what have you. But now you said we saw that. Now let's get it in before, so I can get this paper to the state. The state can then start sending the money down to pay these victim activists, advocates, who are going to be working with these individuals in our county. So I don't get it, like where we missing that part at, but we're willing to, again, keep talking about the problems that we have in our county, but I don't see where we're talking about solution. The reason why people are going to continue to leave Shelby County is because we don't take care of the victims in this county. People are victimized, and then we just do nothing because we don't even have people, no resources to do nothing to mitigate people from doing it, and the people who you can show up after we've been victimized, and we're not going to fund that. And so it blows my mind to hear what I'm hearing, because I think that it's being colluded into all the other survival mode mindsets. I don't want to give nothing more. I don't want to do more, but we're going to continue to take and want to fund stuff that not even impacting the lives of people who are going to continue to move out of Shelby County. So I'm blown away. I hear you. It saddened me that they don't. I pray that you and finance can get together to make this clear for the people on Monday to understand how this process worked, be able to show where those checks came in to pay those people from last year after this was approved, after the budget was done. Thank you.
All right, I do have a motion on the floor. I have two more commissioners still in the queue, and I see Director Tipton. You're recognized.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director, Administration and Finance. Thank you, Commissioner Caswell, for what you said. There is nothing in finances saying that we want to send the grant dollars back. What we're asking is that the departments and the electeds work within the confines of the grant. We have limited dollars and resources to go around, so we're asking 3 positions instead of 4, and that's a suggestion. Just work within the confines of the grant. Sometimes you can't achieve what you need to achieve from a grant with the dollars that you're given. And of course, everybody wants more and wants to do more, but it's just not always available. So that's why we were asking the DA's office to try to work within the confines of the grant. We are not saying send the grant back. We're not saying don't take care of the people. It's just work within the confines of the grant.
All right, Chairwoman Avon.
Thank you. I hear my colleagues' plea about making sure we're not sending back funds that could be utilized for some very important work here. But I also think you said it as simply as possible. We would love to be able to do 1,000 different things, but the resources are not unlimited. And so if I'm reading this correctly, we're saying still needing to take money from the general fund in order to accept the grant funds. So if you're saying just work within the confines of the grant, rather than adding on positions with benefits that we then would be responsible for, and there's no gap to fill those funds, we cannot keep funding county government in this way. We just can't. I mean, there's nothing, I don't know how you get water from a turnip. Like, I just don't, the math does not math. So if we're saying that within the confines and you're willing to work with them in order to do that, why wouldn't we just do that? And Ms. Indegaro, please know from the position that I sit and the work that I do on a daily basis, I understand the importance of programs like this. But if you could have the 3 rather than the 4 and you could have them within the budget, why would we not just try to work within the confines of the grant? I don't need anyone to respond to that, but I do just think for my colleagues, we just have to think, we have to be smarter about how we spend the actual dollars of the county. We just have to be smarter about that because we are looking right now at an unbalanced budget.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avon. I do have a comment card now, and I believe you're also on the agenda for the next item, but Leslie Taylor, if you give us your name and zip code, you'll have 2 minutes.
Am I now? Leslie Taylor, Memphis Crime Beat 38117. First of all, I want to say I appreciate very much the debate around my taxpayer dollars and using those effectively. Thank you for that. I want to make sure that you understand the importance of these victim witness coordinators. I'm getting ready to talk about cases that are dismissed, charges that are dismissed in our justice system. And one of the things the district attorney's office will explain to us is, look, you know, this case, that charge, we had problems with the witness. And so we could not pursue this case because we didn't have cooperation from the witness. The people that are working in these roles are essential in working with victims and witnesses so that they testify and we can prosecute and convict criminals the way we should. I'm about to show you numbers that will show that Shelby County is behind both Nashville and Knoxville in their ability to convict cases and to prosecute cases. These positions are essential in helping the DA's office do that effectively. In addition, they provide support for people who've been traumatized by crime. We often have victims reach out to us as they struggle with the workings of the justice system, and those roles of the victim witness coordinator are essential in helping them navigate their way through the justice system. So I understand it's a budgetary issue. Please find the money somewhere. Surely there's got to be something else we can cut that's less important than these positions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Commissioner all right, Caswell, you're good. All right, so there was a motion on the floor to send this down without a recommendation. It's been seconded. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved, so that item moves down without recommendation. That concludes number 3, and we'll pick up can we read in item 4?
Yes, sir. Item 4 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Memphis Crime Beat, Shelby County Justice System Report with Leslie Taylor and Ron Walker presenting.
Thank you so much. Again, if you'd give us your name and zip code, then you will have 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Leslie Taylor, Memphis Crime Beat 38117.
Ron Walker, Memphis Crime Beat 38119.
Thank you all for having us back. Want to start off by thanking all of you for your public service. Hugely important to our community that we have quality people passionate about our community, advocating for citizens of our community. So thank you for that. Also, I know y'all pushed the CLEAR project through the University of Memphis CCRE through, and we very much appreciate that. We're super excited. I believe now the timeline is 6 months, and they should be rolling out that data, which will help us better understand how our justice system is working. So thank you. We're going to talk about updated data today. We have new data. We're going to talk about solutions and what our future looks like. I think y'all remember when we were back here in May of 2025, we talked about our crime funnel. And this is our framework for Memphis Crime Beat. We're tracking and aggregate data crimes from the time they're committed through sentencing. When I came and spoke to you in May, all the things that are in black on this slide we presented to you, there's a lot of red. And that is what we have uncovered and published since we've been, since we last met with you. So we look at crimes reported. Of course, we're down to 90,000 crimes reported in 2025. That's great, great news that all of our citizens benefit from. Moving on to our clearance rate, we started at 17% in 2024. Since then, in 2025, MPD improved its clearance rate to 21%. As a reminder, that's basically arrests that they have made as opposed to outstanding crimes. And we're increasing additionally at a higher rate in 2026 Q1, we're up to 28%. So kudos to our law enforcement. That clearance rate represents a huge amount of work and resources and effort on improving that clearance rate. We reported that about 20% of folks receive ROR bail. Now we have new data for you on how long it is taking to dispose of cases or to litigate cases. In criminal court, the median number of days to litigate a case for felonies is 395, almost 400. It's important to note this does not include how long it takes to go through general sessions and the indictment process. If you can go back, please. Looking at how cases are disposed, we can now tell you that 68% of criminal cases in Shelby County are prosecuted. This goes back to that previous agenda item because we need to have strong coordination with witnesses in order to prosecute cases effectively. 51% of convicted charges, we have a 51% conviction rate of charges in prosecuted cases. Of course, that doesn't involve cases where we've dismissed all the charges. When we look at the length of sentence, we don't know yet how long people are serving, but we know that 62% of convictions in our criminal court involve no incarceration. Another thing our justice and law enforcement systems must do is rehabilitate people. We don't have data on that, except I'll report to you that the Shelby County Jail reports how many times people have been booked into jail when they come into the jail. So at this point, 80% of inmates booked into jail have been there previously, and 50% of those being booked into jail have been in jail 6 or more times. That suggests that we're not doing a very good job rehabilitating people. Next. We know that swift legal consequences deter crime. So what are swift legal consequences? Well, the National Council of State Court define those, that's on the left, meaning that 98% of the cases are litigated within 365 days. Our data on the right shows that we are well outside those model time standards, which are arguably aspirational, but we still should aspire to meet them. We're looking at a median of 400 days to litigate cases just in criminal court. Again, not counting general sessions and time to indictment. Appropriate legal consequences, meaning convictions, deter crime. So when we look at criminal court cases that are disposed as of first quarter 2026, we're seeing that 68% of cases are prosecuted. That means that about a third of cases are not being prosecuted. The chart on the right shows for quarter one, the original charge versus what the convicted charge is. So the original charge is in blue, the convicted charge is in orange. And you'll notice that for M, A, and B felonies, the blue bar is higher than the orange bar. And for felony C, D, E, and misdemeanors, the orange bar is larger than the blue bar. What is that is telling you is that we are pleading down felony M, A, and B charges to felony C, D, E, and misdemeanors. Looking at charge judgments, we broke a few of these out for y'all. The first one is looking at drugs. In our criminal court, 88% of drug charges are being dismissed, 6% plead guilty as charged, and 5% plead guilty to a lesser charge. For, if you can go back one, please. For weapons charges, which I would argue are very important to our community as we're trying desperately to reduce violent crime, 69% of weapons charges in our criminal court are being dismissed, 19% are pled guilty as charged, and 7% plead to a lesser charge. Assault is another important category for our community because often these folks are repeat offenders, and also these crimes lead to more violent and more deadly crimes typically. We are dismissing 55% of assault charges, and 23% are pleading guilty as charged, with 11% pleading guilty to a lesser charge. One of the things that we're seeing as we're looking through different cases is we see cases where there are multiple charges, 2 charges, 3 charges, 6 charges, or more charges, and many of those charges were dismissed. So we are trying to put aggregate numbers to that, and this is the nature of the chart. So what this chart is showing you, if you look at the 2-charge case, on the far left in blue, you can see the cases where all the charges were dropped or null prossed, and the orange bar shows in a 2-charge case 1 charge being prosecuted, and the green charge shows 2 charges being prosecuted. So if you go out to the 6-charge case, you can see the vast majority are being dismissed or null prossed, and while you're having convictions on 1, 2, or 3 charges, you're not seeing any convictions for charges 4, 5, and 6. Then we looked at sentencing, and we wanted to know what does our sentencing look like. So the chart on the left breaks down the different forms of sentencing. You can see 30% have a suspended sentence. A suspended sentence is a prison sentence, but the defendant is allowed to serve that prison sentence outside of prison in something similar to probation. So as long as they meet the conditions of their suspended sentence, they serve their time outside of prison. Additional 11% receive judicial diversion. 9% receive time served, 18% are incarcerated. So looking at the overall, again, this is just in criminal court, 73% of folks in Q1 2026 received no incarceration, and 27% were incarcerated as a result of their conviction. So then we wanted to know, this came up after we published the last set of data is, well, how are we doing relative to other Tennessee judicial districts? And Ron and his data team worked and were able with AOC data to make those comparisons. So if you look at Memphis, we are dismissing cases at a higher rate than Nashville or Knoxville. Chattanooga is an outlier in all of the data we looked at. I could tell you some stories about Chattanooga, but I would leave it at they're probably not the best city for us to compare ourselves to. Looking at the guilty plea mix, if we look at Memphis as compared again to all the cities, we are convicting folks guilty as charged at a lower rate, and we are convicting folks to a lesser charge at a higher rate than other cities in Tennessee. Then we looked at how our justice system is performing over time. That's what this chart is showing you. The red line is tracking Memphis, with the gray bar Knoxville, the green bar Chattanooga, the orange bar Nashville. You can see again, Chattanooga is an outlier in this data. We were tracking kind of on track with Nashville, but since basically since 2022, we're now outpacing most all the cities in regards to our dismissal rates. This chart is similar, only we're comparing guilty plea to a lesser charge, and you can see since 2022 that rate has increased substantially, and we're now pleading down cases at a higher rate than any of our comparison cities in Tennessee. So what are our conclusions? Well, unfortunately, our statistics suggest that they're favoring the criminals. You have a 1 in 4 chance of being arrested, even with the improvements that law enforcement has made. And in our criminal court, we have more than a 70% chance of serving no time if you're convicted. And this includes defendants who are previously convicted criminals and or have committed violent crimes. Cases are taking a long time to litigate, and many charges and many cases are being dismissed. So what are we recommending to help solve some of our problems, or to address some of the challenges in the justice system? Number one is reduce case litigation time. This helps everyone. It helps the defendant. It importantly helps the victims. It helps the taxpayers by reducing costs. It helps everyone who works in the system. It helps our situation in the jail. We right now have about 745 inmates in our jail who have been in more than 500 days waiting for their case to be resolved. So we need to do whatever we can to reduce case litigation time. We touched on this with agenda item 3. We need to improve our rate of victim witness testimony, because then we can dismiss fewer cases, and I think there are some things we could do in that regard. Again, reducing case litigation time. The longer a case drags on, the victim or witness could move away. God forbid they die. For whatever reason, they decide not to testify, and the whole case falls apart. We need to explore the relationship between pretrial incarceration and testimony. One of the things we're wondering is if a defendant is released on bond, are they intimidating the witness, and therefore the witness does not want to testify? We need to look at our sentencing. If you're a witness and you're getting ready to testify against a violent offender, you want to be assured that there's going to be some sort of appropriate consequence for that defendant's actions. Otherwise, you're not going to testify. So we need to look at the relationship of sentences and testimony. If we can go back. And there we go. And then we need to look at our courtroom environment. Again, I'd invite anyone who hasn't come to court with us to please do. If you go to the General Sessions Court, I think you'll find that the environment down there is not conducive to someone who's been traumatized by a crime submitting testimony in that courtroom. You're sitting about as far away from the perpetrator of that crime as I am from Mr. Walker. It's a loud, chaotic environment. I think we could do some things in the courtroom that would help victims feel more comfortable testifying and then potentially allow that case to be prosecuted. Also, we need to conduct more trials. Prior to COVID-19, we were conducting about 200 trials annually. Obviously, during the pandemic, that number dropped substantially. That's understandable. However, post-COVID, we have not gotten back up to that 200 number. We're still conducting around 55 trials a year. Conducting trials is important because it helps litigators negotiate reasonable plea deals, right? The defendant has to feel like they will go to trial if they don't agree to a reasonable plea deal. And if you're not conducting trials, the threat of going to trial isn't there. So it is very important that we are conducting a reasonable amount of trials. And with that, I rushed through everything because I know we're behind schedule, but if y'all have any questions for me or Ron, happy to take them. And thank you very much for having us back to report on what we've been finding.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. I do have a commissioner in the queue, and then I do have a couple of comment cards. So let me go first to you, Commissioner Caswell.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I just to say first, thank you for your comments a minute ago as well about the victims and the capacity that helps those individuals who need to come to court to be able to testify against these individuals. I think that we have to see their need for investment there. I appreciate, too, your comments about the infrastructure problems that we got in our county that need to be addressed. I just want to know, like, with the data that you're getting, because I remember and I appreciate the work that y'all are doing and been doing it for a minute now, continue to build capacity around that. But how are you getting the data you're getting now? I know that the clear has just been put into place to move some of that. How are you collecting this data? And do it lines up with the district attorney office data?
Yeah, you want to comment on that, Ron?
Yes, Ron Walker, Memphis Crime Beat. Most of the data that we just presented came from the administrative officer of the courts in Nashville. We request this data on a monthly basis to give us all the dispositions that happened in criminal court, and they give original charge, the resulting charge, and the judgment. We then have to look up the sentencing information manually. We do not get a system feed on that.
And two, you made a comment about some of the gun charges, and I know in some cases just recently individuals were charged with dropped, and the reason they was dropped is because of state law, right? When we talk about anybody can carry guns in their homes, but many times these people are being charged, but the state law said that they can carry the gun. So how much of that equation of what you're seeing when you talk about gun charges drop, that is because of what the state law allows people to do in the state?
Ron Walker, Memphis Crime Beat. Don't have the exact numbers, but the majority of the gun charges that we address there are convicted felons in possession of a handgun. Yet that case is being dismissed.
And that's real concern. I know you're not here to talk about that, but maybe get the DA office here to talk about why is that the case? Because if it's okay with the chair, if she could speak to that, because I just like to know if it's a felon, how is a felon able to get a charge dropped when they don't supposed to have a gun in the first place, if that's the case?
Good morning. I'm Jessica Ningaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer in the District Attorney's Office, and I don't have a direct prosecutorial function in the office, though I'm around the office. So there were a couple of questions. So one was how aligned their data is with the District Attorney's Office, and we have not been able to replicate their results. They are dealing with the AOC. We don't really have much to do once we submit our information to the DA conference and to the AOC. And these are some volunteer citizens in the community, and they're trying really hard. And so we don't want to try to tamp that impulse down. But specifically related to felons in possession, they often are charged with some other things in addition to the possession itself. They're not pulled over because of possession. They're pulled over because of some other much more significant crime. And so in terms of talking about reasonable plea agreements, sometimes that is an incentive to result in incarceration on more serious crimes. And so I can't speak to any particular case, certainly not off the top of my head, but I know that that is one avenue with this. Just in general, what I know about statistics is that, and particularly around criminal justice, is that you really have to ask the right question at the beginning. So one of the things that got mentioned was that you have a 70% chance of getting no incarceration. I know that folks in my office have discussed this directly with, I'm not sure if it's these people or some of their other volunteers, but one of the things that they're missing from this is the pretrial incarceration, or the incarceration before the plea deal happens. So we have people that are in prison for years and who do not show up as a time-served sentence. So it doesn't show up in either what they're asking for or what they're reporting. But we know that that's one of kind of the fatal flaws in how the public discussion goes on these issues. And so where people have already served a long time, whether it shows up as time served or not, that incarceration didn't not happen. So that's just some context I can give you. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, I did get back in. Thank you, Chair. I just got back in the queue that, again, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that's been done. Again, all of this awareness and need to be done, and more volunteers and more people need to get involved in, I think, looking at what's happening in our county, especially when you talk about what's happening at the level of victims. I know I'll be asking in the DA office as well, when you look at many of the things that you all have brought up, how do it compare with some of the real numbers? Because I think even the DA spoke to, I know you went back to your seat, about how many cases was charged, more cases was being convicted than even before his time of getting into office. I know that was shared because it was making it look like that he was being a lot lenient than what the prior was. But again, that data is important because I think we cannot have just one side of the coin, things being spoken to that without having the whole picture and the right picture being spoken, the facts that's needed. Because she made a great point. And again, you might come back for me real quick, because one of the things is, and I know I met a young man when I was in this inside circle that was at 201 Poplar, and he was in there for 10 years at 201 Poplar. And I was wondering, that 10 years he have spent at 201 Poplar, when he's finally convicted, do that show his time served? Or is that what we're looking at when we talk about cases being dismissed after they spent 10 years at 201 Poplar?
Can I answer that?
If Miss, okay, you can go first. I'm sorry, Chair.
Leslie Taylor, Memphis Crime Beat. So our time served category, our incarcerated category includes both those that are convicted and have a prison sentence and those that receive time served. The issue of pretrial incarceration is a different issue from sentencing. You can't serve a sentence for a crime that you haven't been committed, for. So it's not a sentence unless they're given prison time with credit for time served. And in that case, even if they walk out of the court a free person that day, if they're given prison time with credit for time served, they are included in our incarcerated category. When they aren't included in our incarcerated category is if they're given a suspended sentence, because that's a different thing. Now, if they commit a crime and don't meet the requirements of their suspended sentence and they get in jail, they will be given credit for their time served pretrial at that point. But when their sentence is delivered, they are not being given credit for that time served. So they're not in our incarcerated category.
Not in that number. Okay. You had something to add to that?
I didn't really follow that, so I can't add.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Let me go to the comment cards. Clerk Sawyer. If you give us your name and title, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Tammy Sawyer, Journal Sessions Court Clerk. Just wanted to take a moment first to thank you all again for the approval of the CLEAR platform, which as stated in the presentation will be really great in us being able to have access to the data across the criminal justice system, but also similar to, as Chief Indigaro shared, will allow this data to be clear and not data that's used to answer a specific question by any side of the crime debate, but actually everyone can look at the numbers themselves and make their own assessments. I did want to address on the outcomes slide, the summary slide, a few things really quickly for the commission, because I do, think that Crime Beat brings up some really good points. But I do want to address the part about long time to litigation, as well as conducting more trials and the rate of victim and witness, not the rate, but the improving the experience of victim testimony. As you all know, 201 Poplar Administration Building is under reconstruction, whereas it should have been finished, I believe, by the end of this year. We are likely not to see that building updated until maybe 2030. And with the administration changes coming, that is going to be even slower. And the General Sessions Court, our bail hearing room and our order of protection room are very unsafe for victims, as well as our courts that have not been reconstructed. If you go to the criminal court level, those courtrooms also do not have spaces to keep defendants separate from their victims. So pretty much almost any courtroom that you go into in the criminal side, whether it's a General Sessions criminal courtroom or a criminal court courtroom, currently does not have the ability for a victim, especially a victim of violent crime, to feel safe. And that is something that we have seen some of the plans that are, you can see some of the newer courtrooms, but one of the things with constructions, and I wish Commissioner Bradford were here, one of the things with construction is we build plans 10 years ago to be built 10 years later, and now we're learning the things that we need. And one of those things that we needed, we actually had to delay a few of the opening of courtrooms because the boxes that hold the defendants weren't built to specifications needed to keep the judges and the courtroom employees safe. And so think about the same with the victims. They are kept in the same hallway currently as some of their as some of the defendants, and so 201 can be a very unsafe space, and so I did want to echo that as well. I do also want to say that one of the things, and I'll wrap this up because my time is up, but I do want to say that one of the other things about the time to court that we're facing as well is that with the number of cases that we are seeing constantly on the rise, we are also slammed in both General Sessions criminal and higher criminal, felony criminal, with getting cases even heard for an initial setting. The good thing is we'll have 2 new criminal judges coming, very soon. But additionally, even with the number of General Sessions judges that we have, our dockets, sometimes we have employees leaving court at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, just to finish the docket for a day. And so what we are experiencing is, once again, a system that's not able to keep up due to the lack of resources, usually personnel. And also, we probably, if we're going to continue to have these many cases, the same step that was taken to get another criminal court judge, we probably need more General Sessions Court judges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clerk Sawyer. Let me go to Cardell Oren. And again, if you give us your name and zip code, please.
There we go. Thank you. Cardell Oren, Stamp Children, Tennessee, 38112. I just wanted to comment, not let this go by. I think I agree with most of the other all the other comments that were made, in addition to what Commissioner Caswell said. I think that if we take this presentation in context, it's like, the classic, we described an elephant, and they just gave us the nose, the trunk, or the nose, and we might think it's a snake. And so, if we look at our justice system solely through convictions, then the idea is that if we lock up more people and put them in prison, that makes our community better. That is absolutely not the case, and there's multiple research and cases on cases that would allow that to be proven to be so. So we clearly need to look at all of this in context. Again, I agree with everybody that the clear opportunity is a wonderful opportunity. So should have said with Justice and Safety Alliance, we might think that the data is going to say one thing. Ms. Crime might think it's going to say another, but we can get clear data and we can come up with solutions based on that. I'd also say that as we look at these charges, and even with the data that they're looking at, we know that charges get stacked. And from the policing to the prosecutors, they charge for things that they know aren't going to get convicted on. And so we need to look at the justice system in that, in addition to what we know are law enforcement challenges in our community that at times, at least the Department of Justice previously said, were attacks on people and had great racial disparities and age disparities for young people in terms of how policing was happening. So when we look at drug charges and gun charges, we also need to look through a lens of clarity of what's been identified and said about our community. So hopefully we can come back and add more context to this discussion. I think we're all on the same page that we want swift and direct court cases and ability for people to process through the justice system. But we also want to be clear that we need to keep a safe community, and safety is broad. Safety means how people are treated, how they get through the justice system, and their opportunities to thrive and live in our community with a justice system that serves them, not attacks them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oren. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And Cordell Orrin, thank you for your comments, because I was going to go along those lines, because my concern with the crime beat, thank you for the work that you do, first of all, but my concern is the rehabilitation component. If you all could look at the programs that are working, I would like to know those as well, not just, the stats on the data on convictions, et cetera, because, as we know, eventually these individuals will be out on the streets. And so we want to make sure that they are receiving some type of programming, and if not, why not? And then, according to the Constitution, everybody is allowed a free and speedy trial. And you said 365 days or more. That is not a free and speedy trial. And so that's a concern. The other concern I'm hearing from Clerk Sawyer is the idea that we have the victims and the defendants, how, being in the same area. That is a huge concern. And so my question for Clerk Sawyer is, you stated that, is there a solution to that? And if so, when will it take place? And if you don't mind coming back up to the podium, I'm just curious.
Sorry, I was eating gummy bear.
That's okay. I heard they were entertaining, so.
Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. So there is a plan for the 201 upgrades, as with the courtrooms, and that's being worked currently. There's going to be a shortage because we have added the 2 courts back, and also drug court split its docket into 2. Judge Gilbert has split his docket into 2, and sometimes we use those extra courtrooms, and so we will have to figure out space in the coming months. But there's not a plan built into the current courtroom upgrade plan about victim safety. When we look at the courtroom design for the current courtroom remodel plan, it does not, there's boxes that you can put someone in if they're coming straight from 201. And but those boxes, you've seen the video of the guy who jumped over the counter at the judge up north?
Yes.
Yes, so that could happen.
Yeah.
It's an even lower threshold in the new courtrooms. And then additionally, victims, you'll just have to come see the courtrooms. Just the way it's all laid out, like a victim, if they had to come speak to, especially in the lower courtrooms, if they have to come speak to the judge, they're right here. There's no
barrier.
Barrier.
So let me ask you this, a follow-up question real quickly. And so is there room for modifications to these designs? Because I know there are modifications that come along the way. And as you stated that these designs were back when, and now they're being built, is there any opportunity to modify these designs?
Well, we're on about a 5 to 8 year scope creep, I believe. Yeah, about from when we were supposed to be done to where we are now. And as I mentioned earlier this year, when we opened the first new courtroom, we had to pause because we discovered the microphones were wrong, the size of the defendant boxes were incorrect, and other features were missing, which delayed us opening the next 3 courtrooms. And so there's not a plan, there's not money for a redesign, and there's not necessarily a time allotment for these considerations to be added, because one thing to consider here, and then I'll pause, is that if we were to add barriers, that's an additional cost.
Yes. Thank you. I'll get back in the queue.
All right, Commissioner Caswell.
And Madam Sawyer, if you could just stay there. Again, appreciate you sharing your insight. And as a former commissioner who sits on this side, I know that you served during a time when we had opera dollars and there was a pandemic and things were a lot different. The courtrooms were not being used. And so when I sit here now, though, and I sit here knowing that we came on this body and it had 90 million, I think, in reserves, and much of that was due because you didn't have to spend because a lot of things were not going on. But when we look at the fact that we're in a county where in 18 years we have had no tax rate increase, but we have inflations and all of these other costs that hits our community, and we wonder why we got to talk about reactive stances of what we got to continue to do. I just wonder, as a clerk now who sit there and the former commissioner that sit here, what would you say to this body when because you just said it, no plan, because you can't really have a plan if you ain't got no money. A lot of times we hear people say we got to have big vision, we got to have big plans, we got to have all of these things, but they don't say we're already going to get the money. And I run a business, and I know that if I don't put more into my business, I'm going to go bankrupt, right? And got to invest. And sometimes what I invest in, I don't know I'm going to get a return until I invest in it. And then Shelby County, I think that we keep looking for a return, but no investments. And so if you can kind of help me to say, what do that look like for you? And I know you are elected in your official capacity, but I think that what I'm saying is we need some investments. What you saying?
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Pastor Commissioner Charlie Caswell. Well, first, what I do want to say to Ron and Leslie, they have worked with our office before I came on board, but, with me for the last year and a half now. We've made it a year and a half, y'all. But I will say that one of the things about investments is one of the reasons you have folks like Ron and Leslie unpacking data, or Just City unpacking data, or, other groups looking at data and doing it themselves, is we don't have the resources. As a county government, we should be producing our own data reports and repositories, right? So now we've funded CLEAR, but it is also a data, we hope it will be transparent and, unbiased, but it is also housed at the University of Memphis. And so we have not invested in our data. We have not invested in our tech. We are operating dinosaur technology. And, so one thing I think that's going to be important for the next administration and this body, once it, turns over in a couple months, is to take a real look at the budget. Cut the grants, fund the government. The government has to do its job before we give other people money to do our job.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. I have 2 more commissioners in the queue. I'm going to give you, I know you're chomping at the bit to respond to. I'll give you some a final minute to respond, but Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ron and Leslie, and Clerk Sawyer, for giving us additional info. Is the Memphis Crime Beat incorporated? Are y'all just independent operators, or are you operating within a 501c3 structure?
Yeah, Leslie Taylor. Do I have to say that every time? Memphis Crime Beat. We are a 501c3.
And do you currently receive any county funds?
No, we do not. We would love to.
And so I'm just curious, in the work that thank you for doing the work that you do unfunded. We've heard different I've seen grant allocations to the Crime Commission. The Downtown Memphis Commission has said that they've received I think $70+ million from the state related to crime. Are y'all tracking where crime dollars are going at all in the work that you do?
We are not. That's a great question. We are a small volunteer-based organization with a limited framework and scope of work. A lot of the things people said today, we would love to dig into the data to address things that are happening that are driving crime. We just don't have the resources at this point to do that work.
And do you have any formal partnerships or MOUs with any of the crime
No, we do
funded
not.
organizations? So I think, just seeing just kind of the pure resident-driven nature of this, it would be nice for you to track those dollars to figure out opportunities for you to be a collaborative partner, because when we're seeing them come through, they have earmarked funds for special things like community outreach or it just seems like they're workable dollars, that if you're a 501c3, that you would be able to align your efforts with what they have. And I'm seeing dollars actually earmarked towards different entities. So it might just behoove your volunteers to do a little additional research to figure out who's moving the dollars so that y'all can be a part of those conversations and contribute to it. So thank you for just clearing up my understanding and for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so the data that you prepared, that was over, what, 2026, or what time frame was that again?
Ron Walker, Memphis Crime Beat. The presentation is mainly focused on Q1 of 2026. The later slides did go back 9 or 10 years.
Okay. And have you seen an influx since the task force and the National Guards have been here as far as the number of arrests, et cetera?
Definitely, the crime figures have come down. I was just looking at the May numbers today. We're down 22% May over May from last year. So yeah, crime has come down. We have not yet seen that in the case in the justice system because it does take a while for that to flow through.
Okay. And then this is a question for the Clerk Sawyer. And so since the task force and National Guards have been here, have you seen an influx? I know one of the judges was here last committee meeting, I believe. He stated that it's been like a 30% increase. And I was just wondering, do you all keep up with that data?
Good afternoon. Again, Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. Yes, we do. The administration advised all of our divisions to try to track the data as far as the impact on operations. We have seen an increase since the arrival of the Memphis Safe Task Force in the number of tickets written. Specifically those written by, of course, Highway Patrol, because the number of Highway Patrol members assigned to Shelby County increased. And also, I think earlier, Leslie was speaking to, Leslie and Jessica were speaking to like layered crimes. And so we've seen a rise in cases where people are pulled over for a driving charge, and then there's another type of charge attached to it, driving with a gun, if you have felony, driving with drugs, things like that. So we have seen an increase in cases, but the highest impact has been our drug court under Judge Lee Wilson and our traffic court under Judge Patrick Dandridge. City of Memphis has had the same thing with their traffic court as well, but yes, we have had a significant increase.
Okay, follow-up question. Clerk Sawyer, so with the task force, in particular the state troopers, when they're ticketed, does that money go directly to the state, or do we get a percentage back?
Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. It depends on who writes the ticket. So, of course, with each different department, so we get a different percentage from the Sheriff's Department. If they write the ticket, we get a different percentage from Highway Patrol. But for Highway Patrol, the majority of the money does go to the state. We have not seen an increase in our income as General Sessions and what we're bringing in significantly that would match the increase in the cost of operations.
And so would you be able to discern the dollar amount?
I actually asked for that last night from my team because I was going to piggyback off my friend Chief Alicia Lindsay and ask y'all for $18 million because we needed to. And our operations have increased. I was just going to ask for 1.8, but I knew y'all would tell me no. So, but our operations have increased. And, we also, even though we are not considered a public safety per se, when you think about it, general sessions is the entry point for the criminal justice operations. Everyone who gets arrested in Shelby County enters into the general sessions system. We process all bail, bond, and release, and that requires a 24-hour, 365-day, no day off, no holiday operation. And because of that, with the Memphis Safe Task Force almost coming up on a year now, our operations have increased significantly. I have to take my interns to lunch, so I've got to go. And thank you, Shelby County Commissioners, for our interns. We're loving it. They're here listening to y'all today. But before I leave, I would like to ask for a 5% raise for Shelby County civil service people. I know I'm off topic, but I won't be here to ask for that on the next item. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you, Clerk Sawyer. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. My attention was drawn to these numbers, and as I was sitting out there in the back listening to your presentation, I knew I had to come back and get some more information about you in your packet here. So you are a nonprofit organization, and you do this. Why do you do this?
That is a great question. Why do we do this? Basically, we do it because nobody else is doing it. I got started doing this after.
No one is collecting crime data?
No one, well, the AOC is collecting this data, but have you ever seen a publication from the AOC about
So the
Shelby
Crime
County?
Commission is not collecting crime data?
They're collecting data. The clerk's offices are collecting data, but they're not publishing that data for the public.
Well, respectfully, I have received some thick reports from General Gibbons and Clerk Sawyer, so.
The Crime Commission does publish public data.
Okay.
Sorry, the court clerks do not publish public data reports.
Well, I've gotten
If I
some
may
information.
add to that.
Excuse
one
me.
more. I'm sorry.
I've gotten information from Clerk Sawyer. But let me just go on to why I wanted to talk. You drew my attention because when you start talking about data, then, you set a precedent and you send messages. And so, so many false messages have been sent. That's why we got the Safe Task Force here in Memphis, along with some other reasons. But one of the things I need to understand is how did you gather this information, these crime statistics? What lens did you use? Did you look through? Did you apply a racial lens to this?
Ron Walker, Memphis Crime Beat. The direction we take is not with a lens. The approach I
So
take.
you did not look through a racial lens?
Did not look through
You
a racial lens.
excluded the racial lens?
Not looking at the racial lens.
Okay,
What
so let
drew-
me just finish because my
Okay.
time is short. In fact, I got 44 minutes. Arrest data highlights targeted policing rather than actual offenses. When we look at data through a racial lens, we understand and remember the systemic disparities in policing, prosecution, and the justice system is unfair or has a disparate impact on racial groups. So if you're just going to look at data as if there are no racial groups, it's going to be skewed because you have socioeconomic factors to consider also. And you have to also consider the inherent unintentional or the intentional bias of human beings that work in the judicial system. So, when we have data, you can't just have a flat land, a flat surface that you're working from. It has to be multi-layered because this is a multi-layered society. It's a multi-layered judicial system. So if you're going to apply a one-size-fits-all, then it's going to definitely be skewed because we're not all white middle-class folk. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. I'm going to give you all just a minute or so to wrap up if you have any closing remarks, but I don't have any other commissioners in the queue. I just wanted to say one or two brief things. One is that I would share your remarks and several others that mentioned that we're looking forward to the clear data, having more data available on what's happening in our justice system. We're looking forward to having that and just a better view of what's happening in the county. The county holds the majority of what happens in the justice system, but I feel like a lot of times we're flying blind because we don't get this kind of reporting. For instance, we had the discussion earlier from First State Memphis, so we get regular reporting from them with lots of data and metrics about what's happening in pre-K classrooms. Maybe to a lesser extent, we get that sometimes from the school district. But when it comes to our justice system and to the sheriff's office and to the DA's office, there's a lot of different key stakeholders involved. And I don't know that anyone's giving us that sort of overall presentation of how the system is functioning and how long it's taking. So just with that said, that's why I'm appreciative of you all doing what you do and giving us some metrics so we can understand how long cases are taking and what's exactly happening. So that's why I'm appreciative of you presenting these reports and the volunteer work that you do. So any closing remarks?
Ron Walker, Memphis Crime Beat. A few closing remarks. I do appreciate y'all's time. I'll try to be brief, but one reason I got into this as a citizen, we have no criminal background knowledge of how the system works, how the courts work. And as a citizen, I'm asking these questions. And the deeper I dig into the data, I'm just shocked at what I'm finding. And maybe we're not asking the right questions, but nobody's presenting these reports. There's a lot of reporting on crime. You get all that from MPD or TBI, Crime Commission, whoever wants to report that. But very few, if any, are reporting what's going on in the justice system, and that's where our work is focused. We're looking at the dispositions. So no, we're not yet seeing the task force come through because we're looking at the cases that are being disposed. Those have not filtered through the system yet. Think back to the crime funnel that we looked at, the slide, and the amount of red that we had on that slide, that's the improvement that we've made since we presented this time last year. So yes, hopefully we will get into the rehabilitation efforts. I would love to see reporting on that. I sit on the joint office meetings, and I'm just encouraged by the passion that these nonprofits have, both pre-crime and post-crime, what these folks are trying to do to improve Memphis. So that encourages me, and I'm just invigorated every meeting I go to. That's where we want our reporting to go to as well. That's it for me. Thank you.
Echo all of Ron's comments. Thank you all for having us. We started down this road of aggregate data because when we sent our volunteers to court, the one thing they always reported after their first day was, gosh, I feel like nothing happened today. Everything was just reset. Everybody has to come back to court again another day. What did we accomplish today? And that really started us looking at, okay, how long is it taking to dispose of cases? We looked at how often cases are reset. We see cases that are reset 65, 100 times in the justice system. Each one of those times, in theory, the defendant and the victim are showing up at court. They're taking off work. We have people who talk to us who are traveling from other states to attend court. And when nothing happens on that court day, it affects everyone in the system. We began there, but then we realized we can't just track how long it's taking to dispose of cases because there are ways to dispose of cases that aren't ideal, and I'm not suggesting our DA's office would ever do something like that. But if we're only measuring one metric, how long it takes to dispose of cases, and we're overlooking conviction rates and other metrics within the system, we could be creating more problems, which we don't want to do. Finally, I just want to add, there's been a lot of talk today about budgets, and I completely understand that as a taxpayer. I want my dollars used effectively, which is another reason we're looking at the aggregate data. I just want to give you one example. Cedric Owens was in jail for 10 years while his case was being litigated in our justice system. He had mental health issues. The absolute worst case of someone sitting in our jail for 10 years is a person who already has mental health issues. Setting aside the human factor of that man who had to sit in 201 Poplar for 10 years waiting for his case to be resolved, in addition to the victim who didn't get justice for all that time, there is a dollar figure associated with that incarceration, which we estimate was $250,000 just to cover his 3 meals a day and probably a horrible place to sleep at 201 Poplar. Now, if we can reduce how long it is taking to litigate cases, we can reduce the taxpayer money that we're spending to keep people in abhorrent conditions while their cases are being litigated. We could use that money on more effective programs and systems to improve our justice system. So I would, in summary, say the conversation we're having today, in my opinion, for what we're trying to accomplish with Memphis Crime Beat, is a gigantic success. We looked at our data today, we identified some problems, and now all of us are talking about, hey, what can we do to solve these problems? What can we do to encourage victims and witnesses to testify in cases so we can have more successful prosecutions? How can we organize our courtrooms, et cetera, et cetera? That is exactly what we want to accomplish by having our volunteers in court and then exploring the aggregate data in our justice system. So again, thank you all so much. We appreciate being invited back, and we hope we'll be invited back again.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Walker, Ms. Taylor, appreciate you. That will conclude committee number 4.
We will now convene Committee 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, first item.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 23 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $146,300 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Ms. Esther Sykes-Wood, you're recognized.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This is a sale of 23 properties. 17 were sold for less than back taxes at a total of $181,589.18 for a negative collection of back taxes of $126,889.18. 6 properties were sold to 2 out-of-town purchasers. And we sold the properties at $8,100 over asking price. And this excludes District 7.
Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk. Every member voted. Please cast your vote. May we have a talent, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, and Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2, please.
Item 2.
It's been moved by myself. Second. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just,
There we go.
okay.
Okay, item 2 is a resolution approving the sale of 21 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $66,306.25 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Ms. Sykes-Wood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. We sold 21 parcels. 16 were sold for less than back taxes for a negative back tax collection of $119,940.66. There were 6 out-of-town purchasers. They purchased 7 parcels, and the total sales were $700 over asking price, and this excludes District 7.
Thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, we'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk, prepare the screen. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted. May we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, and Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution correcting the resolution approving the sale of 24 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $136,904.75 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds adopted February 4th, 2026, in Item 9 by approving the sale of 1 delinquent tax parcel acquired by Shelby County from Shelby County Tax Sale 703 to identified purchaser for the total purchase price of $843.75, correcting the purchaser's name shown on the Exhibit A pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute a quit claim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by myself. Seeing no members in the queue, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. The co-applicant's name was left off of the exhibit in this, so we just need to add that back into the exhibit so we can go ahead and finish closing out this sale.
Okay. Now we can say there are no members in the queue. We'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen so that every member may cast their vote. Every member voted. May we have a tally? Please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. We will now convene Committee Number 10, General Government. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and/or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Can we get a report from the attorneys, please?
Jordan Galtelli, County Attorney's Office. There are no conflicts to report.
Oh, I need to back up. I didn't get this properly before us. We have a sponsor, Commissioner Sugarman, so I need to second it. Right, Madam Parliamentarian?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So we do have it properly before us. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Avant. All right. Chairwoman Avant, excuse me. Seeing the members in the queue, we move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted. May we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Laramie Wheeler, Susan Neely Barnes, William Frazier, and Anthony Coleman for appointment of the Citizen Law Enforcement Review Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And for the record, as Chair of General Government, I am obligated as Chair to sponsor the items on general government. And I always follow the rules. All right, so, Mr. Massey, you're recognized. Oh, I always skip that for some reason. I guess I'm just trying to move forward real fast. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Chairwoman Avant. Mr. Massey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Carl Ray Massey, Shelby County Mayor's Office. Today I'm here to present the Mayor's nomination of Laramie Wheeler, Susan Neely Barnes, William Frazier, and Anthony Coleman for appointment to the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Committee. This committee serves as an independent citizen oversight body established to promote transparency, accountability, and public trust between the community and law enforcement. The committee reviews citizens' concerns regarding law enforcement conduct, provides independent recommendations, and ensures that community perspectives are represented in matters involving fairness, professionalism, and accountability in policing. Laramie Wheeler, positioned to my left, if you don't mind, raise your hand for the commissioners, is a justice reform professional and community advocate who currently serves as the Bail Fund and Advocacy Coordinator for Just City and participates in the Justice and Safety Alliance. Wheeler brings extensive knowledge of criminal justice systems, court processes, and community-based solutions. Their work in conflict resolution, human rights advocacy, and building trust between residents and institutions provide valuable insight into promoting equitable and transparent law enforcement practices. Dr. Susan Neely Barnes is a distinguished professor of social work at the University of Memphis with more than 25 years of experience in social work practice, research, and education. She previously serves in the Tennessee Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Human Rights Committee for West Tennessee and has extensive expertise in behavioral health, vulnerable populations, and systems of care. Her experience evaluating human service systems and advocating for individual rights will be a tremendous asset to the committee's work. Anthony Coleman, situated to my left, is a seasoned educator and community servant with over 25 years of experience in education, instructional leadership, and student development. He has served as an instructional advisor, curriculum coach, and classroom educator with the Memphis Shelby County School System. Additionally, his background as a therapeutic recreation specialist and work with individuals facing social, emotional, and substance use challenges provides a compassionate and balanced perspective on community relations and public accountability. William Frazier, situated to my right, is an experienced financial service professional and civic leader with strong record of community involvement and organizational governance. He currently serves as the president of the Greater Whitehaven Economic Redevelopment Corporation. And his experience in leadership, policy compliance, contract oversight, and community advocacy equips him with the skills necessary to provide thoughtful and responsible oversight on the committee. Collectively, these four nominees represent a broad cross-section of professional expertise in justice reform, social work, education, business, and community leadership. Their combined experiences will strengthen the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Committee ability to foster accountability, transparency, and meaningful engagement between Shelby County residents and law enforcement agencies. That was a lot, right? Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
may I present the nominees to the commission to answer any questions that you may have?
Okay. So you have an opportunity to speak for a couple of minutes. Just let us know, just other than that introduction, maybe, why you want to serve in this role, and then we'll go to the queue.
I'm Susan Neely Barnes. Oh, okay. I'm Susan Neely Barnes. As Carl Ray said, I am a professor of social work at the University of Memphis. I've also been a volunteer advocate with MICA, and I have been looking for a way to make a difference since the time that I put my name forward. We've seen another death at 201 Poplar, and so I'm hoping that we can work towards solutions to the problems that we're hearing there about not only the deaths, but the other human rights violations. And so I'm just really excited and I'm really honored to be considered, and I hope that we can work towards solutions.
Thank you. You recognize? Give
I'm
us your
again
name.
Anthony Coleman, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. As Mr. Massey has stated, a career educator dealing with conflict resolution, and I think that I would be a positive influence in making decisions regarding citizens here in Memphis and Shelby County.
Thank you so much. Ms. Frazier?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Will Frazier. It's just an honor and a privilege to be a nominee to this commission or this board. Servitude is what I do in every capacity of community, and I'm just glad to be a nominee to this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Laramie Wheeler, 38107. I work for Just City. I actually just moved to communications and advocacy management, so I get to be in the community more, and I feel very honored to be recommended for this. I know maybe sometimes y'all get tired of seeing me on Mondays, but I'm very passionate about the people inside of the jail. I'm very passionate about the community and finding solutions that don't just benefit one group of people, but benefit everybody. And like you said earlier, Commissioner Brooks, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I'm just really honored to be able to use what I've learned from people's jail experiences and my passion for bringing a voice to the people who've been lost inside of the jail into this committee. And it's going to be a great team, and I'm very excited.
So am I. Commissioner Sugarman.
Yes, I just want to thank you all for volunteering. As you all know, we have a lot going on at 201 Poplar, and continue, Wheeler, bring us those reports, because these individuals unfortunately have encountered some situations where they have been unalived, and we need to put forth the best effort to protect those who are at 201 Poplar. Also, the fact that we have a third of individuals who have mental health issues, and also the fact that we have now more individuals who are being incarcerated because of task force, et cetera, et cetera. So you all have a lot of work, and so thank you for volunteering. We do have another half of the board that's going to be coming forth, and I just want to say this for the record. This, initiated a couple years back, and the government moves very, very slow, and I'm hopeful that you all will come and move quickly, because the people at 201 cannot wait. They've been waiting for a long time, and so I look forward to your reporting. Also look forward to your recommendations. And if anybody on the commission can give you any more support, please reach out to any of us. And the last thing I just want to say real quickly is that we do have, you all have to, it's required that you all have a class, a safety class through the Sheriff's Department. And so I would like for, Massey, if you could extend the invitation to the commissioners, because I would also like to take part of the class when we go through the process. I believe you say the next one's in what, September? Okay, just keep us in mind. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. Maybe I should know this, but I don't. I have two questions. Number one, did you all have subpoena powers?
Carl Ray Massey, Shelby County Mayor's Office. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. No, ma'am.
Was that a failure in the writing of the resolution, or was that a rejection by the powers that be?
According to the state laws, they have limitations on what they can and what they can't do. So I can also provide you a list of those state regulations that this committee abides by.
Does it strictly name subpoena powers as exclusionary?
I believe that it does, but
Oh,
I
it
can
does?
I can double back and check with you.
Oh,
Check
okay.
and provide you with that information.
Okay, if you'll do that. One more question. So when you prepare your reports, where do they go? Who do you send them to?
Carl Ray Massey, I can also provide that information to you as well.
Okay.
They are required to report every year, February 1st of each year, and I can provide you with that information of who they report to.
Okay, and I ask this because, this is starting to really bear on me, having been here almost 4 years now. Well, I've been here longer than that, but we get these people who are supposed to report. But as you all know, there's no entity or oversight agency that could be the receptacle for these important reports. And so it seems like just yesterday I was asking a question, so where's the report going? Who's getting the reports? Because I'm not getting the reports I'm interested in. And I know whenever I need something regarding pilots or TIFs, I've got to, interrupt the trustee. But they're supposed to send reports. But where do they go? So we got to figure out.
Can I answer that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, because according to the way the ordinance is written, we passed a resolution to hire 3 people. One's an administrator, one's an investigator, and one's a clerk. So we go to the administrator. Those individuals, I think the chair can answer, have not been hired yet, but in the process of being hired. And so then once they'll go to the administrator. They're FTEs.
Okay, so the report from the organization, the group.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then they'll come before us, yes. But
okay, so their annual reports or however, monthly,
Correct.
whatever,
Correct.
it will come to the
To
Shelby
to
County
the
Board of
administrator.
Commissioners.
Correct.
Okay. Is that in the resolution?
It's in the resolution. We
Okay.
funded it, and it took, what, a year or two to fund it?
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
At least we know that's one report I
And-
can get.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And I'll defer any other questions to the chair.
Okay, okay. Did you all want to have something else to say? Well, we're glad you're aboard. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you, Mr. Massey. Seeing no other members in the queue, we'll move to the next item.
Take it to a vote.
Oh, I was wondering why you kept sitting there. Like, you're dismissed. Excuse me. Madam Clerk, every member desiring to vote, please cast your vote. Every member voted? Maybe have a tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Massey. Now
Thank
are.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Thank you, Madam Commissioner Brooks, and fellow commissioners. I will make sure you get that information, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3, please.
Item 3 is a resolution urging the Shelby County Election Commission to disseminate updated congressional district information to ensure the education of Shelby County voters on changes to congressional districting across Tennessee, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. And we do have, well, Chairwoman Avant is in the queue. We have Cart.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair Brooks, I think Linda Phillips is here, if I could have her to come up.
Okay. Ms. Phillips, come on up. My podcast partner.
Commissioners, this item that I bring before you is an attempt for us to have some voter education that is provided to the citizens of Shelby County. There may be an amendment to this with a dollar amount on Monday. I think Ms. Phillips was trying to gather some data to really get a handle on the number of voters that would be needing to be notified as a part of this process. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share.
Thank you. I have a short PowerPoint if you'd like to see it.
That'd be great. Commissioner Brooks, Chair Brooks, is that possible?
Absolutely. Okay. Do we have an input?
Yeah, I gave it to Audrey.
If we could have staff from the PowerPoint loaded. Thank you, Chair Brooks. I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Linda Phillips. I'm the Administrator of Elections for Shelby County. Next slide. As you're all aware, we received the order to redistrict in mid-May. It was doable. I mean, I prefer to have 3 to 4 months to do a redistricting, but because this did not require any precinct level changes, it was doable. If I'd had to change precinct boundaries, we probably wouldn't have gotten it done. Next slide. But we do have a comprehensive plan for educating our voters, and roughly half of the voters in District 8 moved to other districts. Roughly most of the voters in District 9 remained the same. So we're not talking about the magnitude of voter movement that I thought we were initially. But we have revised maps, and I have copies here for your office if you'd like them. Our district lookup tool is being updated by GIS and should be functional by the end of the week. I guess that's tomorrow or Friday. Obviously, we did have a new qualifying deadline for candidates. Those candidates have filed their petitions and been certified. No precinct locations have changed. No polling places have changed as a result of redistricting. We do have one polling place that's going to change for other reasons, but had nothing to do with redistricting. Obviously, there's no change in the election dates or times. We did bring on some additional staff, but and we're doing mailers to the voters whose districts changed. This isn't mandatory, but I think it's an important part of making sure that voters are up to date. Next slide. The cost of this is approximately $350,000 for the mailing, the additional staffing, our vendor charged rush fees. We had printing of the cards, but all of those costs are being covered by the state. This is not a county expense. Next slide. We are doing communication, we're doing media outreach. I had a press conference when this happened. It's on our website. You can watch it there if you haven't seen it. We've been responding to statements from both local and national media. And we're going to be doing a media tour in July so that everybody gets the correct information. Well, we're doing digital, social media and digital ads about key dates and information, and we're doing a video campaign featuring election commissioners and other leaders about the upcoming key dates and changes, and that'll happen in July. We're also doing our usual election digital toolkit, which includes web banners, digital flyers, and short info videos with key dates. And those will come out in July, and these are emailed to our faith-based and nonprofit organizations that partner with us. Our new website is already up, and we have mailers and billboards coming out. So, any questions?
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you and welcome. And so I sent you an email with lots of questions.
Yes.
Okay, because your budget is out the chain as far as there's a lot of fatty to it. And so we're not going to be, at least as I'm concerned, giving you additional funds until we've gotten these answered. The concern is the additional staffing, the additional costs. And I understand you made a comment that's because of the elections, which other, counties are experiencing as well. And so it still does not explain that. And so I do want those answers, especially if you're coming to us for additional funding, which I will not support because you've got it in your budget already. But the one thing that you can answer quickly is the Election Commission projected to receive $2.2 million from the state. And so that should be a pass-through, correct? If not, what was that for? And that was one of the questions.
Okay, the $2.2 million that was budgeted in fiscal '26, the state made a one-time offer essentially to pay for the primary election that was in March. May. And because they are requiring we're unusual in Shelby County in that we have a primary election. Most of the counties, except for the very large ones, nominate their people by caucus. The state passed a law that said that they now need to nominate by primary election, and they paid for it, for this. I don't know if that's going to be an ongoing thing. It was a one-time thing for the primary election.
It's a reimbursement to us, the county government,
It goes straight to general fund.
Okay, because I recall asking about that, and they have not received it, so I got.
Well, we haven't submitted it.
Okay.
But the election just happened, and we're just now collecting all the rest of the bills.
Okay, so make sure that's a pass-through and pass back to our general fund.
It gets passed back to the general fund.
Okay, all right, and then there are other questions. And going back to the website, I'm getting complaints about that. It's not being user-friendly. One thing that you all had on the user tab, for example, when you look for your district, you have to hit a little black button. And that is, most search buttons are a lot larger. And so that's one issue, the search button. And that's been an ongoing issue. The other thing I'm hearing is the last website had, for example, starting with the President of the United States all the way down to City Council, the dates they're elected and the dates that their term is up. People are not finding that. Is that there still?
It is there.
And where is that located?
If you go under, I don't know what to call it, it's three little lines at the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you click on that, you will find a tab called Helpful Resources, and then one of the options is Elected Officials, and it starts, as I said, with the top and goes all the way down.
Okay, and then the other thing I would appreciate, since you have such abundance of staff, if they can get these answers.
What gives you the idea I have an abundance of staff?
Because according to the budget.
Okay, I have 17 people on my staff. Nashville, which is 2/3 our size, has 32 full-time employees. I do not have an abundance of staff. What you're seeing is a budgeting issue we hire early vote workers, and they're in a pool called super temps. but they can only, the rest of the money that we need for early voting goes into that line item. And then they pull it out as they need it. But that is not my
I'm
full-time
comparing,
people.
I'm doing an analysis, and per voter, we spend as a county $21 and versus Davidson, which spends a lot less. And so again, I will send you the information, and I do like some answers. And again, I do not support any additional budgeting until we get some answers. At least I'm not, because we are right now in a situation where we have fixed costs that are increasing. And so I will get with you if you want me to. We can sit down and go through it together, but we need these answers. And I will provide also a comparison analysis of not only how much we spend per voter, but other like counties. And we spend a lot more than they do.
Well, I think you do need to realize that, yes, we do spend more. This is largely at your request that we not reduce our early voting. Nashville opens 2 early voting sites on day 1, and then they don't open the rest of them until just the week before the election. That has never been acceptable to previous commissions. If it's okay with you now, we'll do it.
Okay? Those are the kind of answers we need. Okay? And so if you can go through them and just, that simple answer, you just did it off the cuff. And so it should not take that long. But we do like an explanation, because I'm comparing not just this year, but fiscal year, but going back to 2022. So again, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, before we move forward, Ms. Phillips, I do need to be clear about your statement in reference to District 89 remaining primarily the same. You didn't say that, did you?
Well, okay.
Clarify.
Voters who were previously in District 9, 84,442 of them moved to District 5.
Okay.
But 89,000 of them stayed in the same place. They were started in District 9, they're still in District 9. And then in District 8, 112,000 voters did not change. They're still in District 8. And 120,000 voters moved to District 9. And those are rough numbers. I'm not, that's just my first look at this. I only got this yesterday, so.
Yeah, I got a couple of maps the other day, and I saw where, like, Binghamton, a part of my district, District 7, Commission District 7, also District 9, some of them are in 9 and some are in 5. So it's, I guess it must be, I didn't count the precincts, but I guess it must be, for you to have these kinds of numbers, you must have to have a small number of precincts that are shifted over to 589 out of each district.
They did not move. Sometimes they moved entire precincts, and sometimes they got bound to census block level. So it's not quite as simple. And we're just starting to get our hands wrapped around it. It's a complex change. We had to add some precinct splits. We were able to eliminate a few precinct splits, but it's going to take some getting used to.
Okay. Chairwoman Avant.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and sharing how your initial efforts of communicating with voters would be implemented by your office. I guess my question is for additional outreach that I've seen just a few people host town hall meetings in order to share and give information about the redistricting. Is there pamphlets or information that could also be handed out as people are, really making an effort to get out and have conversations with constituents and stakeholders who are impacted by this? Those didn't seem like small numbers to me. So I think it's important to have information that also could be utilized for community meetings and town hall meetings.
Okay, I'll see if I can get my graphic designer to come up with something understandable. It is, the changes they made are kind of hard to explain.
And understandably so. I just think I'm hesitant because of the age of most registered voters who are actively voting. We only had 16% who participated in this past election. But the age group may not be as tech savvy to go to the website to try to figure out where they're new. So I think it's important for us and this body who manages the Election Commission to be more forthcoming with that information and how we're sending it not only to all registered voters, whether or not they're impacted or not. I think all registered voters should receive this information. And then there should be information that we can print out and leave at the community centers and the senior centers and neighborhood associations so that people are aware. I think it would behoove us to be as forthcoming and educational as possible to let people know what this change means.
We will do everything we can. One of our big constraints is that the state money has to be spent by June 30th. So there is a limit to what I can accomplish with an election 57 days away and trying to get, we're going to mail to the voters that changed.
And why would we not mail to all registered voters? Because if the way the narrative in the news, it makes it seem like there's more people who are being changed than not. And so even if I am in the same district, I think it's important for me to know that I'm still in the same congressional district, right? So I think it's important for everyone, all registered voters, to be informed about what congressional district that they are in. And if you've got money now until June 30th, that's an expenditure that I think is an easier one than when you have to come back to us maybe in the new fiscal year saying, in order for us to get more, materials or pamphlets out, we might, this is a budget request. But if you have funds now, it seems like it makes more sense just to inform all registered voters.
Let me check with the state because I did get some guidelines on what I could spend it on. Let me see if that's acceptable to them. If it is, we can see if it's feasible to get the rest of them out. So I will check on that and we'll send you an email when I have a little more detail.
I'm sorry, I'll get back in queue.
Okay, Ms. Phillips, just a couple of questions. The $350,000, are you going to use all of that for just mailers or your entire voter engagement?
That's all of the activities that were related to the redistricting. So that's paying the vendors that helped us. It's paying the overtime of my staff. We brought in some additional people. It's paying for people that I would not have brought in this early.
So that's not paid for voter engagement because it's not mandatory, it's not in the bill.
Well, it's not mandatory. They did provide funding to notify the voters whose districts changed. I'm not sure that extends to just voters whose district didn't change. I'll have to find that out.
It's not mandatory. Okay, so I guess just to maybe piggyback on the voter engagement question, to make it real simple, and particularly for individuals my age, senior citizens, who don't use computers a lot, it may be a great idea to develop a simple flyer. And I'm not sure if you're employing a social media management.
We do.
Okay. And that would be a way to get that, to notify people about those splits, those changes, or any, whatever you want to put on it, and send it to churches and nonprofits, particularly those senior centers and all of that, who do not particularly enjoy using computers and walk around with them stuck to their ear.
Could I ask you a quick question? I was just sitting here trying to think of ways to convey to voters that their districts didn't change. Would a map of the areas that remained the same be useful?
I have one, and it's not. And I wasn't, what I was looking for was a way to tell my constituents, like in Binghamton, where you have part of it in 9, part of it in 8. But I didn't see where it was split down to the census block.
Well, it wouldn't be on the maps that you see.
Okay.
That we use that information internally to create precinct splits,
Okay.
which is a part of a precinct that is a specific district.
Okay.
So you would not see that.
Well, if it's not anything that we're going to see, then I think the most important thing would be to put on the flyer and send it to, well, you'll have to have different flyers, send it to the area where that was a 9, that changed to 8 or changed to 5 or moved to 5, whatever, something like that.
Okay, let me get with my people and see how we can come up with something to do that.
And one last thing, I know we have some people waiting, but we have 175,000, or maybe 143,000, I heard this morning. Last night is 175. This morning is 143,000 people who are registered but didn't vote. So they are on the inactive voters list, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how are you all going to handle that? Because I have that list as well.
Well, that's a number that changes every day. We are not going to be mailing to inactive voters because we have already mailed 2 pieces of first-class mail to them, and they've been returned as undeliverable. So there's really no point in chasing people who don't live at that address. Now, I am hearing from a lot of people in the community that there's a tremendous push to register people to vote. And that's important. And the organizations that work on that, it's helpful. But what I'm hearing from a lot of community organizations right now is that they are going to make more of an effort to get people to vote.
Right.
And I think that is a really critical activity.
Yep.
So I'm hearing from several. They've asked me for lists and other information. So I'm hoping they make a difference.
So am I. Commissioner Claby is. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question is, as you were talking about the website, I immediately went to it, clicked on helpful resources, and yes, the elected official link is there. I would suggest make sure that it's up to date, because some things were not. But more importantly, I think, is there an opportunity for us to change the wording there? Because I know if I look at helpful resources, I don't necessarily know to go there to look at, because you have good information here. I don't necessarily know that may be the right prompt for me to think about where to go for it. So
I'm open to suggestions.
Okay. That part is correct. And then you mentioned in your 350,000, is there a media plan that you have included in using for the 350,000?
That was not included as an acceptable expense.
Oh. So outside of mailing, interesting. Okay. Well, then to that point, I do agree with the chairwoman around, this may be something to think about. How do you just let all voters know, since you don't have the opportunity to do a media plan? Because that also would drive people to your website where you could find out information. So I don't know if maybe you can ask again about it being unacceptable, because I just don't really know how you reach masses of people without it being on radio, TV, something to get them to either driving them to your website or a special hotline. Something where
I'll ask.
Okay. And now, regarding the special hotline, is there an opportunity for you to have a number where people can call and figure out if they've been moved or not? Because, again, to I think Commissioner Brooks's point, not everyone is computer savvy around navigating like on a map or going to different links. So if I had a number I could call that's been broadcasted across the whole county, I could call and someone right there could easily, who's computer savvy, can click in my address and say, no, you're still in District 9, or no, you've been moved to 5.
We do have our phone number on all of the things that we put out, and anybody who answers our phone can look that up for you.
Perfect. So I would let's go back to the state and see if we can maybe kind of drive that. Because if you push the number, that will help people as well as finding out the information.
Okay, I'll
right.
see what we can do.
Thank you.
Ms. Phillips, you said that with an honest, clear face. Chairwoman Abad. I'll explain.
Ms. Phillips, thank you for stating that you'll go back and see what acceptable expenses, and then when can we expect to hear back from you about whether or not you can do the full mail-out to constituents in Shelby County?
As soon as I ask some questions, I can ask this afternoon. I don't know that I'll get a response today, but I will ask.
Okay, and the reason for my question is if there's any amendments that need to be made to this particular resolution that I'm presenting. So it would be helpful, as much information as possible.
Okay, I will see what I can find.
Okay, we have a comment card, Ms. Glenda Hicks. If you'll give us your name and zip code, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Glenda Hicks, 38109. So I'm here today in behalf of Young, Gifted, and Green, who, of course, reached out to the commissioners. And I appreciate what Ms. Phillips has presented. However, there are still concerns, mainly the timeline. We understand as of today that we are a month and 7 days before the scheduled date for early voting to begin. So timeline is crucial in terms of any type of education, any type of notifications, any type of updates. The fact that all 3 districts are considered new districts, it concerns me that all voters are not being they're not being informed as to what district they're in. Just because we were all in District 9. So for someone to assume, oh, I possibly still belong in District 9, that is not acceptable. All citizens of Shelby County need to be informed as to what current district they are in based on this ludicrous redistricting. So without clear, timely education, we risk there's already confusion, there's already frustration. So we risk confusion at the polls and certainly diminish voter participation. So all these barriers need to be minimized. They need to be dismissed, not minimized. So I did have intentions of sharing what other areas have done, but given, I guess, based on what Ms. Phillips has shared, their funding concerns as far as what we are able to do, and their restraints, evidently, that the state has put on funds that they will give for actions to be taken. So I don't know what latitude, what area of recourse we have regarding that, but certainly that needs to be addressed. And it is certainly, it is in the best interest of all citizens that this information is put out in every possible media format. One avenue of information is just not acceptable. So I don't know. I know our time, again, our time area of dealing with this is short, and all of this is intentional, as we know, but we have got to do right by the citizens of Shelby County to ensure that they are educated and as educated as possible to minimize stress that is going to be incurred handling this new process. So informed voters are engaged voters. Let's ensure every Shelby County resident knows the district and can participate fully in our democracy. I urge this committee to support the resolution with the necessary updates, modifications, and request clear accountability from the Election Commission as far as a timeline on implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Just behind that, I don't want it to be lost on any of us sitting here and those of us who are listening to this session. The people who put us in this situation, there's no realistic way that we're going to be able to hold them accountable. The bill does not mandate any voter education. The fact that they have $350,000 is great. But the people who put us in this quagmire, it was done intentionally, and it was not for good, and it was not to have a great voter, a massive voter push to get out the vote to the polls. So let's not delude ourselves. It's going to take a lot of hard work. Hard work. Churches, nonprofits, you're the Heavenly Seven, all of everybody to get people not registered, but get them out to vote. Remember, today is 143,000 that are unregistered, so tomorrow it'll be maybe less. But I need to say that because we have to put it in our heads that we can't wait on anyone. We've got to do this. Your street, your block, your neighborhood watch, your hangout, your group that you run with. Make sure everybody's voting. That's what we have to do. Commissioner Beals.
I'm out the queue.
Ms. Phillips, thank you so much for coming. Did you have any wrap-up words?
No, I'm going to go back and see if I can get some answers and prepare for an election. We've got ballots to prove, so.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. Clerk, may we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes general government.
All right, I'll call to order Committee 15, Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements. Can we read item 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution to grant a permanent utility easement 8 foot wide in size containing 1,402 square feet or 0.03 acres of land over, across, under, and upon a tract of land owned by Shelby County, Tennessee, located on the south side of Mullen Station Road, approximately 650 feet east of the center line of Mullen Station Road, extended to the city of Memphis for the use and benefit of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for nominal consideration for its provision of utility services and maintenance thereof, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by me. Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes-Wood. Land Bank Administrator, this is a regular MLG&W easement for utilities. This is for the Mental Health and Safety Justice Center.
All right. I'm seeing no commissioners in the queue. If there's no questions or comments, we'll go ahead and take this to a vote. Commissioners, please cast your vote. If every member has voted, we can close the screen and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Can we read item 2?
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Barnes and Brower Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $334,832 for renovation of Highland Oaks Park, and further approving an appropriation of $65,168 for in-house management renovation for a total appropriation not to exceed $400,000. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan budget funds in an amount not to exceed $400,000, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright and Erica Sugarman.
All right, I have moved the item. I could use a second. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks has seconded the item. Sir, good afternoon. Could you give us your name and title, please? And you'll have the floor.
Thank you, sir. My name is Anthony Wright. I'm the CIP manager for Shelby County Engineering. Highland Oaks Park, this project will restore the park's playground with age-appropriate equipment. That's 2 play assemblies, one for 2 to 5-year-olds and one for 5 to 12-year-olds. It'll replace the existing water fountain, replace the tabletops, and install some new park grills.
All right, is that all, sir?
Well, yes, that's all. Thank you.
And this is, where exactly is Highland Oaks Park?
Highland Oaks Park is in the southeast portion of the county. It lies between Holmes Road and State Line, east of Riverdale.
All right. All right, I have no members in the queue seeking to be recognized, so we can go ahead and take this to a vote. If every member has voted, we can report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Can we read item 3?
Item 3 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and VSC Fire and Security Incorporation in an amount not to exceed $107,215.90. This contract will commence upon execution and continue through June 30th, 2026. This item requires appropriation of FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan budget funds in an amount not to exceed $107,215.90, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by me. Mr. Wright, and I don't think we're any relation, but go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. 157 Poplar is home to the Shelby County Office Building, and this project will replace the fire alarm system throughout.
All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, so I'm looking at this and I'm trying to see. Oh, this is just a one-time project, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how did VSC Fire and Security get selected? Do they have an existing contract with county government?
This was vetted, this was put out for seal bid.
Seal bid? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good deal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Seeing no one else in the queue, we can take this to a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Wright, and Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. Item 3 moves down with a favorable recommendation. Can we read item 4?
Item 4 is a resolution approving a contract with Barnes and Brower Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $5,500,000 wait a minute. $5,509,481.30 for Peggy Edmiston Administration Building, PEAB upgrades renovation Havoc for a total appropriation not to exceed $5,509,481.30. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 capital improvement plan budget funds in an amount not to exceed $5,509,481.30, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by me. Mr. Wright, if you'd repeat your name and title, you have the floor.
Anthony Wright, CIP Manager, Shelby County Engineering. The Peggy Edmiston Administration Building upgrades and renovations, HVAC portion of this project will replace all of the roof-mounted units on top of the building and modernize the finishes in the 2 existing elevators.
And do we have the, how long has the existing system been in place? Do we know?
It is at end of life, though the existing HVAC system, those units are 20 years old, sans 1 or 2 replacements.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Is purchasing here? I have a question about the LOSB goal attached to this. So I do see that there were 2 successful bidders on this contract, and one of them was non-responsive. And the ultimate awardee is a local business with a 20% LOSB goal. Can you remind us, do we have, so post the repeal of the MWBE ordinance, what are we operating on, and has that been amended? Do we have an updated LOSB goal ordinance?
James Gloss, Administrator of the Purchasing, we're currently just working on, it was separate, so the purchasing is responsible for the LOSB, so we have always been operating under the LOSB, but ELC is responsible for the MWBE and all that, so that was separate from what we manage today, so.
Okay, so I guess what is setting this 20% goal? Why 20% and not 40%?
That's the ordinance, so the ordinance is set for
And-
that particular percentage.
Do you know much about the ordinance? When was that initially passed?
James Gloss, Administrator of the Purchasing, I don't have the exact date, but it's been some time in the past that that ordinance has been passed.
So I'm going to ask legal, can you please bring it to conversation on Monday, information about the ordinance, when it was passed, and can you provide the commission with an updated, I guess, ordinance? I want to put my eye on this to figure out, what is driving for this 20% cap. And then per your understanding, you're just honoring the ordinance. So what does the ordinance say that would trigger this particular goal set for the 20%?
James Goss, administrator person. I don't have the exact words in front of me, but it's all written in states based on certain construction contracts that is the goal based on the spend.
And just from my understanding, so you don't have the wording, you aren't familiar with the ordinance, but you have okayed the 20% LOSB goal. Who's doing this? Like when it's put into writing, who needs to keep up with the ordinance to honor it?
James Gloss, administrator person. I didn't say I'm not familiar with the ordinance. I don't have the verbiage in front of me to directly say it exactly for verbatim, but I am familiar with the policy, the ordinance, and it's listed under the purchasing website, and everybody has access
So
to
when,
that.
and I'll get back in queue, Chair. I'm trying to keep up with your timing.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank
Or
you, Chair.
Whenever.
There's an ordinance on the books that has parameters that legal will provide to us in advance of Monday so that we can talk about the 20% LOSB goal attached. You're saying that when the department comes to you to be able to expend dollars, then you remind them, hey, you have to honor the ordinance which says have this carve out within your budget. Can you just help the public understand what is our LOSB ordinance driving towards? And I guess what is that process of, because I see sometimes there are, sub goals included, but then I also see sometimes where there are major contracts that don't have any type of goal attached. So what attaches the goal is what I'm trying to understand.
So James Gloss, administrative person. So we work in conjunction with the EOC department to assign certain goals for projects. So once we have a particular project, if it's not a grant-funded, state-funded project, it will not have a goal to it. If it's a commodity, it won't have a goal with it. But we do work in conjunction with EOC to approve the goals, if it have a goal or won't have a goal, prior to putting the bids out. So we do work in conjunction with the EOC department on that.
Okay. So if members of EOC can be present for Monday, I do want to better understand, Dr. Pearson is here. Just Dr. Pearson, if you can just help us understand what's going on with this LOSB goal setting. And I just want to understand, why is it 20% and not 40%?
Okay. Glenda Pearson, Deputy Director of EOC. As Administrator Gloucester stated, the EOC office works in conjunction with purchasing to set goals on projects that are allowed to have a goal on it. In times past with the LOSB program, there would be a 25% goal on construction and A&E, and that was developed by the available vendors in our database. So when the MWBE program was suspended and we brought back the LOSB program, when we presented to purchasing with an LOSB goal for construction and asked for a 25% goal to be there, it was denied. And so now when we have construction and A&E projects, when purchasing presents to us with the recommended 20% goal, we will respond and say, we understand that it's going to take an amendment to the ordinance for you to agree with it. And so we will accept the 20% now. But it's going to take a amendment to the ordinance, and the consultant that did the disparity study is currently reviewing the ordinance to make amendments and suggestions and bring that back to the county-wide stakeholders.
And just as a point of information, how long has it been since we repealed MWBE, which had more aggressive goals attached?
That was April of 2025.
So just to the public, since April of 2025, our local businesses have not had sufficient internal controls to keep them at the table. So this is a pressing issue, and I look forward to seeing the ordinance that's provided on Monday. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Go ahead.
James Gloss, Administrator Person. So to Deputy Administrator Pearson's point, there was a 25% goal presented, but it was not an ordinance or a policy, so we're not going to go outside of what that is. So if everyone wants to get together, commissioners, person legal, and make changes to that amendment and say 25, then we'll abide by it. But until that ordinance is changed, we're going to stick to what's in the actual ordinance and the policies.
Commissioner.
Can I just add something there? I know we're trying to speed up time, but I just want to say that the ordinance says at least 20%. It does not lock it in at 20%.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. So just to legal today, since the ordinance says at least 20%, and we see that the recommendation from EOC was 25% in this particular case, and it was denied, do we have discretion for this item to increase the the LOSB goal to 25%? Is that a motion that I can make on the floor?
Jordan Galtelli, Assistant County Attorney. I don't believe so, but I will check and get back with you.
James Gloss, Administrator's Person, and we can look to past history because I wasn't here. So if Deputy Administrator Pearson, if in the past when you're the administrator, if you guys did 25% and have record of that, we can look at it. But as far as I know, it's 20% across the board.
I mean, just to Director Pearson, can you send to the commission the recommendation that you sent to Director Gloucester for, just tell us what was your assessment of why 25% was your recommendation, and just walk us through the timeline of the denial. We just need to see what was the justification, what was the objection, so that we can know if it's in our discretion to increase it to 25%. I would like to make a motion to do that, and I can, make a motion today, Chair, to send this down without recommendation so that we can get additional information and then lean into whatever legal authority we have. But I do want to follow EOC's recommendation if it's the discretion of the commission to do so. So, yeah, I would like to make that motion.
All right, so I have a motion to send this down without recommendation made by Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. So this item will go down without recommendation. All right, thank you all so much. We'll see you Monday. And we'll move on to could we read item 5, please?
Item 5 is a resolution appropriating capital improvement plan CIP funds in the amount of $1,400,000 and approving a piggyback contract with Path Company LLC in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000 for the installation of a solar panel array at the new Mental Health Safety and Justice Center at 6435 Mullins Station Road. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 CIP funds in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you so much. This item's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by me. Mr. Wright, again, if you give us your name and title, and you have the floor.
Anthony Wright, CIP Manager, Shelby County Engineering. This Mental Health Safety and Justice Center power supply located at 6435 Mullins Station will complement the Mental Health Safety and Justice Center by supporting and offsetting its electricity costs.
All right. You've heard the presentation. I'm seeing no commissioners in the queue. If not, we'll go ahead and take this to a vote. Commissioner Thornton, before we vote.
Thank you, Chair. With the piggyback contract, where is the piggyback from? Or who's the piggyback off of?
The piggyback is a TIPS, the interlocal purchasing system. It's a national co-op. It's a local company, but national co-op.
Okay. It's listed as local vendor. Just to the public, I'm trying to fight hard for local vendors here. So when I see local, I consider my job to be done just because this is the new operating system that I'm working within. Before, we were able to actually, more aggressively advocate for minorities when we had, information that named minorities. So I guess what I'm saying to the public is that we've already revealed that Shelby County has an issue spending dollars with minorities. So if you see that my advocacy for local vendors is not creating space for you as a minority business, at this point in how the commission is operating, you have to come and advocate for yourself. So, my shell now is local, and this passes, my local, test. So this is a local vendor, and thank you for providing that information.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, and we can go ahead and take this to a vote. If every member wishing to vote has done so, we can close the screen and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, and Thornton. We have 4 aye votes.
I'm so sorry. I believe you were reporting the tally, so that goes down with a favorable recommendation. No. I'm lost. I got pulled aside. Favorable? Okay, all right, favorable recommendation. Thank you so much.
And Chair, if I can, just as a point
Yes,
of
Commissioner
privilege, the CIP process, I've seen multiple items be slated for a certain year and then it gets pushed back. Do you worry about that at all with your CIP funds being inaccessible because they will be pushed to additional years? Or can you just educate us when that happens? Like, what does that look like after we pass these items?
Cliff Norville, Public Works. Commissioner, I apologize. I would have a sidebar conversation. Would you repeat your question?
Just, we approve the resolution setting things up, but I'm aware that there's some changes that can happen with the timing of when CIP projects are acted on. Is this something that is going to be executed on in fiscal year '27, or is it slated for another year within the CIP budget?
This particular project, as soon as we get the resolution and the contract signed, we will issue a notice to proceed and they will begin construction immediately. So it will be completed. We are approving it with a CIP approved project from the fiscal '26 budget, but the project construction will be completed in fiscal '27, but the money is there. We had to have the money on the front end to cover the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Can we read item 6, please?
Item 6 is a resolution approving a 5-year lease agreement between Shelby County Government and Arlington Arsenal Baseball, Inc., a Tennessee nonprofit corporation, to lease Bolton Park in the County of Shelby and State of Tennessee for in-kind services allowing the organization to operate, maintain, make improvements to, and utilize for its youth baseball games, practices, and tournaments. This resolution does not require expenditure of Shelby County general funds, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by me. Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This is a 5-year lease to Arlington Arsenal Baseball for Bolton Park. It is a non-exclusive lease, so the public can still use the facility. We have detailed in the resolution the improvements they plan, because this is an in-kind lease. They will provide maintenance on the facilities and provide some upgrades. And we do have someone from the organization to speak if you have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes-Wood. I also have a comment card. You could, can we do that first, Commissioner Thornton? Okay. If you're still here, Brian Joyner. All right, Brian, if you would come up and give us your name and zip code, please.
Brian Joyner, President, Arlington Arsenal Baseball, and 38002. So the real comment card that I had was just to thank everybody at the Land Bank, on the commission, at the Parks Department, and the Conservation Board. As a citizen of the county who has never had to work with the government before, it was quite pleasant to walk through the process and understand what we needed to do and how we needed to do it, and they've been great partners throughout. So that was that.
Thank you so much, Thornton.
Thank you for that feedback, and welcome to this working relationship. To Administrator Sykes-Woods, I just want to get clarity on how these lease agreements are set up. So the county currently owns this parcel, and what was the use of it before this arranged lease?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. As this body may know, that there's not really a functional Parks Department anymore. Previously, when I came to the county, there were rentals of these parks by various entities, but they were using a kind of like an agreement to rent the pavilion for a birthday party. So that's when we started to implement these leases. This particular park, I do believe Arlington Arsenal was there previously, and have been for some time, and the upgrades they have already done at the facility have been included in the resolution.
So just for clarity, the county owns a number of parks that we aren't using as parks, but they're still in our footprint?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. I'm not certain what you define using as a park. These are being used as sports activities and local events and things like that. There is no real parks administration anymore, though, so we're not like hosting, I don't know, Easter egg hunts or something like that. But they are being used by the public.
And we are maintaining them?
Now, that is a question for Public Works, but yes, I do believe so. I think we just put some money in a park a few resolutions ago.
Is Director Norville still around? I know that he was just here a second ago. And so we, what did you say when it comes to the use of the park before? There was no existing lease that preceded this particular lease that we're setting up?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. No, I do not believe so. But I think that was more handled like an agreement that they were using for pavilions and things like that. So we have been working with parks to standardize the lease agreements and these types of arrangements with our sports teams.
And so here you have a constituent in Arlington that says that we feel that we can put this particular government-owned space to better use. They reach out to your division, and you work up the lease agreement that the commission passes and we execute on over the course of this 5-year period for no cost. So they don't pay the government for their use, but they are offering to keep up with the maintenance of the park and, I guess, other in-kind things, right?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, with the help of Karen Bell, who was previous in the Parks Department and is now dissolved. But yes, she's the front person for the Parks Department. But the consideration for the contract is in-kind services. So correct, they maintain it, so because we do not have the personnel to go do that.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So the county has a Parks Department? No.
No, Esther Sykes-Wood, I do believe that has been dissolved.
So we don't. So the Administrator of Real Estate, it falls under your division to be able to handle all the real estate that the county owns. I guess my question is, let's come on into Memphis, right? So Arlington has, thankfully for you, this space that you can have these type of arrangements. In Memphis, what type of land offerings do we have that are county-owned that constituents can look to be able to create similar type of agreements?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. I believe I can't recall which mayor it was, but when they started to dissolve the Parks Department, that is when they started to give away all the county-owned parks to the city. So not to my knowledge, I don't believe we have any county-owned parks or previous county-owned parks in the city limits. I think they've all been donated as of 2 or 3 years ago.
Aside from Shelby Farms, I'm assuming? Right.
Yes, correct. They have their own management. Yes, ma'am.
Can you get to the commission a conclusive statement about if there are any county-owned parcels, aside from our residential parcels, commercial parcels, really parks is what we're talking about, that might not have been given to the city currently in our inventory? And then I just want to know legally, are you familiar with whatever the working arrangement was? So when we sold it to the city, was it anything in the agreement that would give the county access to those now city-owned properties for use? I'm just curious if there are any type of ways that we can work with community partners for city-owned parcels in use, and if anything happened, through any type of legal arrangement that we would have leeway with.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. I do believe the last one we donated was David Carnes, but I'll go back and verify that. And second, I can definitely look for the MOU or whatever arrangement we had to facilitate those donations overall.
Okay, so if you could get back to us, any parcels within Memphis that are currently county-owned and what was the actual arrangement for us to see, then that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so I would also like a copy. I'm just interested, when did we go into agreement in turning over all of our county parks to the city for management? Because as you know, in my district, the parks have not been maintained.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. That would only be the parks within the city limits. So
Okay.
if it is not within the city limit, those were not conveyed to the city.
Okay, who's maintaining those parks?
That would be
Unincorporated areas.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. That would be under Public Works. The Parks Division was dissolved. I think the maintenance falls, yes, to the Public Works officials, but I will let them speak further on it because I
Yeah,
don't have
and I would
details.
like to know when, because again, for example, later on, you all will have one of the parks who has not been maintained in the past 10 years coming before the commission. And so I'm curious to know about that, as well as can you send me those lists as well that you're going to send to Commissioner Thornton? Thank you.
Esther Sykes-Wood, I'll send it to the entire commission. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's take this to a vote. Commissioners, cast your votes. If all members have voted, we can close the screen and record the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. That concludes Committee 15.
All right, thank you. Call to order Committee 13, Audit. If we can read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the third quarter report of the Shelby County Government for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. We can get a mover and seconder for item 1. Moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Wright. All right, Deputy Director Schonbaum.
Good afternoon, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Quick housekeeping note before I begin. The next item On the Budget and Finance agenda is the general fund report, which is also included in this report. So if you want me to do those two together, I can do so.
Let's just do this one first, and then
Okay.
we'll close this committee and open the next one.
Okay. All right. Page 3, you have property tax collections through the third quarter of 2026. So we are at $863 million. That's 98%, 98.1% of budget. So we are in line to fully collect property taxes for the fiscal year. You will see that the property tax collections are anticipated to be higher than last year due to the reappraisal in the prior year. The next slide shows the allocation of property tax by fund. We did reallocate pennies such that the general fund would receive more dollars in FY26. You can see that the percentage, the pennies themselves are not one-to-one given that the tax rate changed, but you can see that the percentage allocated to the general fund moved from 41.2% to 44.6%, allowing for increased funding in the general fund, mostly supplanted by the debt service fund, which had a high fund balance going into the year and allowed us to reallocate some of those pennies. The next slide is the general fund operating statement. This is for the month of March. Total revenue as of the end of March was $494 million, up $63.6 million. Over 90% of the county's revenue for the fiscal year has now been collected. Property tax revenue is $384.8 million, or 98.8% of budget. Again, those dollars are higher due to the higher allocation of the penny to the general fund, as well as the property reappraisal. The next few items, other local taxes, state revenue, and federal and local revenue do not have meaningful different levels from prior year. I would say a bright spot in our revenue collections for FY26 is fines and fees. We see that those are up $6.8 million from prior year. About $2.5 million of that is dollars that would have been reported in FY25, but regardless, we're seeing increases in several offices in fees and permits, the circuit court clerk, registrar's office, and the trustees. So we are seeing some increase in revenue across several of the offices. Interest is showing up. We have not fully reallocated the interest for the year, so that will be once the interest is allocated, you'll see that revenue decrease by approximately $7 million. Personnel expenditures are up $24.5 million versus the prior year, about 9.8% due to our increasing personnel cost. Some of that is salary, some of that is overtime, some of that is higher contributions to the retirement, and healthcare costs are also increasing. O&M is down versus prior year. I think over the last couple of months we've talked about we expect that to even out as the year progresses, and we are seeing that difference narrow. So we are at that point in the year where we are at the strongest financial position for the county for the year, and so we we spend down that cash, the cash through November when we start seeing an increase in our revenue again. The next slide is general fund personnel costs by division. That gives you a breakdown where we are versus budget for each of the divisions of the general fund. As a total, we're at 76.9% of budget when we're 3/4 of the year, so that's in line with what we would expect to see. The next slide is general fund expenditure versus budget. This is for salary and O&M only, so it excludes transfers and, again, we are at 66.9% for the total general fund, so we know that O&M is currently lagging, so we would expect this to catch up as the year progresses. The next couple of slides, I really want to spend some time focusing on the general fund balance. We've had some questions about that. So our unassigned fund balance at the end of FY25 was 13.3%. That's the unassigned portion. Our full fund balance was more around 15%. So nevertheless, that is significantly below our fund balance policy of being between 20 and 30%. Until we work towards rebuilding our fund balance, we are going to continue to be outside of policy. We do anticipate hopefully not having a use of fund balance this year, but I don't anticipate that we will be rebuilding fund balance in FY26. The next slide is the cash balance. At the end of March, we're at approximately $200 million. Sort of back of the envelope, trying to look at our expenses that are still coming, what has yet to be recorded. I anticipate that our cash balance at year end will be in the neighborhood of $75 million. Again, that's back of the envelope. It's preliminary. Could be a little better, could be a little worse. But I want to put that in context of, at the end of the year, assuming we have in the neighborhood of $75 million, in the first 5 months of the year until we start collecting property tax, our revenue is generally in the neighborhood of $75 to $80 million. So that puts us around $150 million. Our personnel expenses are approximately $30 million a month. So that's $150 million. So that means there's no money for O&M, no money for grants, no money for the other county's other obligations without going out and borrowing money on an interim basis. So again, until we start rebuilding our cash balance, our fund balance, to have probably in the neighborhood of $150 million at year end, we are going to be in a position where we are going to have to borrow annually doing a tax anticipation note. So not a lot of good news on the cash front. All right, with that, I'll move on to education fund. The education fund operating statement, we are in line with revenue collections to fully fund our MOE for the fiscal year, which is steady at $427.4 million. One thing I would note, our motor vehicle privilege tax is pretty much flat with prior year. We had hoped that we might see an increase in that. It looked like we were seeing more people renew their tags as the task force came in, but we are not seeing that reflected in the actual dollars. The next slide is the pre-K funding. As of the end of March, as noted in the previous presentation by First 8, we have paid them their $11.5 million. I would note that this is predominantly funded through local sales tax and now additionally through general fund funding. Those funds are collected throughout the year. Historically, we have funded that up front. I know this year was different due to the contract negotiations, but normally that is done up front. Again, we are funding dollars in front of when we receive them. The contract was amended to fund them quarterly, but nevertheless, we will be in a position where we are putting out dollars which we have not yet collected. The next slide is the debt service fund. So right now, at the end of March, you see that We have revenue in excess of expenditures by over 60 million. That is because the bulk of the county's debt service is due on April 1st, so it's not reflected in these numbers, but that debt service was paid. We anticipate that you do see that we had a planned use of fund balance in the debt service fund of 17.7 million as we reallocated pennies to the general fund. We anticipate that the debt service fund balance at year end will be in the neighborhood of 47 million. The next slide is a summary of the CIP bond-funded projects. To date, for fiscal year '26, we have expended approximately 85 million. We had, with the budget carry forwards, the total amended budget was at 281 million, so still quite a bit of unexpended funds there. And then the next slide is the project activity detail. I know it's super, super tiny, so really hard to go into much detail there, but that does give you all the projects that make up the CIP budget. And then the final slide, or final two slides, is the fund balance as of March 31st by fund. And then the last slide is the summary of financial trends, which goes with the general fund, which was discussed in the general fund presentation. With that, I will open it up for questions.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I think I know a lot of our commissioners not in here, and when we get ready for what we're about to go into with this budget, and I guess where we were last year, we was $43 million that we had to borrow around that time. Are we looking at that same pace and space of being that we have to borrow that based on what you're showing us here in a couple of months?
We are in line to have to borrow at least that much.
At least 43 million. Do you remember how much out of the 43 million that was actually used?
It was 27 million, I believe. It was either 27 or 29.
29.
I believe it was 27, though.
So if we only use 27, 29, why would we have to borrow 43 million then?
Well, we did that to give ourselves, we had to structure the note such that we had enough money, we could borrow up to that amount. It turned out we didn't need to borrow, like some revenue came in, the property taxes had been lagging a little bit, and they caught up a little bit earlier than we had anticipated. So that timing of the revenue is hard for us to precisely predict. So we will set the note structure such to make sure that we can borrow enough to.
Go ahead. Now, I just want to be clear, because we didn't actually borrow. We took it from the reserve, right?
So Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, we borrowed from the debt service fund.
From the debt service fund. So, and you made a comment about the pre-K not being funded up front, and we're headed down that same pathway this year. So what would that amount be for pre-K? Is it the whole 11.5 we're saying?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So we are funding that up front, or the contract is structured to fund a quarter of the funding at the beginning of each quarter. So because we're funding it at the beginning of the quarter before the money comes in the door.
Yeah. It puts us in a tough place.
Yes.
And so when we look at, So I just know that, and this been year after year after year. I know, how long, if my mind asks, how long you been with the county?
4.5 years.
4.5 years. And I know coming in, we was having conversations of being 9 million, 10 million behind, and now we're really seeing it continue to catch up, because we're not investing new revenue. We just, I guess what we had with ARPA kind of made everybody feel safe that we had some dollars, but now those dollars are gone. And everything is still needing to be invested into. Is the Fraser High School fully funded? Is it done? Are we through paying for that? I know next year it's supposed to open.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I'm going to try and look at where we are on that.
And if you can look at that one in Cordova, I know that's on hold, but
Yeah,
just,
Cordova is on hold. Fraser looks like it still has a $16 million balance, if I can.
16 million. Okay. And just, do you know the exact amount, how much it was that we did for the Fraser High? I know it was something that the district put in as well.
You know, for FY, Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, I would have to get back
Get
with
it back
you.
to,
Yeah.
okay. If you can, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, seeing no one else on the queue on this item, I think are you good? Sorry, yeah, Commissioner Caswell.
Just one quick other question. I know you may can't answer this, but if you can help us knowing, let you look at the numbers often, and the fact that we may have to claw back to 266 from 269 on this tax rate. Do you know, if you had your guess to say where we have to be able to continue to move forward with not having to be in the same place over and over again, could you give us your best estimate of where we need to try to be to keep us moving forward? I just don't want to see us where, you know, when we look back on the history of this county city, so much is being taken over. I believe next the state will be saying this body can't do the business of the county, and then they'll be ready to come in here and take over this, and some may be okay with that. But for me, I'm not, because I don't believe we're going to have the best interest ran from the state for this county. But it will have to happen if we don't make the investment. Do you have any best guess?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. You know, I don't think anybody expects that fund balance is going to be rebuilt overnight. But as I said, or our cash needs, which is slightly different than fund balance. But at year end, if I'm estimating that our cash balance is going to be in the neighborhood of 75 million, and we need it to be 150 million, that's a lot of pennies.
Okay, so it's that, but you said it's around, we're looking at basically 75, and we need to be at 150. I know the chief financial officer, I think you might have made a suggestion about 110 million, but we need to be at 150 million to keep our bond rate and keep everything right.
To not have to Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, to not have to borrow, to have tax anticipation notes on an ongoing basis, to and, you know, maybe it's not quite 150 million. Again, it depends on how the revenue comes in. Maybe it is somewhere between that 110 and 150 range, but nevertheless, it's not 75.
No.
I mean, you know, what I can say is that, again, that our personnel costs, just our payroll, is approximately 150 million in those first 5 months of the year. You know, a couple of years ago, that was about $20 million less. So I think we've had conversations about expenses continue to rise without a commensurate increase in revenue. So I would just encourage this body that as you take on additional expenses, that you identify a revenue source to cover that. You know, our fund balance position is not strong, and rating agencies absolutely do not expect AA plus rated counties to be borrowing on an annual basis.
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
All right.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote on item number 1. Okay, if everyone's voted, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 6 aye votes.
All right, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes committee number 13. We'll call to order committee number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Clerk, before we read, because we got a pretty robust budget agenda today, we've got a few comment cards and some items. So, Ms. Shamban, before we go back to you, I want to give them a chance to come up and speak. I know they've been here for a little while on this. If you'd like to wait until the item comes up, you're more than welcome to do that, but I can't guarantee when that will be. So the first card I have is from Mike Webb. Mr. Webb, if you want to speak now, that would be great. Great, come on up, state your name, give a zip code, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Okay? Just make sure you get that microphone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Mike Webb. I'm a native here of Memphis, Tennessee, 38141. And I'm speaking on behalf of all the veterans, the 10,000 veterans here in Shelby County. I'm speaking on their behalf. I was thinking I was going to have a whole bunch here, but I guess they say I'm the spokesperson, so I'll speak for all of them. I got an email sent to me the other day about they haven't, put our tax relief in the budget yet. They're looking at it and it may not pass. And I've been doing this thing for over 10 years, with the tax relief. I'm 100% veteran, service connected, and I represent all the veterans of Shelby County. We got the largest population of all the veterans in the state of Tennessee right here in Shelby County. So I'm just asking, when you all start looking at those numbers and everybody start looking and scratching your head wondering, okay, the veterans, don't forget us. Y'all know we're at war. We're doing a whole lot of stuff, so just keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Webb. And the good news is that, we don't always agree on everything, but one thing we do happen to agree on is tax relief for our veterans and seniors. So thank you for coming to speak on the program and how important it is for our community and for our citizens. So thank you. Thank you for your service as well.
Yes, sir. And this is my neighbor here.
Okay.
He's right next
All right.
door to
Very
me.
good. Well, thank you, sir.
So, yeah,
thank you. All right, next card I've got here is from Michael Mosby. Mr. Mosby here. Would you like to speak on this? Would you like to speak now? Okay, yeah, come on up. Just give us your name and zip code, and we'll make sure we get the timer on for 3 minutes.
Michael Mosby, 4022 Wisteria Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. So I was told that we were add-on for Raising the Bar. I'm the executive director for Raising the Bar Community Development. If you don't know, we have served the community for 20 years now in December, going on 20 years now. We have served the Oak Haven community for 8 years now. We have volunteered our time with coaching. We have adopted an elementary, middle, and high school there. We have a very heavy vested interest in the community there at Oak Haven. We were allotted $250,000 grant from Commissioner Brittany Thornton. We wasn't really aware of all of the intakes that go with. So to my understanding that this grant is up for reallocation, and I'm just asking the Board of Commissioners to, I guess we already got approved for the grant. We already went through the process. We already went and vetted with the county office, so on and so forth. Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, told us, via email that, if we did not, if we did not amend a budget that she suggested, I have all the documents here, all the emails. None of those emails of that nature came until after we got approved for the grant. Once we got approved for the grant, then we started getting called by Commissioner Thornton saying that you need to amend your budget, you need to do this. She even said, and I have it documented in the email, told me that, man, you take $225,000 and you put it to the side in a separate account. You keep $25,000 for yourself, and we're going to come back and we're going to, get the contractors of her choosing, so on and so forth. Every conversation that I had with her, I was very confused. Very confused. Our board members reached out to her via email after she sent us an email stating that the board of commission had decided to terminate our fiscal agency grant with the Oak Haven High School. So we were told that we were applying for a budget grant, man, and we went to the county meeting via Zoom. Our board member was there with the county office. We did absolutely everything that they told us to do to apply for the grant. We applied for the grant, got approved. We got approved. Once we got approved is when Commissioner Dorn came back with all of these instructions, telling us to do this, that, and that. And every conversation that I had with her, I told her, I'm confused. I'm confused. It was to the point to where I got it in writing, telling her that I'm confused. From I'm at a loss for what you're doing, to my understanding, the Board of Commissioners is up for, I guess this item is up for to be reallocated, but we are in the community. We've started a summer camp. We have things rolling. We've been in the community for 8 years now, and I'm here to ask the board to just, can we honor the grant that we was already approved for? And I was told that we were just waiting for the signature from the county mayor. Once we get his signature on our contract, then we would get the $250,000 grant. As far as the amending the budget, all those things, that conversation came after the grant was approved. And I have every piece of documentation because that conversation was in email address after it was approved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mosby. So the earliest, there is an add-on for consideration, and obviously it hasn't been added on yet, but if it is, then we still have to vote on Monday. So Monday would actually be the meeting where any action would or would not be taken. But I appreciate you giving us the context so that we know if and when this is added on today, that we're more informed about it for when, if it does come to Monday. Doesn't mean it's going to come up Monday, but that would be the earliest any action could be taken at our meeting Monday at 3 p.m.
Okay, so you already suggested that I come to the meeting on Monday?
I would check and see if it does make the agenda today. You'll be able to find that online. And then if you'd like to come on Monday, you're more than welcome to come back on Monday, which is when we'd actually be able to vote on that item.
Okay, and can you tell if there's a way that you can tell me where we actually to add on this particular meeting, where we're raising the bar to add on this particular meeting?
It is, I do see it in queue for an add-on. We have I could not tell you the time by which we would get to that because we've got a lot of items today. It could be a long time. This is why I wanted to call you up now, because usually we'll wait till the items come up, but it could be a long time.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next card, and if you'd like to wait until the item comes up, more than happy to do that. Next one, I have Eric Dunn. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak now?
Oh, God.
All right, would you just state your name and your zip code, please?
I'm Eric
3
Dunn,
minutes.
38118. I want to echo, in fact, I serve on the board for Mr. Mike Mosby. I want to echo exactly what he said, as well as Anchor CDC. These CDCs and these organizations, we close the gap. We serve as the incubator for our communities, okay? And to reallocate funds that we've already budgeted for, that we've already have almost primarily spent without even receiving the funds, going to Black and brown communities and to children, letting them know, hey, listen, we're excited because we have this coming. And now to get this stripped away, that's very heartbreaking to them. So commissioners, if you can reconsider, think about it, contact us and let us know what we need to do as an organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, I have Dion Stovall. Stovall. You'll just state your name and zip code.
Good afternoon, Dion Stovall, 38127. waiting on the time. Okay. And I'm here.
Yeah, sorry, we'll reset the time for you. Yep, go ahead.
Yes, okay.
Why don't you go ahead and we'll make sure you get your full 3 minutes.
Okay. Dion Stovall, 38127, and I'm here on behalf of the Nurturing Parenting Program at Juvenile Court. We first want to thank you for the past funding. We had our first 4 cohorts in partnership with Juvenile Court, and I brought 2 parents with me today to share their experiences with having participated in the Nurturing Parenting Program. This is an evidence-based program that is designed to mitigate child abuse and neglect, and it is a 12-week course where parents participate for an hour and a half. And through the court, it has been a court-mandated program, but what we've seen, having had 4 cohorts, is that parents attend and they want a continuum. So we have worked very hard and diligently to partner with the parents to ensure that it is not a one and done after the 12 weeks, but that we will continue the course and partner alongside with them to ensure that their goals are met, that they set up during their 12 weeks. The whole premise is for them to design and have healthy relationships with their families, to connect before they correct. That is one of our mantras within the program, as well as ensuring that they have the resources and support that they need to best show up with their children to see success, academic success, social-emotional success with their children. So I'm going to pass it to the parents because I can talk about it all day, but I really want you all to hear the impact that it has had on our parents. So I will pass it to Virgie Wade and Lakeisha Wright.
Okay, great. If you'll just state your name and zip code, and then you'll have the remaining time that's on the clock.
My name is Virgie Wade. My zip code 38114. And I am an alumni of the Nurturing Parenting class, and also I am an alumni of the Parent Leadership class. And attending these 2 classes has really transformed my family. And what I mean by that is I come from a trauma state as a family. I'm a single parent of 4, and when you been through so much trauma, attending this class, I went through ACEs. I took the ACEs test, and it identified the issues that I have with my family, but also it also helped me redirect my children in a positive way. So both classes are needed. And to keep it going, I was able to even have other connections as well, far as State Senator London Lamar. I got connected with her for maternal health for my family as well. So this class is needed.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we've got a few more cards, I think, on this particular item, but would you like to just introduce yourself just briefly, and then we'll call up those other cards?
My name is Lakeisha Wright. My zip code is 38127.
Okay, you're exactly who I had next. So we'll put another 3 minutes on for you if you'd like to use all the time. If you don't, that's okay. But go ahead, and the floor is yours.
I just graduated from the Nurturing Parent Program. I received the email. I was like, I don't need this. My kid's grown. I got grandkids. But at the time of me getting the email, I finally had my first lesson with her. And I was listening to her talk about the ACEs. And I was like, well, I fit in the category of it. I was not an abused child or anything, but I have been through some things as a child. My mama always disciplined me, said, "Oh, because I love you," and it fell back on the generational curses as well. Then it was also about the stress, and I was like, I deal with stress, I handle stress well, but in actuality, everybody don't handle stress the same, because some parents get mad, they whoop their children. I got mad, and I didn't whoop my kids. I just became even harder on my children. I have a 22-year-old daughter that told me last year she was afraid of me. And I was like, you don't have to be afraid of me. She said, I'm afraid of you because how strict you was on us growing up. She said, I wanted to tell you something. I didn't know how you'll respond. I said, tell me. She said, I'm pregnant. I said, oh, congratulations. I said, that make you a better mom. I said, I want you to be better than me, better than my mom was. She looked at me like, what you mean? I was like, never mind. I said, you'll understand when you have your child, the same mistakes I made with you, don't make it with your child. So I recently got temporary custody of my grandkids. And I had been talking to my grandbaby. I do time out. I teach them time out. I teach my kids time out. And I was like, no, I'm not finna say time out. I said, I'm finna go on and spank you because I done asked you this over and over again. I did time out. You done stood in the corner. You done lost TV privileges. And I spanked her. And for her to be 6 and tell me, after I told her, I spanked you because I love you, she said, that hurted. That wasn't love. I said, love hurts. She said, no. She said, you hurt me. And I was like, no, I didn't hurt you. I said, my mama told me the same thing, but I had to think about how I felt growing up. And when I got a spanking, what I thought, and I was like, my mom was cruel. And I gave her a hug, and I said, thank you for reassuring me. And she was like, grandmama, she said, if you ever spank me again, please don't tell me you did it because you love me. That is not love. That's hurt. And I was up there telling Miss Stovall about it. I was like, it's a lot of things I thought I did right as a parent, and I have done right as a grandparent, but we really need this because she was teaching us the ACEs, and I fit in. I took the test, and I got my score, and I was like, it's nothing wrong with getting extra help. And I was talking to a little teen a couple of days ago that's a parent, and I was telling her, you hollering at that baby don't need that hollering because it's going to traumatize that baby. And this is very helpful for a lot of people, and I'm going to continue long as the program around to go further and accept the help that she's willing to give and that the program is willing to give.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Wright. Thank you all for being here and taking the time to speak on the importance of the program. Okay. All right, next I've got Paul Reed. Mr. Reed. State your name and zip code. Just press the button there to make sure the microphone comes up.
There we go. Name is Paul Reed. Zip code is 38106. I'm the senior pastor for New Friendship Baptist Church, and I am the board chair for Anchor CDC. And I'm here, like Mr. Mosby said, for the very same reason, where we had been granted monies of $250,000 only to be asked to take that money and filter 225 of it to Hamilton, which was never our intent for coming to ask for the money in the first place. We have a thriving CDC. We take care of our community very well. Our thoughts are that in order for Hamilton, all Hamilton schools to survive, the community has to be better. And so to be asked to do this, to be honest, was a slap in the face to us after we had worked with Commissioner Thornton, coming to meetings here, bringing our church, even receiving the go-ahead to announce that these monies were coming to us. I'm asking for you to please hold to the agenda as it is, grant us the monies that we've already been approved for, and that that amendment to change will not pass. So I'm asking for you to do that so we can move forward with our plans for that community in South Memphis. As we all know, which is a community that is unkept, so to speak. It needs a lot of help, a lot of work. and that's why we're there to do the work. So thank you for the time. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Virgie Wade? I think she may have already spoken, okay. All right, Commissioners, if it's all right, I want to try to also bring up our discussion item so we can get that done, which is item 18, if there's no objection. And are the speakers here for that item? Are you prepared? I don't know, are we? Okay, let's call up item number 18.
Item 18 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Moral Budget Coalition, FY 2027 Moral Budget Priorities, with Cardell Oren presenting.
All right, Mr. Warren, you can come on up. We've got the presentation pulled up on our screens, and so we'll put the clock at 10 minutes, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Appreciate being here. Cardell Oren, 38112. I'm with Stand for Children Tennessee and the Moral Budget Coalition.
This is K. Darrell Cowan with Hill 901, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116.
And what we wanted to talk through, I should have kept, is the Moral Budget Coalition. So the Moral Budget Coalition is a group of organizations that have come together in our community. One of the challenges that we've seen over time that you've been talking about here today and over the last several weeks, if not months and years, is about how to move our community forward with the challenges that we face and the opportunities that are in front of us. And so part of the challenge that we saw was exactly what I've heard other commissioners speak to, Commissioner Caswell, Commissioner Thornton, about the challenges and the need for investments in our communities and in the things that will move us forward. We know that we've had decline in population. We know that we've had challenges with economic development and workforce development, but these are things also that we have not intentionally invested in. And so we gathered organizations who were working on individual issues and said, hey, all of us keep asking every year for money, and everybody keeps losing. And so the need still exists, and so we need to pull everybody together and create parameters to have specific asks, to know what we're looking for, all the questions that commissioners bring to us over and over. We need to have mutual accountability about what should the funding go to, where's the highest leverage, and how should we move forward. So that's what we've been doing over the last few years. One of the other issues that we know is of concern has also been in terms of revenue. And you know, last year, I'm saying this just before that, and last year we talked about funding similarly for the moral budget. We also know that, you know, we have recertification years. And just to go through, and you talked about cash flow and these needs for extra dollars, one of the calculations that I looked at was just over the last 10 years. When we look at going back to the recertified rate, every time that we've had the opportunity to do it, the amount of money that we've lost over that time is over $1 billion. So just looking back at last year, when you reduced the tax rate down to 269, that would have been around $230 million per year that we would have had access to for cash flow for these investments that we're about to talk about. So one of the things that we know is an opportunity is to identify the value being created in our community and find ways to fund the investments that we need to grow our community, make our community safe, and have thriving people and communities. So now we can go on. So here are the elements of the moral budget. First, we have housing. There we have $18 million. This is to focus on housing trust fund. We know on the city side there's an affordable housing trust fund that also is underfunded. And on the county side, there's not a similar fund for the trust fund. I also know that one of the recommendations coming out of the pilot ad hoc committee is that as we reserve funds from pilots is to create Housing Trust Fund. So this is to seed a housing trust fund, and there are specific ideas. Y'all have had Rashida Jones do work here. She's one of our leads in this area and has specific ideas and understanding of what are the things that can do that from the models that she's done and developer incubators, addressing the appraisal gap, and the eviction protections that we still need in our communities. Next. Transit, you've had these discussions over the years too. We have Better Transit for Better Memphis is our lead here, where we are looking for $5 million to go to MATA, recognizing that was pulled back over time, or that commitment to transit has been pulled back over time. Also, that even now as MATA reforms and the city decides what to do with it, having funds to put into the pot to also leverage for the county to have a seat on the board of MATA that still, I think, only has 3 out of the 9 members it's supposed to have, seems like a prime time to leverage opportunities to invest in transit, get us a workable transit system, and have representation from the county. Next. Opportunity Youth, Opportunity Workforce Development. In the Youth and Education Nonprofit Committee, we have done specific processes. We had young people, emerging adults, who did a research project in the community, found out what do our peers want and need. And so we know that the needs are there. We just, a few weeks ago, launched the Opportunity Youth Playbook with the collective blueprint, really saying how do organizations, how does community, how does government, how should they interact with young people? And we know that one of the gaps that we have is supporting workforce development for Opportunity Youth and making sure that they have the coaching, the support to connect to these opportunities that are available at places like Mortex, Code Crew, and other supports. Youth mental health, again, connecting into things that we already have and know work. Youth Connect is a program that similarly, when we first started the moral budget, we got investment for youth and adult mental health. And that investment, that 1-year investment that was supposed to be a penny, ended up coming out of ARPA dollars, so not sustainable, went towards the development of what is now Youth Connect, where we have therapists who relate and are representative of our community, going out in the community, providing free mental health services, individual and group, over 300 young people seen, where there's a need to continue that and expand it, and to create a youth mental health advisory board, which is one of the things youth council members have recommended, and to make sure that we can promote and communicate, especially with parents. One of the gaps that they've seen now is that not destigmatization with young people, but with their parents to agree that they can get services. Next. Education, Youth Education Success Fund, YES Fund, is funding specific things that go into our community. One of the things that the commission and city have said over time, we want to fund, we don't mind giving more money to education, but we want to fund specific things. Mm-hmm. So we have very specific things. Literacy coaches, which we know is a gap, a research-based gap that could support our children. Mental health and high school graduation efforts. Next. I'm gonna run through these quicker. Pre-K, y'all had a long discussion about pre-K. We know that we are behind the ball in terms of the pre-K for all that was approved last year. Commissioner Thornton gave a great speech this morning about the need to continue on the path to fund pre-K. So rather than cutting back, we should be giving an additional $2 million. This $2 million ask was expected to be on top of the maintenance that was being provided. So that's a place where we know we need to focus, and where this commission has already made the commitment with pre-K for all and needs to continue the investment. Public safety, I'm gonna turn it over to Darrell.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for your time. To the commissioners, I know that this is a very difficult season for you all, especially when it comes to budget season. But when it comes to the ask about public safety, I want to be clear. The recommendation that we made to create the first joint office of neighborhood safety and engagement, the first joint office of neighborhood safety and engagement in the United States of America, we have it right here in the city of Memphis. But the downside to that is we funded an office on the city and the county side that has personnel that's able to collect the data that's necessary so you all can see what's actually going on. But there's no funding inside of the office to be able to fund the organizations that your offices are leaning on to be able to do the work. And that's where the deficit is. Everyone has talked when their time the campaign was about public safety being a priority. And when it comes to the $30 million that the state took away from the mayor's budget when Mayor Young asked for it for crime intervention and prevention things and workforce development, the thing that the state said that stuck out the most was this, is that Memphis and Shelby County, everybody's talking about public safety, but where is the investment coming from the local bodies of government? And the state said that it is not the bank for Memphis and Shelby County. They said they help fund things. But if it's something that you believe, we should be taking our own tax dollars and investing in what we're saying we're going to invest in when we're campaigning, and not going back up to Nashville asking the governor and state legislation for the things that we said that we were going to do and were priorities during campaign time. I know it's a difficult decision to make, but we live in a community where we always had to rob Peter to pay Paul and find a way to make things work. And I trust the individuals that are inside of this space to be able to make the necessary difficult decisions. And I understand that may need a tax increase. Just listening to the conversation from finance, there's a shortage every year that you all get started. To be in that position continuously and not do something different, that's not a good look. And with the state taking over everything from the school, we don't even have majority control of Region 1 anymore because UT Knoxville now has majority control of their board. Let's be honest with what's going on. The state takeover of the school, the state takeover of the airport. We're in a position right now where the state could actually take over this entire thing, make this one municipal government where the majority of people in here will no longer have a voice. And that's what we don't want to see. This is a moral budget, and we need you all to invest in it to show that our morals and integrity are in making sure that the people of Memphis and Shelby County all are safe, well, and have the things that they need to survive and thrive.
So finally, this is the future that we can fund. We know that we can do these things. We've gone over the last decade from about 437 on the tax rate down to 269, with the argument being that people are voting with their taillights, so we got to do that to stop population loss. Over that same 10 years, population has stagnated and decreased. That doesn't work. Now the argument is that because we don't have population, then now we got to keep the tax, like now that's why we don't have revenue. The argument keeps changing. The results keep being the same. The solutions that we would bring are different from what we've done in the past to say, let's invest in our future for our community, for the people in our community, to really do what we say we believe. Commissioner Caswell, I know, has a resolution and plan coming forward that I believe we support and can find some middle ground on. So really, let's do something to move our community forward, not just talk about what are the things that we could do and watch us continue down the road that we've seen over the last couple decades. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you both very much for being here for the presentation. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, appreciate the presentation. I just, thinking about where this expectation would be, right? So when you talk about the need for a bit more budget like this, well, let me first start and say, how much when you look at this whole budget, is a city, county collectively looked at supporting this budget, or are you looking at one body supporting the whole budget?
No, so we just gave to you the county side of it, so we have a separate city budget, moral budget ask.
Okay.
That's on the city side, and I believe the only portion that's there that's being funded, they started last year, there's more funding coming is an Opportunity Youth Workforce Development.
Yeah.
And some access pieces, so we know that it's a dual need and a dual role,
So-
and it should be a dual investment, like
So
pre-K.
if we didn't go nowhere else, and I'm just trying to make sure I get it in time, and is that we talking about, you're looking at about 14-cent rate increase to take it from where we look, if we go to 266 to 279, if we was to make that type of in full investment into all of the things. And I know you never get everything that you want when you're trying to get things done, but something need to be done, because much of what you said, and you hit a lot of it, Dr. Correa, Cowan.
Yes, sir.
On some of the things, especially with the joint office, being that I was invited and I asked by both mayors to go last year, and I was with you this year, I think it was. We was up in Louisville at the conference where they passed the baton to bring the joint office here. Over 2,500 people going to be here in October. For a conference to say that we are model for what? It is a joke, and it's sad that we have a joint office that's not funding, but 2,500 people from around the nation looking at us to be a national model, and we invest nothing to the joint office to do the work. And so if we continue down this road, we're going to be a bigger laughing stock of what this country is. And, you know, with what we already see with the National Guard and everyone that's here, it's crazy. But to that point, also, when I think about just where we at this morning, I was invited to a meeting. I had to get here, though, where the governor was in District 6 at Dwelling Place, largely because it's almost like we got to go in and save them. But thankfully, it's stakeholders in our community that they're partnering with, and we sold into building the backbone of that, some of it with Agape, the Dwelling Place, a Light at Night, that they said we're going to partner with this work, and they're about to bring a good bucket of money to support people moving from thriving to surviving to thriving, right? Their human flourishing work. And so, but we don't need to continue to look for, you said it, the state to come in, Superman to save us when we're not making those investments for ourselves. It's morally, it's just disheartening that we continue to down the road. And I hear my colleagues and I hear this, but when I'm talking about 18 years of not doing nothing of investments to our budget, but doing the same thing and expecting a different result is insanity. So, Brother Calvin, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that it puts us in a very compromising position when it looks at how the state is looking at Memphis and Shelby County. When we're not investing in the things that we know we need, that leads the state to say, yeah, I need to come in, because evidently we're not doing what we need to do. And if that means that if we're seeing a decline in population in Memphis and Shelby County, but understanding that it's going to cost more to operate these bodies of government, that means you have to make a difficult decision. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not representing everybody in Memphis and Shelby County, but I can say that if you're going to raise the taxes, at least let us be able to see the results of the raise. The thing about it is, if we can see the things changing in community, it's okay. But the thing about it is, we don't see anything happening. And in the inner city, for sure, I want to be clear on this. We cannot keep saying that there is no money in the inner city. For years, that is the largest consuming base in the United States of America, the black community. We can't say that there's no resources there. Even if the people in my community are renting homes, somebody still got to pay the property tax. So this is a disinvestment in communities when those resources are not there. That's a strategic disinvestment, because you can't tell me that the money isn't there when the property taxes are being paid, sales taxes, we're the largest sales tax base for the state of Tennessee. Why are we not getting the results right here locally in our own community? If we can't get it, it's one of the things where the state probably does need to come to make it right for all people.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Cuzzo, I see you're back in the queue, so we'll do that. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be long. I just want to say, before I have to run out, I do have someone waiting for me in my office. But let me just say this. This is not a hard choice for me at all. It's not a hard choice, because we need to start investing in our communities, investing in the people who are paying more taxes than anybody else. We haven't done that before, and this will be an investment. And if it's fair, if it's across the board, and the people see it as an investment, I can sell that. We can do that, and they will buy it. And whatever sacrifices they have to make, they'll make those sacrifices, because we're talking about, number one, their babies who they care most about. And number two, housing, their most important investment. So, and then of course some other things, yes. But when you prioritize the things that they prioritize, then they see that as a win for them. They meaning all of our constituents, and that's a good thing. And let me just say one more thing. As I said, it's not a hard choice for me. We cannot, and we need to stop even trying to Milton Grant and nonprofit and foundation our way out of the situation we're in. It's not going to happen. In fact, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of handouts from corporations. I'm sick of cornflakes and peanut butter, and I'm just sick of that. Cordell, we got to be able to have some money in our pockets so we can go in our pocket, pull it out, and pay for it, buy it ourselves, what we want. We may not like Kellogg. We may like rolled oats. Who knows? But we need to be able to buy what we want to buy when we want to buy it. Last thing, these local corporations who've been deathly silent on this dreadful, Ms. Hicks had the word for it, redistricting The silence has been deafening. Says to me that you really don't care about me. Because you wouldn't have to bring a truckload of leftovers, if you will, if you had joined us or would join us now against what they're trying to do. They've already split up District 9. 8, 5, and whatever 9 is now. That's going to be a battle, a competition for community development block grant funding. And if we don't get everybody out to vote, get folk out to vote, we're not going to, it's going to be worse. FedEx going to have to bring 2 more trucks of Kellogg cornflakes and oatmeal and what have you. So I'm not relying at all on what they say they're going to do, because they've already proved what they're going to do. They've laid off people, caused them to subsidize their own unemployment, and they've been deathly silent on the biggest, blatant, most horrific vote, what do you call it? Invalidation of voting, voter suppression, Jim Crow, the whole 9 yards, and they are silent on that. So there's nothing good that I can think about them at this time. So I'm not going to take long. I just wanted to say that, and then if y'all still here, I'll come back and have something else to say. But thank you very much, and you got my vote. Whatever.
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I'll first start off with this. Thank you for your presentation. I'm looking at it, and you have a total of $47.2 million you think should be in the investment. And let me understand again for clarification. Are you saying this is city and county together to get to this? Or is
No.
this your ask just for county?
This is just county.
And
yes.
what was your ask for city?
I don't have it right in front of me. I think it was $50 or $60 million total. Similar kind of splits.
Okay. Can we get a copy of that as well?
Sure,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. And Mr. Cowan, thank you so much for your just comments. I will say it wasn't until Saturday where I saw you at the event where the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement was doing their Orange Day 4 that I learned around the funding aspect of, A, the office not being fully funded, and B, the idea of around when there was a press conference by another entity that said that, oh yeah, we've kind of, solved the problem per se regarding that funding gap. And that to me is another indicator of why on our side and the city side, both entities have to work harder and better together around being able to answer these budget questions. Because I really did think, based upon that press conference, that was really helpful regarding the funding gap from the state.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for bringing that up and for clarification. Once again, those funds were funds that was allocated to the organization in November, an original press conference that individual conducted. And that updated press conference was just another conference to talk about those funds as that district or the congressional seat will no longer be in existence for Memphis and Shelby County to be able to get those dedicated funds, which is the reason why this body has to make this difficult decision now. There is no more federal dollars that are going to come directly for Shelby County. So Shelby County government and the city of Memphis has to do what it has to do to make this work for this region. And as we're talking about collaboration, I want to be very clear that there's less than 100 steps between these two buildings. When we're talking about siloed work, quit looking at the community and telling us to stop working in silos. We need government to not be a siloed thing and work together for the betterment of all of the citizens, not just some. Because Germantown and Lakeland should look just like Whitehaven and Binghamton. Because when when every community has the funding that it needs, there is no disinvestment. You won't be able to see a decline in an area when you drive through, when the funding is equitable. It's not just about equality. This is a time for the bodies to start making equitable decisions for the long-term sustainability of both of these bodies of government before we're in a position that we'll be looking at what one body of government looks like for all of this region.
And Commissioner Clay Bibbs, the total is $63.7 million on the city ask, but we can send that to you again.
Please do. Thank you so much for the information. I think the main thing is Mr. Cowan just said, we got to figure out how to work together. If we came up with working as an office, joint office, surely we can figure out how to work together, how to get some of these things funded, because it is both of us who are in it together. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Commissioner Thornton, I'll go to you, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank y'all for just the work that y'all have done with other coalition members to be able to even get this presentation before us and this information. I just wanted to talk through just like the funding pathway moving forward from your end. So you hear us talk about we don't have $47.2 million. Just this past September, we couldn't even as a county make payroll to pay our current, county workers. So we are not in the best fiscal place. So from your perspective, where do we get the $47.2 million on the county side?
I mean, that's, as Darrell mentioned, and I mentioned, it may have to come from additional revenue from a property tax increase. We reduced the property tax rate 70 cents, around 70 cents last year. And the reason that we reduced the property tax rate was because value went up in properties in our community. Wealth was created in our community, and people who benefited were the people whose property values went up the most, because they got a reduction in what they needed to invest, and people whose property values didn't go up much, who probably need the most investment, didn't get anything out of the deal for the most part. And so if we're going to invest, then, that's kind of the third rail that people don't want to talk about, but that's one of the reasons that we're saying it. You may have to increase revenue and do property taxes. And as Darrell said, we believe that if you make a commitment and hold accountable the organizations and government agencies that we are saying specifically should be doing this work, that people will see the value of it and that they will benefit from it. The same way that over the past decades, we've doubled the Memphis police budget, we've increased the sheriff's budget over the last 8 years. The same way we believe that that would get us greater public safety is the same way we believe that this will get us greater public safety and a thriving community from an investment.
And I will add, I think that this body understands that it almost has no other option. When you're talking about you don't even have the money to make your own payroll, you don't have the money that you need to start your own fiscal year off in a comfortable position, you have to be honest with yourself that you don't have what you need to be able to support anything. So therefore, you're going to have to make a difficult decision. You're going to have to raise and at least find some type of way to get this increased revenue. This body doesn't even have what it needs to be able to function. So I think it's a no-brainer. It has to be done. There's no questions.
So the part that is not a no-brainer to me is explicitly who receives these buckets of dollars. So we have the highlight section, we have the figure, we have the area, but this is the same thing that I've said in previous conversations. I'm all for us pushing the progressive vision and putting a dollar amount to it and seeing the benefit of the increased investment. What I don't want are slush funds. And so for me, the way for us to be able to ensure that $18 million gets to housing on my block, in my neighborhood, is that I can actually pinpoint where the dollars are going. And as a taxpaying citizen, I can say, yes, send it to that organization because I trust it'll get back to me. So the case being made right now is that we make these investments through increasing, the tax increase to create the dollars, and that it's going to actually get to the constituents. And that's the only piece that's missing for me. So if we can, I know this is a discussion item, and I'll get back in queue. If we can just make another column that just says who would be the receiver so that we can sit through vetting the strength and capacity of those receivers, I think that will move this conversation forward from what I've seen in previous years.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. And Commissioner Caswell, before I go to you, just another reminder for all the commissioners, we have a very robust agenda ahead of us, and we need to get through these FY26 items before we even get to the FY27 budget. So just want to remind us there'll be many more opportunities to discuss and debate, but we have got to get to our actual voting items. Just for the sake of accomplishing things today in Budget Committee. So just want to remind us of that so we don't spend too much time here. All right, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd rather have my time here, and the rest of it is, I think it'll work itself out, because if we don't do something different, we're going to keep getting the same result. And I appreciate making it clear and plain that something different got to be done, period. One of the things I charge y'all to look at, I think I sent it to you, Mr. Cordell, that 1% alignment focus, right? And how we look at city council, county commission, school board, the $4.7 billion annual budget. You take 1% alignment of that, that's $47 million. We target that towards the 9 poorest and most violent zip code that the governor and them is here right now talking about, what they're sold into $150 million into the police department to target those communities, to say, basically, how do we address these same issues, right? And the dollars are there, they are not aligned. We're not having those real conversations. That's without a tax increase, right? We just talk about what we already got. But when we talk about investment moving forward, it's got to go deeper. You said it. I heard a conversation this morning. We talking about supporting local business that built a landfill of tires in Douglas, and people value can't go up. But we want to help people keep doing the same thing to our community and expecting a different result. And that's where you talk about where we're failing with our communities. And so I'm supportive of this conversation. You see, it's going to take something to get us there. But if we don't do something different, we're going to be in trouble and expecting something different to come out of it. It was quite something last year. We couldn't even get 4 cents. And, you're talking about 14 cents with all. And I know you're, again, not expecting to get it all. And some of these things, I'm totally agree on. I could say even with transit, I say real quick, I think we need to do something different in transit right there. But I think transit need to show us something different too, before I can see how I can really holistically do something behind that. So again, thank you all for bringing this presentation. Thank you, Chair, for indulging the conversation on today.
Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So I support the moral budget process. I just want to see us add some meat to it. So picking up where I left off, this is about a 14-cent increase that we would need to be able to fund this. And so in the past, I know last budget cycle, the request of the moral budget, I was the only commissioner that made a motion on the floor to fund it in total. Where I disagree, Mr. Cowan, was anything less than that, I couldn't in real time, knowing who I represent, be okay with a less than the ask figure, because we have to say who's not going to be served when you're not. So I think it was 9 cents. I made a motion on the floor to push the 9 cents. It didn't get a second. It failed on the floor. And we were talking about 2, I think 3 cents, 4 cents, somewhere in there, without any type of descriptor of who it is. So when you represent a district like District 10, you see who doesn't get served. You can go into my zip codes and see who every single time there's a Goodwill project, it falls short of my district. So we have to be really good front end negotiators. And I had this conversation with Mr. Oren. We do not have the luxury in District 10 to trust that if we secure the dollars that the service is going to follow. We need to know who it is that you're talking about queuing up to receive the dollars so that we can vet their ability to serve. And so it's late in the budget cycle. I'm not saying that this is dead. These can be aggressive conversations. If we need to meet at 11 o'clock for me to understand this and be on board with it, I'm all for it. But I cannot move this conversation forward if, when we're talking about public safety, all it says is fund community organizations. I want to know explicitly how you break down $11 million and what does it get, so that I can go to my constituents and say, is this a good offering? And so I think that that's where this needs to go. We need to know, not just in public safety, but even just going into some of these other buckets, who exactly would be the receiver of the county requested funds, and what is the capacity of those organizations to do this work? Because I want to invest in infrastructure, to be honest.
Most definitely. I think that I'm going to let Mr. Cardell respond to those other pots. I'm speaking on the pot of public safety. There's no need to ask me who is going to get it. It's going to be the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which is a body that you all have already funded. It's already in your budget anyway to pay staff members out of there. What I'm saying is that office need to be able to have the funding to be able to allocate funds to the organizations that it leans on to be able to get the work done in the community. We can't keep doing the work with no money coming from the entity, because what has now happened, this entity is now going to apply for the same grants that the people in the community got to apply for when their funding is not there. So now this body has now created an office that is now more competitive with the community than an asset if you don't fund it. If you're not going to fund it, what's the point of having it? Because at that point, they're competing with the CBOs and the other entities that's inside of the community, because we're applying for the same grants. And you all have a grant writing machine as a government, and you're talking about a nonprofit competing with that type of robust system that's applying for to do the same work. I don't think that your office should be applying for the same grants that I'm applying for. If you're going to fund the people that work inside of the office, fund them fully to be able to do the work the way it needs to be done. And you got to trust them, and they've already vetted the organizations. That had already been an investment that is made. The investment of vetting the organizations, all of that's done. It's just no funding in it from the city or the county.
Makes sense. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Just really quickly,
Okay,
Commissioner.
very quickly.
We will get you, this is just summary, each of the organizations, and I do want to recognize the other advocates who are here with us today, Better Chance for Better Memphis, Micah, who have done painstaking detail to put together information that you asked for Commissioner Thornton, and we can get you that detail. Thank you.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you both. All right, let's get back to our regular agenda. I want us to move as expeditiously as we can through FY26 items before we get to the 27 budget proposal. So, Madam Parliamentarian, if you can read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the March 2026 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Okay, thank you. We're going to mover and seconder on this item. Moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. All right, Deputy Director Schonbaum.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. You want me to represent the full report?
I think you can just give the highlights since we've already got it in front of us.
All right.
Just call attention to specifically which refer to this item.
Okay. Total general fund revenues at $494 million, approximately 90% of total budget. Property tax revenue is at $384.8 million. We have collected almost 99% of the general fund budget. Again, in an increase over prior year due to the reallocation of the penny. And then other local taxes, state revenue, federal revenue, virtually unchanged. Fines and fees, we're seeing increases among various offices, so that is a positive in the report. Personnel expenditures are up 9.8%. As we know, salary increases as well as overtime costs increasing and contributions to the retirement plan all up.
Okay. Anything new you want to add on this particular item? Okay, great. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Director, when it comes to the CIP budget, can you advise us on, so there's a particular District 10 project that was slated for fiscal year, I want to say 27, and it's been pushed off to, I want to say, fiscal year 28. I've just been informed that it has been pushed back. What is the process when the CIP budget is being outlined of making the priorities, and what can we do as commissioners to get our projects out the door? Because the community has been courted to be able to get excited about a project that just seems to be continuing to be pushed off.
I'll take that question. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Currently, the way our CIP process works, we have a CIP committee, that executive committee that reviews all of the requests that have been submitted for CIP. And they are vetted based on timing of when they're needed, how much money is going to be required for it. And we try to stay, or we have to stay within the realm of our budget for each fiscal year. I'm not familiar with the project that you're speaking of, but each year we have only $150 $50 million that we have available to us to spend for a CIP project or started. And so that's why they're spread out over the 5 years.
And so assuming that I see projects that are not completed, so for fiscal year '27, the $150 million slate, where do I find exactly what is funded? It's in our proposed budget book, right?
The CIP proposed budget, yeah, and I think that's on the agenda to discuss today.
Okay. I'll hold my additional questions there. What was I about to say? Okay, I think I just had CIP-related questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote on item number 1. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 1 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution to amend the FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Fund operating budget to expend supplemental grant funds in the amount of $455,200 from the State of Tennessee Department of Public Safety. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of general operating funds in the amount of $455,200, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, thank you. Item 2 is moved by Commissioner Thornton and seconded by Commissioner Mills. Chief Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Commissioners, Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The resolution before you seeks to amend the fiscal year 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office operating budget in order to accept and expend funds from the state of Tennessee in the amount of $455,200. The purpose of these funds is to provide an annual supplemental bonus to our post-certified officers who have completed training, post-certified training, and who were on board in calendar year 2025. And they receive $800 per officer, and there are about 569 officers that meet this eligibility criteria. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval of this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for this. It sounds like it was a good opportunity for them. Have you already paid out the bonuses?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I will have to get back to you on that. I know the list has been compiled by our HR department. I'm just not sure when it was sent over to Shelby County Human Resources or Payroll, to process. I can get that to you in an email this afternoon.
Just putting on my assumptive hat here, it's the end of fiscal year '26, and so you wouldn't be paying out dollars for people who haven't completed their certification. So is the assumption correct, being this late in the budget cycle, that we're paying for completed certification processes?
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So law enforcement personnel who were on board through calendar year 2025 are eligible to receive these funds. And say, for example, if someone leaves our employ before the stipend is paid, then we will have to return that money back to the state.
So you haven't received the dollars. This is to receive the dollars so that you can pass it off to the officers.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. We have received the revenue from the state of Tennessee.
But you have not paid out anything.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I need to confirm that, and I'm happy to respond to all 13 commissioners by the close of business today with that information.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 2. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie. We have 7 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 2 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the purchase of Mimecast email archiving, filtering, and security solution from Insight Public Sector in the amount of $211,581.45, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods where each renewal shall not exceed a 7% increase over the prior year's renewal price. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 internal service funds in an amount not to exceed $211,581.45, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 3 is moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Chief Perry?
Good afternoon, Sandra Perry, CIO. This resolution will allow us to continue our technology which maintains the county email security and archiving services. It ensures continued reliable email operations. The funding in the amount of $211,581.45 is available and identified in our FY26 Information Technology Services Internal Service Fund. This item has gone before our IT Steering Committee, and the administration recommends approval, and we seek your approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief Perry. Seeing none on the screen, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 3. Okay, thank you. We can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie. We have 6 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 3 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution to approve a contract with Pictometry International Corporation, DBA Eagleview, for digital color, oblique, and orthorectified aerial imagery and aerial orthophotography services for the period of contract execution through June 30th, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $214,760, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods in order to maintain the most current county data for emergency responders. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $214,760, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, if we can get a mover and seconder on item 4, moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Chief Perry?
Sandra Perry, CIO, Information Technology Services. With this resolution, we will continue our services under GIS, which provides what we call aerial imagery. That allows us to actually take aerial photography, and we do this for the assessor's office, some of our external and internal entities within Shelby County, including some of our municipalities. We do this on an annual, biannual basis to actually provide for tax assessments and things like that for the assessor's office, and they are called flyovers. We have this item before the IT Steering Committee and the administration. It is funded through our GIS regional funding in the FY26 budget for $214,760, and we are seeking your approval to proceed.
Okay, thank you for the report. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 4. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie, Chairwoman Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
All right, thank you. Item 4 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution approving the purchase of Cloudflare licenses and subscriptions from Insight Public Sector in an amount not to exceed $45,731.08, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods where each renewal shall not exceed a 7% increase over the prior year's renewal price. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 internal service funds in an amount not to exceed $45,731.08, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, item 5, moved by Commissioner Shalai, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Chief Perry?
Sandra Perry, CIO, Information Technology Services. This agreement will help and continue the maintaining the security services for our online and website services. We currently have this solution in-house, and we're continuing it with this agreement. The funds in the amount of $45,731.08 are identified in our Internal Services Fund for FY '26 in the ITS budget. We have this item before the IT Steering Committee as well as the administration, and we also seek your approval to continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for this information. For the licenses and subscriptions that you have to produce data, that you talked in the previous item about the benefit to the assessor's office and some other internal departments. When it comes to just the licenses and subscriptions, and even contracts that you have that provide data that could benefit the commission, do you have a list of what vendors would fall under that category?
Sandra Perry, I need a little bit more information from you from that, and I will be happy to work with you to provide that.
Okay, I will formally make that request. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 5. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
All right, item 5 goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan CIP budget in the amount of $1,877,796.80 and approving a contract with Barnes & Brower, Inc. for HVAC renovation at the D. Army Bailey Courthouse located at 140 Adams Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. This item requires appropriation of FY 2026 funds not to exceed $1,877,796.80, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner McWright.
All right, item 6 moved by Commissioner Thornton and seconded by Chairwoman Avent. All right, good afternoon. Committee report on this item.
Thank you so much, Anthony Wright.
Sorry, make sure your microphone is on.
Anthony Wright, CIP Manager, Shelby County Engineering. The courthouse restoration project at 140 Adams HVAC. This project will replace select air handling units and clean the ductwork through the entire building. And these funds are being transferred from 7200 Shelby County Library, which will be requested again in 2028.
Okay, Commissioners, any questions on this item? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 6. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent. We have 5 aye votes.
All right, item 6 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 7.
Item 7 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan, CIP budget, in the amount of $3,150,000 and approving a piggyback contract with Train US, Inc. in the amount of $4,196,415.21 for the replacement of 2 chillers at the Walter L. Bailey Junior Criminal Justice Center Jail Annex at 271 Poplar Avenue and 1 chiller at the Jail Kitchen at 280 Washington Avenue and appropriating funds. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 CIP funds in an amount not to exceed $4,196,415.21. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 7 moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shelby. All right, report on this item.
Thank you so much. Anthony Wright, CIP Manager, Shelby County Engineering. This project, as stated, will replace 2 chillers that are currently non-functional at 271 and 1 chiller that is also currently non-functional at 280. 271 is currently being served by temporary equipment, so expedition is paramount. Thank you so much for this consideration. It is highly recommended.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking to see vendor information. So it's say more about the local vendor. Before there was a national connection to the local vendor that you mentioned in a previous item. Tell us more about any connections that this local vendor has to any national network.
They are part of the Omnia organization, so it's a large cooperative. So they're a member, and we're able to piggyback off a contract from another part of the country, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, the city of Racine, for this work. They have a local presence and will employ local vendors in join the work.
And so there's no subcontract goal for this?
There was none.
When it comes to our understanding that they will employ locally, where do we base it off of?
Practice. They don't have their own people here, that come from somewhere else to do the work.
Okay. And this is all because we've seen a number of just emergency contracts, and I'm just curious, have we seen any related to, the chillers? In the past, wasn't that an emergency contract?
There have been some emergencies. Those would be generated usually by support services for the temporary equipment. That in itself was an emergency. This is more or less on schedule. It would be nice if we could have gotten there sooner, but the equipment has now failed, and we are there. We have the funds, and we have found a contractor, so we're ready to do the work.
Do we ever see, because of the age of the building, that the routine maintenance that we're doing, that it's complicated by a faulty building? So it's like you put a new piece of equipment on something that is just old and malfunctioning. Like, does that ever compromise the investment that we're making here? Or could it compromise the $4 million investment that we're making?
The building is sound. So it's just that this piece of equipment is like a part on your car. It needs to be replaced. So the mechanical system as a whole seems to be pretty sound. The chillers are at the end of life. They are original to the construction of the building about 20 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 7. And we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Thornton, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon. We have 6 aye votes.
All right, item 7 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 8.
Item 8 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Compensation Policy for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Okay, item 8 moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Chairwoman Avant. All right, Director Thornton.
Good afternoon. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. we're required yearly to present this compensation policy. As required, we presented this matter before the Civil Service Merit Board. Civil Service Merit Board did not ratify a lot of the changes, but you all have power and authority over the Civil Service Merit Board when it comes to this document. We're asking for the passage. I'm required to read this entire document to the record. I don't think we have time, nor do I want to. And we did incorporate several changes that the electors asked for, and we're asking for you all to approve it, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, Commissioner Thornton?
Can you just clarify, you said the Civil Service Merit Board, they're not in alignment with these?
No. Civil Service Merit Board, we're required to present this to the Civil Service Merit Board. However, there were several individuals who came into the meeting, made the meeting somewhat contentious, and so therefore, the matter was presented, asked by the Civil Service Merit Board to be continued. And so you all have final authority to present this document.
So we have final authority to approve what you send, but in your internal process, there was contention that we don't know about.
That's correct.
So where do we know even the points that were presented in contention to what you're presenting today?
Briefly.
And who, Brittany's crazy,
No,
but.
I said briefly.
Okay.
I said Brittany, I said briefly.
Okay.
To address, it was about the salary structures. There was a lot of issues regarding the appointed salary structures, and I tried to explain to the electeds as well as their CAOs that as long as there's money in the budget, the electeds can give their appointed personnel whatever salaries they so choose, as long as there's money within the budget. There was also an issue regarding the 1%, where I think there was a misunderstanding where they felt that pursuant to the back of the document, if you look from items 61 and above, I know there was an issue regarding 1% versus 3%, and I made it abundantly clear that as long as there's money in the budget for the electeds to give salary increases to their appointed staff, no one's going to stop them from doing that. I think they understood that. I've had several conversations post the meeting before the Civil Service Merit Board, and I think I've clarified all of those issues with those individuals.
Can you just educate us on the Civil Service Merit Board?
It's attached to the, well, no, it's attached to the, I'm sorry.
It's in the
Yes.
system?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Director Thornton, what were you going to say?
Sorry, what was the question? I was
Just the
interrupted.
Civil Service Merit Board, you've referenced them. Who comprises that board? Like, what authority do they have? Just remind us who that board is that we should be mindful of.
The board is appointed by the electeds, and they meet to hear disciplinary actions involving terminations, demotions, and suspensions of 10 days or more. They're also required to review any and all positions when it comes to creation of new positions within Shelby County government. And at times, we also have them review classifications of various positions in the civil service, at civil service levels. Those what we call classified personnel.
So I guess I want to just be clear today, the electeds support what you're presenting today?
No, I cannot say all the electeds. The issue came down to, and I'm glad Ms. Lindsay sat beside me, because it was primarily, from my understanding, that Ms. Lindsay felt that, and others felt in line with her, some of them did, that the, when the commission passed the 3% and the 6% increases, that she felt that in certain classifications, we did not increase that. Although Ms. Lindsay was not a part of all the speeches and meetings we had with Siegel Waters, they were telling us specifically and emphatically, as a matter of fact, they came and sat right where she's sitting at, that when it comes to certain classifications, we're not required to raise those classifications, because some of the classifications that we actually increased were actually not in line with Shelby County structure. Let me give you an example. Last year, you all voted in $40,501.50 for all county employees, which came out to be $20.77. Siegel Waters recommended that we pay them $19.28, which came out to be $37,100. So we're actually $3,000 more than what Siegel Waters recommended. They also looked at several of our appointed positions, and some of the people were actually at 107%, which means they were making 7% more than 100%. Some of the positions actually paid more money than St. Jude, which is our highest employer here in Shelby County, along with Federal Express. So with that being said, when we presented the compensation policy this year, we tried to explain to the electeds that, as well as their CAOs, that we're not required to increase incrementally every time the commission passes an increase for certain positions. I think that's where Ms. Lindsay and others were confused, because we're going by what Siegel Waters is saying, is in that some of the positions have to stay pat. Also, looking at the fiscal budget with Ms. Tipton and alike, I found it somewhat interesting that we had various electeds who, well, not electeds, they're CAOs coming down asking for significant increases in the salary structure. We also heard one of the electeds come down today asking for a 5% across the board for her personnel. If we did that, then therefore it would create equity or inequities across the board for others. We also, I know Commissioner Sugarman, not to call her out, has made a request for, or will make a request for some firefighters. And she's correct in the fact that when the sheriff department got 5% increases, I think in 1 year, or whatever it was, 5% for the civilian personnel and the like, the firefighters were actually left off of that group. So we actually operate what we call a Me Too clause, where the sheriff department as well as the fire department should have gotten that 5%. Well, the fire department did not get that 5% increase. They're asking for that 5% increase. So oftentimes the electeds and their CAOs doesn't understand that we look at these matters every single year. It's not just Gerald Thornton or Mark King with them offs. We actually have a professional service contract with a vendor who actually also look at these. So they'll make a request of 5%, they'll make a request of 3%, they'll make a request of 2% and alike, not understanding that it's not us who are actually the ones who are looking at just, we're not looking at it in a vacuum just for Shelby County government. We have to look at it for a whole.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton's back in the queue, so we'll do your second round. You're still on the floor.
Are we able, Chair, to acknowledge Chief Lindsay? Because yeah.
Yeah, Chief Lindsay?
Excuse me, Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I just wanted to point out the point of contention during that Civil Service Merit Board hearing about the compensation policy. Basically, in 2025, July of 2025, or when the compensation policy was last brought before this body, the compensation policy comes first, and then the adopted budget comes next. So the adopted budget included a 3% salary increase. Prior to that, in January of 2025, there was a 6% salary increase. So when the compensation policy came, it did not include both the 6% and the 3%. And this body requested that the administration come back with an updated salary schedule, one, to reflect the $40,000 50150, and two, to ensure that that 3% and 6% were in those salary matrix. That's the only point of contention that the elected officials and the CEOs had with the current compensation policy as written, because mathematically, it doesn't add up to both the 6% and the 3%. It may add up to 8%. And so we're just saying, for transparency and for accuracy, and so that everyone is on the same page, it shouldn't be that if an elected official has it in their budget, then they can pay someone whatever they want. It should be that this is the compensation policy, and here are the salary ranges. But then also to that point, if elected officials can pay appointed employees whatever they desire, then, and the Civil Service Merit Board is not responsible for appointed positions, then why are the salary ranges related to appointed positions included in the compensation policy? So those were just the questions that came from the CEOs and the elected officials.
And
Thank you.
Just for clarity, in what is being presented today to be approved, are you in support of that? And if not, what would the alternative be?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Whatever the will of this body is, but I just think it's important to bring to everyone's remembrance or attention what this body directed last year, which was to have that special salary schedule amended to, one, include the $40,000 50150, and to include those 6% and 3% salary increases into the compensation policy. And then I was out of the room, so I don't know if Director Thornton mentioned that there is a compression issue now with the $40,000 50150, because there are certain employees, they're being supervised by other people, and there's not enough funding or not enough budget in the positions between those grades. But to answer your question, no, I am not in support of the current compensation policy as written for those reasons.
So Chair, I don't see anyone in queue. I would like to send this down without recommendation.
Great. All right, moved by Commissioner Thornton to send down without recommendation. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lowry without objection. All right, item 8 will go down without recommendation. Thank you. Item number 9.
Item 9 is a resolution approving the purchase of CoreView licenses and subscriptions from Arif International Corporation, DBA Numericsoft, in an amount not to exceed $121,965.69, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods, where each renewal shall not exceed a 5% increase over the prior year's renewal price. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 internal service funds in an amount not to exceed $121,965.69, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 9, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. All right, good afternoon. On the report.
Yes, Dennis Boyce, IT Infrastructure Manager. This item that's before you today is a renewal. It's a renewal of service called CoreView. We use this service to manage our 365 environment. That's Microsoft 365. It's an important tool to make sure that we keep things straight inside this environment for your use, and we're asking for approval today. The cost for this expenditure is $121,965.69, and it comes with option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. Thank you.
All right, thank you. See no commissioners in the queue. Let's take this item to a vote. All right, can we close screens and report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Shalai, Thornton, Laurie. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. The item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian, please read item number 10.
Item 10 is a resolution approving a 3-month contract extension with Aramark Correctional Services, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $350,001 for professional fiduciary management services for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires an expenditure of fiscal year 2027 general funds, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. The item was moved by Commissioner Shalai, seconded by Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry, Board of Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The purpose of this resolution is to approve a 90-day extension with Aramark Correctional Services for fiduciary services. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office submitted a request to do an RFP back earlier this year, and we submitted our discovery questions, I want to say in March 2026. So we're still waiting on that RFP process to, continue. So in an abundance of caution, we need to ensure that we have this contract in place to keep track of the detainees' funds on account. So therefore, we're asking for a 90-day extension for the period of July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. There is a no-cost increase in this amount. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office recommends approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. So we did a 3-month contract extension for the food services. These are connected to each other, correct?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. No, Commissioner Thornton, there are 2 distinct contracts. One is for food service for detainees. That was also a 90-day extension because we're waiting on the RFP to be the contract to be fully negotiated. And 2, this is for fiduciary services. So a detainee could have funds under their account, and so this is the accounting service for those funds. So it's 2 distinct contracts, but it's with the same vendor. When this RFP was originally issued, There was only one response, and you have the scorecard in the back of this packet, but it's two distinct services.
Okay, so what stood out to me, so the services rendered for this particular contract, when we look at the vendors that were solicited, I just saw something that said that there were, how many people bid on this particular item?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to have to defer to purchasing or the diversity officer.
So purchasing is coming. So this is an extension of the current contract that Airmark Services has. And so Airmark is a non-local vendor. Maybe, I'm pretty sure I clicked on something that said that there were other, let me pause here, purchasing. For this particular contract that is being extended, how many solicitations and submitted proposals were attached to this contract that we're extending today?
James, Class Administrative Person. This is an extent of a very old, this RFP was probably back in 2021. I don't have all that information in front of me, but we do have an active bid actually going on now for this.
So we have an active bid.
Yes, for these services.
Okay. Into the conversation on Monday, can you just tell me back in 2021 who all participated in the bid? So solicitations, successful awardees, any non-responsive, and I'm just curious to see where local is. Since this is a smaller scope contract, is it possible for us to be able to increase competition for this particular award? I'm just curious if it exists here locally. And then, just to be clear, if you had a different vendor, because I'm aware that Airmark also provides your food service, that's not just, those two don't work in tandem with each other, do they? So these are two separate contracts that we could have Brittany Thornton LLC for this contract and still keep Airmark as food service, and that they don't have to be the same. Okay, yeah, I'm just curious, before it comes up for our approval, after this extension, what type of local talent are we working with related to this item? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 10. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avent. We have 7 aye votes.
Okay, thank you. Item 10 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 11.
Item 11 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to reallocate and appropriate $18,015,000 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to fund public safety expenses, including overtime payments, operational materials, and unanticipated food service costs. This item requires the reallocation and appropriation of general fund unassigned fund balance in the amount of $18,015,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Amber Mills. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules and was referred back to committee in June 1st, 2026 commission meeting.
All right, thank you. Item 11 moved by Commissioner Thornton. Need a second, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. All right, Chief Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. We have a substitute item. If someone could move that for us, please.
So moved.
Okay, so is there another, I've got this substitute that has a $6 million amount. Is that the one we're trying to move? Is that the one you're moving, Commissioner Thornton? Okay.
Chief, just for clarity, this is a substitute that we were just handed that you're looking to move?
Yes, Commissioner
Okay,
Thornton.
it's been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? All right, we also need a motion to suspend the rules.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Caswell, without objection. Okay, we're going to do that again on the substitute.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules for the substitute.
All right.
Second.
Also moved by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Caswell, without objection. The rules have been suspended on the substitute, so the substitute is properly before us. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read the substitute caption?
The substitute caption for item 11 is as follows: Resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to reallocate and appropriate $4,428,789 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to fund public safety.
Sorry, this is why
This
I
is-
asked which substitute, because I had seen two versions. And just wanted to clarify, the one that was being moved on the floor was the one that has a $6 million amount on it. I've also seen this version, but I do not have that one in front of me. What I have is the one that says 6 million. That was the one that was moved onto the floor.
Is that the one that you want? You want the 6 million?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office is requesting that we substitute the $15,000 for the $6 million item.
Do you, Madam Parliamentarian, do you have this one?
I do, but I just want to note that one of them is in the proper form of track changes, and the other is not. So I'm not sure what the intention is, but we would need to suspend the rules for this, for the formatting of substitutes. I do have that.
And just for clarity, is the 6 million one the one that's in proper formatting? No, okay.
No, the changes have not been tracked on this. Okay. Yeah, Madam Chair?
Is this something that we can move so that they can bring this properly before us, move this to the Hill, and move on to other items?
Yeah, it's fine with me. You want to make that motion?
A motion to move this item to the Hill?
Okay. All right, moved by Chairwoman Avant to move item 11 to the Hill, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection, we'll move that item. And that will, let's call up item number 12.
Item 12 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2027, FY27, in the amount of $176,761,862, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in June 1st, 2026 commission meeting.
Okay, item 12, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Chairwoman Avant. Chief Tipton, any updates on the CIP?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. No, it is still the same.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Chief Tipton, I have a question about the Health Department location in Orange Mound. Can you tell me where this is within the CIP planning process?
That's Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. There is a line on here for Health Department clinic consolidations, which starts off with 2 million. So tiny, 2 million and 27, and then it goes over to 1 million, 1 million.
Is there anyone here from the Health Department? 'Cause I just want clarity that the budget for this particular project, is it included in the consolidation? It was my understanding that it's actually a renovation to the current site, so it probably wouldn't fall under that item line. Okay, seeing no one here, I would like to, at the end of this, Chair, make a motion to send this down without recommendation so that I can hear from the Health Department on their intent with the line item that they have for the Health Department renovation.
Okay, yep, absolutely. All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick, Madam CFO, I know the media some kind of way got it construed, messed up a minute ago when I asked about the Fraser High School, which she shared, the money was there. Some kind of way they heard that $16 million was missing. And so she was just saying $16 million is what they yet have to encumber, right? To finish that project on our part.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
It's not missing. It means that the school has to just encumber that.
Encumber that, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, just two things I want to flag for you on the CIP as we work through this that we're going to want to take a look at. One is, just so you understand, that there's an allocation in here for the Treadwell High School from SCS. Now, of course, this has to align with their plans as well, so just want to make sure that we understand that, because that is something that all of this can be amended by us. But that is something that certainly can be amended. It can be amended to deferred maintenance, other projects. It's going to require, I think, some collaboration with the schools. The mayor put that out there, but I have not heard directly from MSCS that they're planning on building a Treadwell High School next fiscal year. So I think just something to keep in mind. The other thing is that the other major request issue that we've had to move up is with the juvenile court facility. So that's something that we're working on to try to see if it's possible to shift that around and move that forward a bit. We'll have a separate sort of short-term solution that'll come up on the operating budget, but just wanted to just name a couple of those things that still probably need to be confirmed or addressed by this body before this is in a place to fully approve. Okay. Commissioner Claybell, I'll go to you, and then go back to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, point of information, is that in there for a new bill for Treadwell, or is that for renovation? Because based upon the facilities plan, Treadwell was not their next project.
No, I understand that, and I think you're right on. I'm saying there's a disconnect, it appears.
Gotcha.
Between what was put in the proposed budget by the mayor.
Gotcha.
And what is being planned currently by MSCS.
Okay.
And so, what I think we wouldn't want to do is approve an amount that is not going to be spent, because it has other ripple effects of
Correct.
the other municipalities if
Correct.
it's not spent.
Correct.
And so, one could argue if we do want to keep that allocation, now remember, we also have the juvenile court need, but if we want to keep that allocation, there's other options like deferred maintenance. All right. Now, there's also the issue, we still have the issue like we have in the past, and I'm sure Director Tipton can attest to this, where not all the reconciliation has happened on time, and so
Correct.
that, because of our new policy that fronts 85% of the funds to the municipal government, the municipal school boards, if the MSCS does not spend it all, you have the situation where we would have to reach back on some of those funds. So that's also, we got to make sure that we take that into account and don't, if we change the project, as long as it's still going to MSCS, the percentages maintain the same amount. But do you want to add anything more to that?
Yes, thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I wanted to also bring some clarity to the Treadwell line. So that line is for a new school, but you will see also on the report, there is a negative of $10 million for 3 years from the East Campus, because they have not solidified the need or how they're going to build the East Campus. We have already expended that money or allocated it to MSCS. So what this proposal is saying is the money that has been given to the East Campus, we will repurpose that for the Treadwell School, and then in future years, we can give East Campus back their money when they're ready to start building. So if you look at the schedule, you'll see that they're in 2028. You'll see that there is a negative 10 million there, 2029, as well as 2030. A negative 10. But Commissioner Whaley is correct. In FY 2027, there is new money that is given to the Treadwell School of 11.8 or $11.9 million.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Clibben?
Yeah, I see that Chairwoman Avant is in the queue, so she may have some response regarding the East School, but I do think it is important for us to be aligned with them before we just name a thing in the budget.
Yeah, we don't want the same exact problem. You just named the problem we had with the East School. We don't want the same issue, so I think we do need to seek clarity on what the plan is here. All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Chair, if you can go to Chairwoman, you can come back to me.
Chairwoman Avant?
Yeah, before my head exploded. The challenge I have with us allocating any funds for a new build, rather than deferred maintenance, it costs more than $12 million to build a school. So why would we allocate funds to go to Treadwell? We know that the priority is the East Region School. We do have to find a location for the East Region School, but then what you've done is pretty negatively impacted another $30 million less for the East Region School.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It is less in those years, and then when the East Region School can decide where they're going to be and when they need it, then it will be added back. We put it in the future years, but in the meantime, the 50 or the $30 million that's moving from East Campus to Treadwell is there.
So to Director Tipton, you cannot rob Peter to pay Paul.
So it's sitting there.
Yeah, but if we know currently it takes more than $10 million to build a school. So then the county would be bound financially for an additional school that hasn't even been a part of the actual plan that has come before this body for us to approve a new school. But arbitrarily, the administration has made a decision about that?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I don't think it was arbitrarily, but the conversation was had.
Well, I would love for the superintendent and his team to come down and have a presentation before this board, because usually what happens is that they make a request in order for there to be money for any CIP projects. We approve those CIP projects, and then the allocation is made in our budget. And so I personally will not be supporting anything that is moving dollars from East Region when we know that in less than 10 years, 8 years, we have to have a new school built for students who will be permanently displaced. But then we would have allocated and made another financial obligation to build a new school. So that means that there would be 2 projects in limbo. Thank you, Commissioner Whalen.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Caswell? Are you good? All right.
I think she
okay.
said it, but let me
All right,
just say
great.
real quick, though. So I'm with that I'm trying to see how we get to $11 million to build a new school. Because if we throwing that number out there, then
Well, it's over many years, so it is broken up. You'll see it on the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
I think the bigger point is the one that we've been making here, which is like, MSCS did come and present. This was not on.
that wasn't on there.
Right, yeah. So that we got to clarify that.
Yeah, and I say this though, because our babies go to Treadwell out of Nutbush as well. It's needed, but we just got to make sure, as the chairwoman said, that we are clear how we're going to be able to fund. Because when we come in on the next body of people here, we're going to have to figure out how to do 2 other schools, and we still, haven't paid for the ones we have to do in the east. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lowry, go to you first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chairwoman, for laying that out. My question was going to be make sure we have on the record when we have to have that done by. My question now is, where's the money that we've purposed for the East Region? Where is that allocation?
So Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. So you'll probably notice in the past 5 years, we have allocated money to build the East Campus. Each year, 85% of that money goes to the portion that's allotted for the municipals, that 85% goes to those municipals. The other money is what we call that's the carry forward. So it's still in the budget, but you don't see it going out. So we're holding it there. And then when it comes time to go out for debt, we look at how much money we have, we look at the projects we have in play, we look at how the money is being expended, and we determine how much debt we need to go out for. So it's not like we're sitting on the money in the bank. All the cash is put together for the bond offering, and we look at all of our projects and weigh how much we think we're going to expend for the year. If we think that we're going to pay for every project, then we're going to have to go out for debt to get enough cash to pay for every project. But we know that's not happening. We see how these projects move. So if we think 75% of the projects might get paid for, then we look at our cash balance and we make sure we have enough to pay for it. So this is all paper. We're looking at the paper here and the commitment. The commitment was the East Campus. We have committed to them the 10 million. Don't quote me on that, but it's close to that amount. Over those years, this is how much we've set aside in the budget each year. So it's just accumulating what we're going to give to them. They have not used it, so they're at 57 right now. So over these next 4 years, we're saying, let's get that money back and give it to Treadwell, and then when East is ready, we'll put the money in. But you're correct, Commissioner, Chair Lady Abant, that's 2 schools instead of 1. I'm not denying that. That is 2 schools instead of 1.
And I appreciate the explanation there and for the lane when it comes to the finance portion, because I understand priorities can change. This is one priority that cannot change, right? We're mandated, right, to do it by law and everything else. So my thought process, because we're mandated for this specific project, that the funds for that specific project would be someplace not commingled with everything else. And again, the question about where the funds may be, then why is it in some type of interest-bearing account that could help gain money while we're waiting for the project to be done?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. When you say an interest-bearing account, so you're saying put the money in the bank and let it sit? No, we go out for debt, so we're paying interest on the debt. So that's why we're going out as we need it.
With all of with the totality of projects.
The totality of projects.
No matter, and for our debt purposes, it doesn't matter what we have allocated for. And I apologize, Chair. I see I'm over my time. I can get back in the queue if need be.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. No matter what we have allocated for, we look at the totality of this $150 million that we have allotted here each year, and we go out for debt based on how we think those projects are going to move. If people are coming with resolutions and contracts and got hammers and nails and ready to go, then we know we got to have all that money right now. But if we have things that are paced out not to start for the next 3 years, like on this 5-year plan, we're not going to go out for the money for something that's not going to start until 3 years out.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Director Tipton, can you just to clarify the issue of the prior, really this year, I guess, capital funding for East Regional that has been allocated and likely not spent for a while now, not this year certainly, probably not next year. So are we anticipating then an amendment from the schools to repurpose that at some point? And I guess it still goes back to, does that align with what we're feeding into the new fiscal year so that we don't keep repeating the same thing? So we're aligned on like, look, this is the allocation that you got from the county, and you're obviously going to have to repurpose some of it based on what we said it's for and what they're actually going to use it for. I'm just wary of us continuing to do that knowingly if they're going to come back and say, well, we'd like to give us an amendment to put it toward deferred maintenance, then why would we start another cycle with another school that they haven't even begun to conceptualize, and we know is not going to happen in FY27. Like, I just don't see how a new school, as much as I know it's needed, is built in FY27. So sorry, the main question is like, do we anticipate an amendment to come at some point to clarify the prior distributions. Chief Collins.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Let me start with the proposed, them coming back with an amendment to change what they've done. This started with realization that the East Region School was not taking shape right away. Superintendent asked if there was an opportunity to do something with maintenance. And it was because we had, as Chief Tipton said, money that we're already paying interest on to use these dollars so that we can get them allocated and out the door because, quote unquote, it could be a shovel-ready project ready to go. I want to use the analogy of, I think, an item you voted on previously where we had to fix and replace the chillers at 201 and 227 Poplar and the annex. We had those dollars allocated for something else, but because the project was not going forward, we reallocated those dollars to fix those and replace those chillers because the chillers, we're spending a whole lot of money on temporary chillers to fix them. So that's one of those kinds of opportunities that we had dollars available to use in this particular process. We believe that based on the contractual agreement we have with the city of Germantown, the new East Region School does not have to be in play until 2033, I believe. And so at that point, they have a 15-year window to build that new East Region School. And because we were allocating dollars for this particular project as far back 2 years ago, we were having dollars in a holding pattern that could not be used until a location was identified, to everybody on board to move those dollars and start the project. So that's how we ended up getting to the point of a opportunity to use those dollars for the Treadwell School.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Thornton?
I have so many questions about the way we're doing math today. So when it comes to MSCS, Chair, I'm just curious. We have one more meeting after this to close out our commission meetings. The school board has already come to present their presentation. When would we get the school superintendent to come to talk about their strategic vision that they are talking to the administration? So we're here talking about this, but I'm just curious, when is it on the agenda for us to reconcile the questions that we have concerning the 5-year projections with MSCS leaders? Because I think they're the only ones that can actually tell us what they're asking the administration to put into the budget and just what they're looking to do. I'll just speak from the perspective of District 10 schools, which are not listed as one-time projects. I just want to say to the superintendent, this is the point where we need to know the facilities plan vision, because if we are saying that we're already going to fund a school and there are going to be other neighborhoods that are going to say, how did Treadwell Middle School get to be next in queue? And, you know, if we're not sticking to the plan that's been presented, then we would just need to know why we're doing that. So I just have questions to the superintendent of how we're picking priorities here. And then it's my understanding that whenever the land for the Germantown schools is actually sold, then could that not create a need for us to immediately, because I'm assuming that the purchaser is going to want to have access to their land. Are we saying and assuming that they're going to make the transaction set to be a transfer for 2033, in which we will start to pick up our tab with the school? Or, and I think that's just even hard because we are transitioning administration. So we don't know what the next administration is going to agree to do or to queue up. So how do we, I guess, have this priority of the East Region School and then future commitments to the school from y'all's perspective, and really and truly, why do we have to put a school here? I've been listening to hear why we can't just earmark the funds for the deferred maintenance, which we know are a need, over just putting a school, a new constructed school into the plan. Like, why do we have to do it this way?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Thank you, Commissioner. I believe that may be a discussion with Memphis City, Shelby County Schools. When we negotiated the 3 Germantown schools, it was our understanding that the schools will remain with Memphis City, Shelby County Schools for a period of 15 years. And under that 15-year clock, Memphis City, Shelby County Schools will have the opportunity to begin the process of building a new school in Cordova, which is where most of those students who attend the Germantown School live. And so because of that, it was put on the front burner because most people thought that this would be an expedited process. In the haste of trying to identify location and all the other things that go along with it, it got pushed to the, I want to say delayed, not pushed to the side, but delayed because the city of Memphis did not approve of the land acquisition. Because of that, Shelby County government had allocated already resources to begin that build. And so since those processes were delayed, the money that we went out for debt for a couple of years ago sat in a bank that we have to pay interest on, or set there, so we have to pay interest on until we could use those dollars. And that's where we land, that's where we're landing.
So just for clarity, why can't we earmark it for deferred maintenance, which we know we won't have to sit on?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director, Administration and Finance. The money, I'm sorry, Chief, the money is not sitting. We use every dollar that we go out for debt for. The money is on the books and committed for East Campus schools. To answer your question, why we can't use it for deferred maintenance, that would be a decision that can be made. In this case, the administration proposed using the dollars to fund Treadwell.
Yeah, okay, all right. Chairwoman Avon, we'll go to you, and then we're gonna, because I think Commissioner Thornton already moved to send this down without recommendation. It's gonna need just some more work, but Chairwoman Avon, we'll go to you.
My comments, I think we've already talked through. I'd second that recommendation.
Okay, all right.
To move this item without recommendation.
Yeah, okay. And just, I think Commissioner Thornton answered your question from earlier, when the schools came and presented their preliminary budget, the same time I think we heard the mayor's budget is in mid-May, they laid it out, and it was deferred maintenance projects. Right? It was not Treadwell. So to your point, it's quite simply, we have the authority to adjust this however we want. So the more straightforward way to do it would be to keep the same amount and just make it deferred maintenance. Doesn't change the out years, it just changes FY '27. So that would be my recommendation, but hopefully we better understand the situation today.
Just so I'm clear, to repurpose the East Campus to deferred maintenance.
The line item, the line item here that says Treadwell High School.
Okay.
Yep. All right, okay, so the item's been moved to go down without recommendation, seconded by Chairwoman Abant without objection. All right, item 12 is sent down without recommendation. Okay, item 13.
Item 13 is a resolution approving the Shelby County 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 through 2031, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in June 1st, 2026 commission meeting.
All right, item 13 moved by Chairwoman Avant, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. I see Commissioner Sugarman's in the queue, but I don't see Commissioner Sugarman. All right, Commissioner Thorne, did you get in the queue on this item? 5-year plan?
Yes. Okay, so I would like to, because this continues on the conversation that we just had, I would like to make a motion to send this down without recommendation.
All right, moved by Commissioner Thornton to send down without recommendation. Seconded by Chairwoman Avant, without objection. Okay, item 13 will go down without recommendation. Item number 14.
Item 14 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance fixing the tax rate for Shelby County at blank dollars for the tax year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 14, moved by Chairwoman Avant, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Okay, Commissioners, this is the third reading of the tax rate, so we'll, at least by Monday, we're going to have to fill something in here and either suspend the rules and make the final reading or go to a fourth reading, which will be at our meeting at the end of June. All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I just had Ms. Lucretia is passing something out as I was going to introduce today, and again, if there's something that we can do on Monday, but after hearing all that we heard today and still hearing, when it comes to the need for revenue here, I know I have looked and put in the budget back and forth. I think I know the CFO is working on giving me some information as well, but I was able to attain a lot of the questions and things that I have asked from her. And just knowing that where we are right now as a county, someone who is facing to sit on this body again in the next couple of months for another 4 years, and again, with the new commission and administration that will be here, we know that we are facing some tough times ahead of us. So I just want to say that I am introducing today for us to, and I'm going to read some of what I got here from. For more than the last 18 years, Shelby County has not proposed a property tax rate increase. During this same 18 years, the cost of public safety has increased, the cost of education has increased, the cost of infrastructure has increased, the cost of health care and mental health services has increased. Inflation has impacted every family and every business, every government entity in this country. Yet somehow we continue to act as though Shelby County should be immune from these realities. I often hear colleagues talk about the poverty in our community. I hear concerns about crime, struggling in schools, workforce challenges, blighted neighborhoods, public health disparities. I hear the requests for additional investments. In many cases, I will agree with most requests. But leadership requires more than identifying problems. Leadership requires explaining how we pay for the solutions. Last year, I voted against the budget because I run a business and I understand the simple principle. If expenses continue to increase while revenue remains flat, eventually you create a financial crisis. That principle applies to business and as well as it does to government. The question before us now is not whether Shelby County has the needs. The question is whether we are willing to responsibly prepare for those needs. Today, I believe the answer should be yes, not because government should spend more for the sake of spending more, but because our residents deserve a government that plans for the future instead of simply reacting to it. And so, Commissioners, again, over the last 4 years, this body has made significant investments in the future of Shelby County. We just talked about some of that. We have invested in new schools. We have invested into our children. We have invested into Regional 1. We have invested into the Mental Health Justice Center. We have invested into public safety initiative, economic development efforts, and community programs designed to improve the quality of life. These investments matter, but government is not a 4-year project, and I'll wait and get back in the queue.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Caswell, for getting us to start this conversation to invest in Shelby County's future. My questions are similar to what I posed to the moral budget team. So they are asking for about a 14-cent increase to fit their total ask. And so when we think about the Moral Budget Coalition, there are a number of nonprofit agencies that have been doing this work, doing the research, doing the organizing around it. And so for this 6-cent initiative, I kind of just want to know where is it taking on just a smaller commitment of the moral budget, or is this an independent plan? And so for the 19, roughly, almost $20 million that this would create for us to address these buckets that you've outlined. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, how is what you presented in alignment or misalignment with the moral budget? Is this to be viewed from the public as the same buckets? Are they different buckets? I think it just creates confusion for me when I now have to go and cross-reference what you've supplied to what they've supplied. And then what would it take for us to take, I guess, get y'all on the same page about what figure we want to push this budget cycle? And then my ultimate question comes back on the table of who receives the 20 million or the 47 million? Like, I want to spend this time being able to vet the credibility, viability, capacity of the receivers. And so I know, like, you know, when we're talking about violence intervention, Mr. Cowan immediately talked about an unfunded division that we have. That makes sense to me. Well, let's talk about what that division is doing. So I just want to acknowledge that we just have today's committee and one more committee. I'm willing to meet around the clock when it comes to asking these questions. So if there are additional meetings that need to be set up, hear me say that I'm willing to attend them. But I do think for the public, you know, there have been so many things that have been promised, and it seems to be a moving target. And so for us, I think the best thing that we can tell people is how far away from the vision are you? You know, what is headquartered from county government in your neighborhood that you can get to access these services? Because if we're talking about just funding organizations that are in downtown or midtown or out in Shelby Farms, that's not a good deal for like, District 10. You know, we don't have a fully funded transit system. So we need to know physically what is the infrastructure that we're investing in, less programmatically, more infrastructure-wise. And so I'm not asking you for an answer today. I'm just more so just asking today if you could just tell us how this 6-cent investment aligns to the 14-cent moral budget requests. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell, you're back in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair and Madam Commissioner Thornton, for your questions. I'm going to say this is that I understand that you can't eat an elephant one bite at a time. And last year, I think we had an opportunity to bite at the big elephant that the moral budget asked for. When you talk about $2 million that they asked for pre-K, that was on the table, right? That was already being presented. And so what I presented twofold is that it bites off little bites at a time. We're not going to get 14 cents. And I'm not even going to ask this body to let's go down that road today. What I am asking is that when we look at what's been presented from everything from tax relief, from the veterans coming before us, and this community coming before us, this ain't the first time they came. They left here disappointed last year. And I'm just saying this year, when you look at, you asked a powerful question. You said, where do we house this? Who do we hold accountable? That's why in this, if you go to, just like with the community service and public safety, we're talking about the joint office is housing this, right? We got juvenile court in the room who is looking for a continuation of support of programs that we know have strong evidence and that could continue to help families. We heard from nurturing parenting with Porter Leaf earlier, with juvenile court being able to carry the ball there. When you look at some of the things around what this administration already put in place with the youth and education department, I know they've been working with people like Justin Sharif there with some of our opportunity youth. That's within government. We can hold them accountable. Every bucket I put here in that PowerPoint, you can take the time to look at it. Even with the mental health and physical health, we talked about Shelby County Health Department being the place. And they putting out RFPs, again, partnering with like the mental health court and others to provide some of these services there. So and that's why, again, Dr. Owens, I know he had left, is we talked about sitting down to see how do we take off the bites of this and be able to put this in place. Again, I'm at a place that when we understand that it is a generational responsibility when we walk through these halls and we look at the portraits of leaders in this community, they lay down a foundation that we work on. So we see some have built on roads, some built on schools, some built on healthcare, some built on opportunities to benefit today. Now is our time. My concern is not simply about balancing next year's budget. My concern is whether we are leaving enough resources and enough opportunity for the next commission to continue moving Shelby County forward. A 6-cent adjustment to the tax rate, again, moving from 269 to 272 would generate approximately 19.8 million. This is not about growing government. This is about creating sustainability. This is about ensuring that the next commission has the resources necessary to continue the investment in evidence-based public safety initiative, public infrastructure, and education. And I'll sum it up to say this so I don't get back in the queue, is that, again, when we came on this body, we had about 90 million in reserve. And I say that that was a lot to do with the fact you had ARPA dollars and other things to help balance the budget. 18 years, this county has not invested in the community. Is crying out in high poverty rate, violent rates, and other things that's impacting our community. If we don't do something different, we're going to keep getting the same results. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Chairwoman Avant.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Caswell, for thoughtfulness in putting together a presentation on ways that you felt like investments need to be made. I also agree that the status quo cannot be met, but from a different perspective, we currently know that we are below our policy for the fund balance. And I really, truly believe that any additional pennies beyond what we need contractually to support a structural budget for this county need to be put as directly back to fund balance, to funding our debt. The more that we continue to neglect this particular issue of our fund balance, that gets lower and lower and lower, and when there are things that we cannot foresee that come before us, we will not have a fund balance to actually take care of those issues. So I too, wish we had been able to take advantage of it last year. That's the past. Moving forward, how do we take care of this issue that we're in right now? What do we need as far as cents to actually take care of, or pennies to take care of what we know we'll have to create a balanced budget? And then how do we responsibly put dollars back into our fund balance? And I think that has to be a part of the consideration and conversation that all of us are having, because if we think that we can just go and deplete a fund balance, and when it comes back to going out for more debt, our bond rating has decreased, so we are not being good fiduciaries if we don't do that, if that's not part of this discussion.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avance. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, and I appreciate the sentiments of Chairwoman, and I agree. And I do agree that the money need to go back into the fund balance. I just don't want to get to the weeds of what we did last year. We talked about it need to go to pre-K, need to go to education. You had a bird in the hand, we left with nothing in the bush, and the community is feeling the impact. When we talk about making investment, that gives back to the fund balance because it builds up the quality of life. It builds up community when we're making investments back and to re-entry. And when we talk about people coming out of the jails and we're not addressing that, they can get quality jobs that help them become citizens, to pay taxes, to give back to that. When we talk about people leaving homes, many people ain't leaving homes. They moving in with their cousins and their aunties because they can't afford to stay in the house that they live. I said it many times on the record. Folks in Fraser used to pay $800 a month rent. They paying $1,500 a month rent or more. And so people cannot stay. I just moved a family in the other day. Moved these families with each other because they can't afford to stay there. So they're not just leaving our city. They're moving in together because they can't afford, because we're not providing a better quality of life and opportunities for them once they come out of the systems that have been generationally left for us in this community. I agree. 100%. I'm not going to get in the weeds that it need to go here or need to go there. I just know we need to do something to produce revenue so we can make better judgments for the future of where Shelby County is going. And the fact that when we look at somebody I was just with yesterday at my stakeholder meeting, we had almost 100 young people that talked about their future not looking bright because they don't see where they're going. Why parents who were sitting in there who are saying, we just got laid off from Nike, and we here because we're trying to figure out what we're going to do next. We as a county can't just continue to leave people where they are and think that this county is going to get better. We're going to have to make investments. We're going to have to be strategic. And even in this plan that I presented, it was saying something that we have seen fall apart so many times in this body, in this room, and in this county is that we see where the sheriff and the police and the mayor office is not working together. The different clerks, we are not working on the same page. I'm suggesting in this proposal that we create a task force, a joint task force that allow all of us to work together to see what that plan looks like long-term. So we're making the proper investments. So we do build back up that fund so people move out of the houses with aunties and uncles and move back into their own homes, and we are able to create greater outcomes for people to flourish in our community. I'm gonna say this, and I say again, I got a call from the people that's in District 6 where the governor and them is there. Some of that work is being put into place because they see the ecosystem that families are being connected to there. We need to build on what's working and continue to expand that capacity. That's all I'm asking. But again, whatever this body chooses to do, I just wanted to bring something to the table. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I can't say enough, Commissioner Caswell, how I appreciate the urgency and consistency that you bring around this push for us as a body to invest. That's what I hear you saying. We can't expect anything different if we don't invest into the issues. The only thing that's lacking for me is just really fleshing out where the investment is going. When I've looked through the presentation shared by the moral budget, and I appreciate that you added additional details because for each one of the buckets you've laid out, I was looking at the white paper. I wasn't looking at the presentation, but I see here that you have a led by section for each of the buckets. I think that description is what we need to continue to flesh out, because most of these are government divisions and departments. And so we have to be honest about our ability to do this work because government isn't going to do it alone. I wouldn't support $3.8 million going to a bigger beefed up division that has staff people, because then it become about the civil service workers, not about the community partners and the people. And so with each of, I guess the added information I would like to see in your presentation as it gives more meat is who are the community partners? Because what I heard Darrell say earlier was, I don't want to have to compete with government. So that means that we need government to get the dollars and give them off to community partners doing the work. And so in this particular, as I'm looking through the pages, I don't see the community partners. I would like to see that part fleshed out for each of the buckets. So then as a community stakeholder, I can tell you a little bit about your community partners. Because what I can tell you about government right now is that it's a moving target. When it comes to the health department, you told us that you were going to renovate it. Now you've pushed it off into a year in the future. You told us that you were going to give us new schools and hope for them, but now all of a sudden Treadwell Middle jumps queue and they weren't even on the list as priorities. So it's like there is, from the perspective of the bottom 20%, a distrust in government getting additional dollars to do much because we see what government does and how it moves on without the people. And I just need for this body just to, if we are to consider 6 cents, 14 cents, anywhere in between, I do want us to be real about how government operates and where its shortcomings are. So I'm not opposed to it. Again, this is coming from you as the sponsor. I'm more than willing to chime in and just add to and give depth to so that you can get, your pathway to 7. But I do know that if we just present the plan as is, it's lacking the depth that District 10 constituents need, because we're at the point where we literally don't even have neighborhood associations. Like, people don't even have neighborhood identities. Government has been moving on without District 10 residents for a very long time. And so they continue to have to pay their county taxes, but they are literally not getting represented in the services that are being offered. And so if I'm going to have to go and convince them to support a tax increase, I got to have more to give to them. And so that's all I'm just asking for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Caswell, I think this is your 4th time, maybe. So either make a motion here so we can take some action on it so that we can get to item 15, which
Yes,
is
sir.
really trying to address some of the contractual needs and some of the amendments that we want to make on the budget.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
appreciate that, Chair. I will make that motion.
Okay.
I just want to say, because she did reference back to this, and I just want to say to this, Commissioner, I agree with you. Was not all in all encompassed. It was the idea that they provide RFPs to allow the community who do this work from their departments to do it, but it gives us something here to hold somebody accountable to why and who is measuring the work that's being done. I just wanted to put that there. So again, I make the motion, for us to increase a 6-cent tax rate to $2.72.
Sorry, Commissioner Caswell, did you make a motion?
To increase the tax rate from 266, 6 cents to 272.
Okay, so there is nothing filled in right now,
Well, I'm making a motion. So what motion are you looking for?
Well, you can make a motion to amend this there is no number in it now. So you're making a motion to put a number in.
To put a number in.
Okay, you can make that motion.
Making the motion for 272.
Okay, so.
Is it 272 or 275?
272. I'm sorry. And again, clarity was, I had 275 on the initial because I was thinking from 269 too, but I was told that we have to go by the recommended rate of 266. And so 6 cents to the 266 is 272.
Okay, so a motion has been made to set the tax rate at 272. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Is there an objection?
I object.
Okay, we've got a couple objections. So if there's any discussion on the objection, we can get into the queue now, and we'll take that discussion. Otherwise, we'll vote on the motion. Okay, Chairwoman Avant?
Yes, so Commissioner Whaley, I think that you and Commissioner and Director Tipton, I've had some one-on-one meetings with Director Tipton to actually go through what are some actual contractual. So I'm objecting for that reason, that until we know exactly what it is we need contractually in order for the balance to be budget, I would prefer us not to put a number in at this time. Because I think that there's some additional information that needs to be brought before the body.
Okay, yep, that's fair. All right, Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. And along the same lines, but considering that we have possibly 1 or 2 more meetings there, could we not just leave this, again, obviously it's to the maker of the motion, but leave it blank until we have all these further discussions and to get to the point where we need to obviously include that number in our next 1 to 2 meetings?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I think for an extra margin of safety, I'd suggest we would do it on Monday, because that gives us an extra meeting if we need it. Because I'm not sure we can do a special called meeting to do an additional reading of the ordinance. So unless there's a suspension of the rules, there would have to be a 4th reading. So that's why we would want to do it Monday, I think, at the latest.
Sure.
Yeah,
and I
great.
guess
Monday, that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, great, okay.
But that was my discussion to the maker of the motion there.
All right. So Commissioner Caswell, I think Commissioner Lowry was saying that we do not have to do it today, but we should probably do it Monday.
Okay. So I need to withdraw my motion.
It's up to you. It's your motion.
Withdraw it and bring it back. I'll bring it back.
Okay, and then you want to make a motion to send it down?
Send it down without recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lowry to send it down without recommendation. It has not been filled in. And can we do that without objection? All right, hearing none, item 14 will go down without recommendation. Okay, let's call up item number 15.
Item 15 is a resolution approving and appropriating Shelby County government's operating budget for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was deferred in June 3rd, 2026 special called Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
All right, item 15 moved by Chairwoman Avant, seconded by Commissioner Shelby. Okay, so we're going to start with the the amendments that were proposed in our special call meeting. Those are already in the system, so we'll take them as we go. There were already some changes made to the amounts based on the discussion, and so if there's motion to consider these amendments, we can do it at this time. The first one was labeled 2A, which was a amendment to the Shelby County Juvenile Court for the funding of three programs: Youth Advocate, Nurturing Parenting, and Inside Circle. This is labeled 2A from the special called Budget Committee meeting from last week. It's in on base.
Commissioner Willie, so we're not going to, I believe that may be appearing as 15B now, that since it was placed into SIRE, these motions to amend have to be placed into the system, so we have to assign them a order, a sequence, so that there's no delay. So they've already been entered, I believe, by the minutes clerk. And so I believe this Shelby, you don't have this packet from?
I do, but these need to come after, because we haven't amended. In our special called meeting, we had 5 items, and we did not take action on them because they were just discussion items. So the idea was that we would just take those first. These are the contractual items. We have not amended the budget.
I don't believe we have prepared for that. We received a packet from, so I believe, unless you can pull those up.
So they're already in. They should all be in there. 2A through 2E.
So all these are new, not in the system.
Yeah, these are new.
Point of order. Commissioner Whalen? If we could allow just a moment for the staff to get realigned. They don't have on base to read these items. So 15C is the 2A. Commissioner Whaley? Commissioner
Yes,
Whaley?
yes, ma'am.
They, obviously, they've commingled some that were the discussion items and then other budget amendments.
Yeah.
Is there a way for us just to start from 15C, which happens to be 2A
Yeah, I
in
was-
the system,
Yeah, and
and then work our way from those items?
we can do 15C, yep, which was 2A.
Yes.
And we just need to confirm 15D is 2C.
Okay.
Chief Lindsay? Is 15D.
It's 15D, okay? So we-
Great.
So at least we have
Yeah.
those two.
He said it's 2C.
So let's start with 15C then.
Up here.
What is D?
D is trustee.
So where is she at?
15I.
This will be 2D.
That's 2D.
Okay, and then we should be on track. No, when you got an E up here.
2E.
Budget Chair Willie, would you like me to begin with 15?
Yeah, if you can
C?
read, yes, this is the motion to amend, this is 15C.
Yes, sir. 15C is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to juvenile court of Memphis and Shelby County in the amount of $645,000 from the opioid special revenue fund, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr.
It's in the
All right.
packet that you all received currently. I'm sorry, and so commissioners, for those that were not able to be here, Commissioner Whaley asked us to do discussion items for any of those items, and that we would come back and amend them in this meeting. Because there have been other budget amendments that have come through, that they have packaged together, we're gonna just go starting with 15C based on the order that Chair Whaley would like to go in, and then go back to the additional budget amendments. 15C.
All right, so, Madam Parliamentarian, we need a technical mover and seconder on this motion to amend. So moved by Chairwoman Avant, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. So this is a revised amount from the first, from the discussion item that we had last week. So just want to be clear, make sure we're clear about what's included. You have the floor if you want to give a brief presentation.
Wait, let me just, I read from the old one, so let me
Okay.
read 15C.
Okay, sorry,
So
read
let's
15C.
Let's
Okay.
scratch what I read, okay? Let me start over, because I was reading. So this was the amended amount. We did not take the action, so I'm going to start over. Item 15C is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to juvenile court of Memphis and Shelby County in the amount of $430,000 from the opioid special revenue fund, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Erica Evans, Chief Judicial Officer for Juvenile Court. I know that you all have had a long day, so I'm not going to go over our entire presentation, but do a high level. But as a reminder, one thing that we always like to note is the work that we do, and 80% of that work that we do, and last year it was 75%, 80% of it is child welfare, and 20% is delinquency. And the reason why we highlight that is because in all things, everything is a crossover, and they all speak to each other in a way. And so the reason why we had this shift in juvenile court to really focus on how we can do preventative, rehabilitative, interventions and treatment is because we want to make sure that we're focusing on the whole family based on the purpose of what juvenile court is, which is outlined in state law 37-101, if anyone wants to see. But again, our focus has really shifted to really understand where all of this is coming from. And again, that all is based on our community partners and our stakeholders, which we are very grateful for. And so if you go to that next slide with the diagram of where our resource allocations are and the type of cases you'll see, again, you will see, 80% of our work is child welfare. And because of that, there are numerous services, but one that we're going to highlight today regarding this $430,000 request that is very crucial and necessary to our work. You already heard from Ms. Stovall from Porterleaf of the Nurturing Parenting Program, and to hear about all the wonderful things that they're doing, but we will highlight that a little bit further. But again, you'll see that the majority of our work, even when you're looking at child welfare, child support, dependency and neglect cases, custody, and petition to modify dependency and neglect cases. And it's only when you see that bottom half, when you see how those numbers, and you can see again and extrapolate that 80% and 20% of what our delinquency looks like. And again, you'll see, unfortunately, in that middle is that domestic assault category, and that is an area that we probably come back in the future to discuss in more depth. But again, I want to highlight of just how important that work is that we do. So over the week, we have about, from Monday through Friday, we have around 71 dockets that we hear, and of those, only 14 of those dockets are delinquency, and 57 of them are child welfare. And again, that's dependency and neglect, child support, and custody and visitation. And so again, just want to highlight that, and I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, Marquita Evans, Deputy CAO for Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County. And so as Chief Evans mentioned, our courts prevention strategy has been twofold. It has been for the YAP program, Nurturing Parenting Program, and Inside Circle that we will be back later for. There was some point of clarification needed. And so on the next slide, we have the investment cost efficiency scale that shows the breakdown of the cost per participant for the programs. And so for the FY27 amendment, as we are requesting for $430,000 for our youth advocate program as well as our nurturing parenting program.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you just want to be clear that this is a revised amount, because remember, we're trying to focus on the contractual items first internally, and that's why it's now $430,000. All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So I see that the source is the opioid special revenue fund. It's been said before, Director Tipton, but if you could let us know today, how much is in that fund, and are we expecting any additional increases before the end of the year?
Good afternoon, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think we received our last payment for this year, $2 million. And currently, we have available, well, I need to take out the next 2 months for the district connectors, but it's going to be roughly about $2 million available.
All right, so we have $2 million available in this fund, of which this particular item is trying to get $430,000. So to the juvenile court representation here, you talked about a growing need, you talked about increase in service. How are we going to sustain the investment of the $430,000? Like, what is your proposed funding pathway moving forward after we use the opioid special revenue fund?
Marquita Evans, Deputy CAO for Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County. So both of these programs are in their coming into their second year. So we are looking at diversifying funding across all avenues as both of these programs have proven efficacy for us. And so we'll be looking at all avenues for funding.
And then if there is no funding for a third year round of funding, what happens? So are the end users, I mean, because y'all's system is different, like these are individuals that are currently in the system that are using the services that you're offering. So if you happen to not have the additional supports, new people in the system would know about what existed before. So you're in a better position than most because the population that you serve isn't coming back for multi-use of your service providers, correct? Okay, that's correct. And then just for my personal understanding, because I like to sit with 100% goals, what would it cost to meet the needs of 100% of the people that you have within the system? Just so the figure is said.
Marquita Evans, Deputy CAO, Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County. That's a difficult question to answer. I will say for our YAP program, they are targeting for our highest risk, highest needs. And I think when we looked at that in '24, it was around 2% of the youth that defined as that highest risk, highest needs. And so as they continue to grow and, like I said, going into their year 2, we'll be able to assess more of what that need will look like for Shelby County. And for the Nurturing Parenting Program, this program has been truly amazing for for our parents. So when we talk about parent accountability, it is more so that the juvenile court has taken a stance of really equipping our parents with the tools in their toolkits to be successful. And so we are definitely looking to grow both, and funding will definitely be something that we'll continue to need. And like I said, we'll look to diversify that funding in whatever avenues we need to.
All right, thank you. So just again, for the record, this motion was moved by Chairwoman Avant, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Chairwoman Avant.
I'd like to make a motion to move down with favorable recommendation to move the question.
Okay, can we, so I think we either can vote on it, take it without objection, and amend the budget that's before us. Is that, you're making a
Yes.
motion to basically?
It's a motion and not an item. So the motion, we're either going to take action or we won't take action.
I just made a motion to take action.
So we have to vote. It's a motion to amend.
Yes.
It's a motion to amend down without a recommendation. We have to vote on it.
That's what I'm asking for us to do.
Yeah, I think
To move
she's
this along.
asking to get it, to move through this, because we got a lot more. So we can take this motion, if there's no objection, we can amend the budget with this motion to amend.
Okay. All right, so you want to do it without, so with amendment, typically you want to just do it without objection.
We're ready to move to vote.
We can vote, we can do it,
Okay.
we can do either way, is this correct?
If there's no objection, if everyone is voting for the amendment, then you can do it without a vote.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, well, we'll vote on them, I think that's fine, so we have the chance to do it. But Commissioner Thorne, I see you're in the queue, I also have a comment card on this item, so I want to make sure we get time to get that in.
I mean, I just want to point, when we get tired, we rush things through. And so to the nonprofits in the room, like, catch us when we're tired because you can just have anything on the floor. So it's just like, it's just not fair for our fatigue to just have us stop asking questions about sustainability, about 100% service. Because when you get into the weeds on how many people your programming you're serving is serving, we're talking about 18 people, 20 people. Anybody in this room that does community-based work knows that we have more than 18, 20, 25, 50 people who have needs. So I just think that I don't like this type of governance. It has nothing to do with, how you've made the request, but I just think that it's not fair for other people who who are serving more people and need to be a part of the conversation, but because no one brought a budget amendment, then they don't just get to be pushed through in the amount of $430,000. I don't think that it's good government for us just to push it through. So, I respect the fact that you have the opioid special revenue fund as your source out of other requests on the floor that don't have a source that is making you more favorable, but just to the public that's listening in, hear how this is moving forward. We're tired, we're gonna move it forward.
Director Thompson, I'm looking at another amendment that I just got here that contradicts the one we've got in front of us. a different amount. So I've also got one here that says 161,250. Yeah, it was 645.
I think that may have been.
You want to come here and look at this? And then I'll go through the queue. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to just speak up for this program. I have an intimate knowledge of this program. I have met some of the parents. I don't believe that we can, compare apples and oranges. I think it's important for us to have some information about the subject matter, have some intimate knowledge about it before we start making judgments about it. And I want to say that I met some of the parents, and I think I mentioned this to you all before, how much they appreciate having this program and how much they learn from this program. And in fact, they wanted to have more, to do more, have more commissioners come to the program. So it's just, we need to be careful about that. It's not about picking, just because there are 50 in this program. That's the capacity of the program for the program guidelines or what have you. That could be it. You just can't make a broad, general comparison. So I just have to be in support of this, and I have to believe that Judge Sugarman and his capable staff know exactly what they're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton, you back in the queue?
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not challenging your capacity. I'm challenging the numbers that I don't see. So I know that you serve more than 50 parents in need. I know that you serve more than 18. So I want to just know how many total people could qualify for programs. Because if we have $2 million in the opioid fund, but today you're only requesting $430,000, we're not even talking about the missed opportunity to put a $2 million request on the floor to actually serve the need. So I just want to hear more of what it is that we're doing, because what happens is, as a nonprofit, as someone who started a nonprofit, I know that you're, in the end, going to damage your nonprofits who in year 1 and 2 receive funding, but in year 3, this opioid fund is not always going to be a source of revenue. It is not a sustainable source for your nonprofits that you're working with. So I'm thinking about your nonprofits beyond year 2 to just not make them beef up their staffing to serve the need because you're investing and maybe you're increasing the investment. What happens when you don't have any funding? Now you have people who don't have jobs. You have all these families who associate people with success, and they're going to say they no longer have funding for my programming. I can't serve you. So that's going to jeopardize their relationships with the people that they've served. So someone has to be able to see the forest through the trees. And in this conversation right now, you can just push 430,000. That's fine. But I'm just asking, after that, what happens? That hasn't been brought up in the conversation. So, I mean, we can push it off, but I just want to make sure that the record shows that someone was trying to think about the next couple of years beyond just fiscal year 27.
So if I may answer.
Very quickly.
Okay, sure. Erica Evans, Chief Judicial Officer. So as a reminder, when we're looking at these programs, these are referrals that are coming from the bench, right? So it's looking at each individual family, it's looking at each individual youth, it's making sure that these services are what is needed for that particular family or youth. And so I think that's why Deputy CAO Evans made sure to talk about what our small percentage, if we're looking at the youth advocacy program, those are the most high risk young people. I've referred people from young people on that from my docket, and that is a very specific subset. So I just want to make that clear.
So how many people are referred? Can you quantify that?
I don't have that number in front of me. I don't know if we have it. We can provide it to you. But again, when we're looking at YAP specifically, that is something for very specific youth. As we said, usually 2% of our population would even, for delinquency, would even qualify for something like that.
So all I'm asking is, in support of this item, for what you have outlined in your whereas clause, any program mentioned, give us the number of referrals associated with it. I need to see something more than 2%, 14%, because there's a difference between 2% being 200 and 2% being 2,000 when you're only paying for 18 people.
If I may.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Mr. Thompson.
Very briefly, I just want to reiterate that what we have put before you are the contractual amounts. Only the contractual amounts. So that's why the numbers are, as you see, a total of 430,000.
Yes, thank you. That is what we are trying to attempt to get through, these contractual items, before we get to everything else. All right, we do have a comment card. I want to call that up if they're still here. Jamal Crawford. Come on up, state your name and zip code, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jamal Crawford, Vice President for Youth Advocate Programs. I'm not sure what the exact district or zip code is because I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, but my program director can provide as far as the zip codes that we specifically are working in. I do want to kind of speak on some of the things that YAP is doing in order to sustain outside of the year 2 of funding. So we have an opportunity with Arnold Ventures as well as Yale University for them to come and do a randomized control trial in coordination and collaboration with the Shelby County Courts. This will be something that Arnold Ventures would fully fund, and we would be able to provide the YAP wraparound services and potentially increase the number of participants that we are currently serving. As far as what we served this past year, our contract, we're contractually obligated to provide services to up to 30 participants for a year, 15 at any given time for an average of 6 months. So far, we'll be in our year at the end of July, so we've serviced 28 out of those 30 participants. And to kind of, I want to highlight some data that I brought that I wanted to share with everyone. And so out of those 28 participants, 7 of them have been successfully discharged from the program. The rest of the participants are still active in the program. So 100% have successfully completed their program goals, as well as completed the court mandated, whatever they were mandated per juvenile justice. 100% of them live with parent and guardians at entry. 86% remained with their parent and guardians at discharge. Educationally, majority of our participants are attending school. 100% of them are working on towards getting a diploma, GED. Most of our participants are employed, whether that's through our supported work opportunity or full-time opportunity in the communities. We are providing mental health education and social support services. For these participants, we utilize our YAP wraparound model, provide Casey life skills, and we have a clinician that we're hiring that will be providing the cognitive behavior therapy component, which is our Sparks curriculum that we will be providing to our participants and families. So I just wanted to kind of take the moment, just kind of highlight some of the work that we have done, and also thank you all for the opportunity to allow YAP to come into Shelby County to provide services. So thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So let's just get back to the motion on the floor, which is to amend the FY27 budget to juvenile court for $430,000 from the opioid special revenue fund. That was moved by Chairwoman Avant, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Can we accept that amendment without objection? Okay, hearing none, that amendment carries. So thank you all very much. The next one we're going to take, which was 2B in last week's special called meeting, which is the Register of Deeds office. What, remind me of the new number for that one? K? We don't have that one ready yet? Okay, well, that's okay. We can go to the sheriff. 15D?
That was the next one I was going to read.
Okay, so let's do
until they
15D.
get that together. Okay, item 15D is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $1,989,749.11 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Wright.
Okay, this motion moved by Commissioner Thornton. Second to that motion, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Chief Lindsay?
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. When we were before you last week, you asked us to take a look at the number that we presented, specifically as it related to the food service and the fiduciary contract. So we did that. We removed those two items, and we're waiting on the RFPs. And should we need additional dollars, we'll come back to you at that time. Let me catch my breath.
Yeah, okay, great. So we've brought this down to like what is actually currently known and contracted.
Yes, and we also took a look at the individual contracts and account number 6723 under information technology, and we had an error in the numbers, and so this is our request for contractual related items.
Okay. All right, so we've now gotten into the part of amendments here where it's going to require offsetting revenue, right? So the revenue source that's been proposed here is a fraction of the tax rate. So just, we need to keep that in mind as we're tallying these up. And so staff is going to be, as we accept any of these motions to amend, make sure we understand the cost as we go through. And so we also, remember, motions to amend don't have to just to be spending, right? Motions to amend can include additional revenue by reducing expenditures in other areas. So I would anticipate that we should, along the way, have some ability to reduce some expenditures to offset some of these additional amendments. But just to keep in mind, after we're done today, we'll all get an updated look at what that looks like, so that on Monday, when we hear the actual budget resolution, we'll be really more informed around where we are to date and how that impacts the tax rate, how that impacts the budget being balanced. So just because an amendment is accepted today, we all know that, especially as we don't have a full complement of commissioners, it doesn't mean it's in the final budget, but we have to take some action to move this along. All right. Commissioner Thornton.
Okay, so just for clarity, because my experience is when we allow motions to pass with just a sprinkle of the body here, they get baked into the final item. So this particular one does not have a funding source proposed. It's going to go and pull from the general fund. So we're saying that we're just going to amend this and figure out what to set the tax rate at to be able to accommodate this request to keep the balanced budget. That's the proposed pathway forward.
Yeah, Commissioner Thornton, so, I mean, as much as I would love to compel my colleagues to be here, I know that that's not always the case. And so, the idea is that hopefully we have more on Monday, and we'll have an accounting of how the budget has been amended to date and the cost required to balance it. My hope is that we'll make a decision and come to a consensus on what the revenues will look like, and therefore have a good idea of whether we are over budget or under budget. And if we are over budget, we must remedy that in that moment before a budget can be passed. So this allows us to actually start bringing things in to consider. Otherwise, we will never be able to consider them, unfortunately.
And just for clarity, if this does not get sufficient votes to move forward, then what happens to this particular motion?
It would not, if this motion is not accepted, then it would not be accepted. So it just would not be on the main item.
And then just to Chief Lindsay, in the worst case that happens, what do you do with this request? If we don't fund this, then what happens?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So unfortunately, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office is not a revenue-generating office. And if this item is not included in the budget, then there will be some services that we'll have to cut. So say, for example, the intercon security contract. We have X number of posts. And if we're not able to fully fund the amount that's needed for this contract, then we're going to have to cut some of those posts, meaning that some buildings or some parking lots will not have service. As it relates to the license plate readers and things of that nature, that means we'll have to pull those items back if they're not funded. And it's the same is true with these other contracts, like the Microsoft 365, the IDEMIA, which is the fingerprint system. There are some services we will not be able to provide to the people who come into contact with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
I'm back in queue.
All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair. Just question, I know that, is this the item the other day that talked about the drones and purchasing of that? I know that when we spoke about it, I know you shared about the sheriff being the first to kind of do it, and then I think that night I went home on the news, the city of Memphis had a drones task force or something in place. So is already an operation drone task force here?
Captain Jason Valentine, Shelby County Sheriff's Office Information Systems. Yes, sir, Commissioner. When we talked the other day, I said we would be one of the first in the county, but the first to use, in this instance, the Flock DFR, which integrates with our license plate readers. I don't believe the city of Memphis is using, or the Memphis Police Department is using the Flock drone as first responder. I think they went with a different vendor. Not saying it may or may not tie into their OPRs. I'm not very familiar with that, but I do know that the Flock DFR that we're getting, or that we're trying to get, will integrate with our license plate readers as well. So
Okay.
that's a mesh there.
All right. And so, CAO, so like an item like this, when we talk about vacancy and unrestricted dollars and those type of things, is there no capacity within there to identify these dollars? Because these would be new dollars, right, on top of?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. You're asking if there's a way to possibly increase our salary restriction to cover some of these things. That would not be my recommendation, and only because with our current vacancy levels, we're having to use more overtime dollars because we still have things that need to be done. And so then that would just restrict the amount of money that we have available in our personnel, like our salary line as well as our other compensation line.
Okay. Well, I do know the power of the flocks. It help us. I just had a case yesterday. It works, right? And we see that it does. It just, we want to be able to capture, criminals. But I too just say, so would this add to maintenance or effort though on the sheriff's side?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Caswell, the maintenance of effort is only on the salary line items, so 5102, 5109, but not on operation and maintenance. These items are contractual related, so they're in O&M. So no, this would not impact the Sheriff's Office maintenance of effort.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. All right, Commissioner Thornton?
And when you put in your budget request to the administration, was this figure requested and it just wasn't honored? Help us understand why we're having to do cleanup work today.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, that's correct. We submitted about $36 million in budget modifications that were not included in the mayor's budget. And I think part of that is because there's a resolution that this body passes each year that directs the mayor or asks the mayor to bring a balanced budget. And so when you're asking the mayor to bring a balanced budget, then he possibly, or his administration can't possibly include everything that's being asked of them.
But you did submit a request for $36 million worth. How much of that $36 million was O&M request?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, I don't have that information right in front of me today. I'm happy to get it back to you this afternoon or later this evening, if that's agreeable.
But you're saying that from the $36 million you requested and did not get honored, that you've reduced that amount to $1.9 million?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, this exercise is specifically for contractual related items. So out of the $36 million, this is a piece of it. And this piece was initially overstated by about $4 million, if that helps clarify. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So, but beyond contractual, that's a huge gap between what we contractually need to be able to honor and $36 million. So I just think that it's interesting, and it will be interesting to see what the sheriff's office tries to get out of this budget cycle. I am just saying that when we think about where your budget is, on one hand, we're telling pre-K to be flat. So a flat budget for you would not include this $1.9 million. But you're saying that contractually, I guess on the other side of the 1.9 million would be your flat budget, right? Because we're saying that contractually, we have to do this. So after this particular item, we would then move into things beyond a flat budget for you. And from your perspective, this 1.9 million makes you have a flat budget from fiscal year 26 to 27. Just tell me, what are the numbers for a flat budget? Because I really want to push this body to consider that if we are going to make pre-K have to have a flat budget, because that's the only amendment that I've seen so far, then law enforcement should have to do the same. So I want to know when we are going above a flat budget for the amendment request considered for law enforcement this budget cycle. So does this addition of the 1.9 million keep you flat, or does it actually increase your fiscal 26 budget?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, this $1,989,749.11 would increase our budget above the current fiscal year 2026 level.
Great, and so I just want the listening public to hear that this particular motion, if it passes, increases the request of law enforcement. Pay attention to what we do with the pre-K requests. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to amend the sheriff's budget by this amount. Is there an objection to that? Okay, hearing no objection, that motion will pass for today. It's on the budget as amended. Okay. All right, next, thank you. Next, if we have ready to take up would be, yeah, we did that without objection. Yeah, was 2B from last time. I think it's 15, J?
Commissioner Whaley, just to give you some insight, we're getting the trustee, which would have been 2D. If we can move to 2E, which would be the pre-K amendment.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just want to
Okay.
make sure we're taking up the ones we've already heard.
Yes, sir.
Because we've already had a chance to vet those.
Yes, sir.
And they fit the criteria of being
Yes.
something that we've obligated ourselves with.
Absolutely.
So that's fine. We can read that one.
Does she have 2M up? 15M, which is the pre-K for all.
2E.
She has it up?
Yes.
We're naming it 15M.
15M. Commissioner Whaley? Commissioner Whaley, could we,
Yes.
may I make a request that we do a 10-minute recess so we can get all of the resolutions uploaded in the system, especially those that we were able to vet on Wednesday?
Okay, yeah, I
It's-
mean, I think that's fine. I mean, those are the ones that we want to try to take some action on.
Sure.
I know we have some others to
Yes.
vet,
Could
but I
we,
don't
we
think
just need a
we'll-
few more minutes to get them uploaded?
Yeah, that's
Because all of them haven't been?
Yeah,
So is it okay if we take a recess?
yeah, we can take a 10-minute recess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Madam Parliamentarian, are we ready to go? We're not ready to go, okay. Okay, Madam Parliamentarian, I think we're ready to get back to it, so we can read 15J.
Yes, sir. Item 15J is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to Register of Deeds Office in the amount of $17,920 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew Shelby.
All right, thank you. 15J, who's going to move and seconder on this motion? Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Chairwoman Avant.
Just to clarify, there are two 15Js, but we're talking about the one being passed out now, not the one in our stack.
They needed to make an amendment. It's the 17.
Yeah, the amount should be 17,920. Okay, so this is a reduced amount from what was presented in committee. 17,920, and this is for increase in the lease payment. All right, I don't see anyone in the queue on this, which we've discussed it a couple times already. Commissioner Thornton?
Just to clarify, nobody's here from Register of Deeds. Do you recall, Chair, do they have any revenue generating options within the Register of Deeds. I'm aware of other offices that have pathways to be able to fund their requests today. This is coming from the general fund. Is there any revenue generation, Director Tipton, that they could offer to close this 17,000? Okay, just so the public can
Yeah,
hear,
and
there are
so the-
none that the finance is aware of.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. There are no funding sources that have been brought to my attention.
And is this a one-time cost, or is it going to be ongoing?
I hate to speak to their amendment, but I think it's for a lease increase.
So it's an ongoing cost?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to amend by $17,920 the Register of Deeds office. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing none, that amendment carries. Next up, let's read the trustee. 15E.
Item 15E is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding of $3,900,000 for the county's property tax relief matching program handled by the trustee's office. This item to be partially funded by an additional budget amendment increasing FY 2027 trustee revenue commissions fees in the amount of $1 million, plus IT requires the appropriation and expenditure of general fund balance in an amount not to exceed $2,900,000, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, Commissioner Shantae Avant, Commissioner Michael Whaley, Commissioner Henry Brooks, Commissioner Amber Mills, and Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, this has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, and I will second it. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Each step of the process, just wanting to reiterate that by April 2027, we will have an online processing option for this program. And just wanting to just hear always from the trustee that we are still in alignment, that that's the goal.
Regina Newman, County Trustee, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Chair, I would like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Thornton's moved to be added as a sponsor. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Caswell without objection. Commissioner Thornton will add you on. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I was not in last week's meeting, but I am in this one, so want to make sure that I'm added as a sponsor.
All right, moved by Commissioner Clay Bibbs to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection, you are added on as a sponsor. We, as Trustee Newman stated last time as well, that there's an additional 1.7 million expected to fund balance that'll help go toward offsetting the cost of the program for FY27. All right, seeing no one else on the screen, can we accept motion 15E without objection? All right, hearing none, that motion carries. Okay, thank you, Trustee Newman. Next, we have the pre-K fund. This is, you got it? Okay, let's read that one, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Item 15K is it says resolution, but it should be a motion to amend the FY 2027 budget in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000 to fund the county's portion of the Pre-K for All program, sponsored by Michael Whaley.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Any comment, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion to amend this amount to, I don't know if anyone from pre-K is here, but I believe when I papered the math, to 3.4 million in order to stay on track with the current universal pre-K plan. And can I get legal? I have a question. Because I would like to make a motion to amend the figure contingent upon the contract allowing for the increase.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that would obviously require an amendment to the contract. The contingent language being included in the budget does keep it from terminating the contract.
Okay. So contingent upon us being able to work out that contract, then it could be there.
Yes.
In the offset, so just for my personal understanding, with this particular item, if the contract wasn't, then what would be the figure in that case?
With Megan Smith County Attorney's Office, without some increase on the city side, 0. Unless it's meant to, the 1.4 is somehow included in the contractual amount, not to exceed whatever the yearly figure was. I can't remember exactly what it is at this point.
All right, I'm gonna get back in queue.
All right, Commissioner Caswell?
Let me let Commissioner Thornton finish. I thought maybe it'll answer my question. Go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Commissioner Caswell, I'm struggling here. So my legislative intent here is not to push flat, because I consider myself to be a true universal pre-K champion. So in this particular case, I do want to see us stay on track. The director, Thomas, has come down. She's rolled out a 5-year plan with a all-in figure of how much it would cost. And we have set out, to be able to hit our marks. Somewhere along the line, a contractual arrangement has made it punitive for us to hit our marks. And so I almost feel like, locking ourselves into this does not honor what is our legislative intent. So it's like the commission just needs to clear up. With the ordinance that we passed, we said that we wanted to fund pre-K in 5 years. With this particular option, we are not keeping to our plan, and we're not addressing the root issue that is the contract, which stops us from being able to even do the plan. So perhaps it's another resolution that addresses the contractual piece for us to fix that. And then we figure out how to close the gap this budget cycle on the remaining balance that we need. But to anyone here that is a universal pre-K champion and advertising to the public such, 1.4 million is not the figure. So I would like to amend this particular item to be, just go back to original motion, just to amend the figure to 3.4 million.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton has made a motion to amend the motion from 1.4 to 3.4 million. Does she have a second? Okay, I don't hear a second. So we still have a motion on the floor to amend the FY27 budget to add 1.5 million to the pre-K program. Commissioner Lowry?
Yeah, I'd like to be added in the spot.
Did I say 1.5? 1.4, sorry, 1.4.
I'd like to be added to a sponsor for this as well. I know we have additional conversation around where we're going to get, the funding source from. Proud to have championed that last budget season, even though it didn't pass, and looking for folks to come along this time when we bring that up again. So thank you.
All right, great. Moved by Commissioner Lowry to be added as a sponsor. Is there a second? Second. All right, seconded by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Without objection, Commissioner Lowry, you are added as a sponsor. Thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you. And again, to my colleague, Commissioner Thornton, again, the second one third, because I don't agree. And my concern is that where we are still talking about how do we continue to raise revenue and how do we get there? There's so many other options. And if Ms. Candace can come real quick, I want to know, because I know like we have not been reaching, you said something today in your presentation, I think we were at 89%. And I'm just saying, I think the attendance or capacity or something like that, if you could just tell me where are we when it comes to the number of seats that you are able to fill or are filling, and the reason why we had what we had short this year is getting $3 million more gonna do anything? What would that do for pre-K for you in the county? I don't know. Go ahead.
Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 38104. I believe what we said, excuse me, I believe what we said earlier was that as of Q2, we were at 89% capacity filled. Mm-hmm. I believe that's what you're referring to from the presentation earlier. Right now, if we were to go up to a full budget of $22.5 million, that would serve 2,185 children, as well as the Head Start match, which you know that we do so that we have federal Head Start programs here. So it would be approximately 5,000 children in total.
And so with the waiting list and things like that, it's showing that there's that need out there. We just don't have the classrooms at this time?
Yes, sir. We've done an analysis. If you remember, we did a pre-K audit across the county, and we found that we needed approximately 1,400 more seats to reach pre-K for all or universal pre-K.
And that's the 3-year-old to?
3- and 4-year-olds.
Okay. All right. At this time, I just say I would like to be added as a sponsor to this.
All right, Commissioner Caswell has moved to be added as a sponsor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Chairwoman Avant. Without objection, Commissioner Caswell, you're added on as a sponsor. All right, Chairwoman Avant?
Yes, so I too consider myself a universal pre-K champion. However, I'm trying to make sure that with funding sources as they are now, that we at least restore what was in the budget for pre-K, which is why I'm supporting this budget amendment of 1.4. Also, I think because of the contract and the obligation from the city and county, I would not like for us to go in and make a budget amendment that we cannot feel from a fiduciary standpoint, because the city also is involved in all of those conversations. So I would like to be added as a sponsor, a motion to be added as a sponsor for the 1.4 million.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Avant. It's moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Without objection, Chairwoman Avant, you're on as a sponsor. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Just a couple of questions, thank you. So what is the total amount of money that we are, that does this motion include for pre-K? What's the exact total? Does this motion, 15K?
The exact total with the motion plus what was in the mayor's budget is $10,900,000.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to understand and help me to understand why is that 900 not in the caption? Well, that's not something for you to ask. Mr. Chairman? Okay, well, right. So the 900 doesn't have to be in the caption. Right. So we've already dealt with the 9 million?
It's already in the mayor's budget.
Okay, it's in the mayor's budget, gotcha.
Just as a point of clarification, this was what was cut from the mayor's budget, and so this budget amendment is just to restore what was in pre-K last year.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So, I do think it's important for the public to just know where they need to apply pressure, and I don't think that it's very clear. So we hear that the mayor has cut the budget. This is bringing it back up just to a flat rate so that you won't have to cut what you currently have, but it does not advance us on the pathway that we were moving forward. So to be clear, I didn't see you over there, I'm sorry. What is the figure on top of this flat budget that we are adding sponsors to? How much would we need to add to that to be on track for where we said we were trying to go with universal pre-K?
So for fiscal year '27, if we went according to our universal pre-K or a pre-K for all plan, we would have a total budget of $22.5 million. Of that amount, based on the ratio between the city and the county's allocation would be $12.9 million.
And so just clear it up for us because it's a lot of moving parts here. The 12.9 million, is that figure made by the 1.4 today? Or would we need to have additional funds to hit the $12.9 million figure?
Candace Thomas, First Aid Memphis, 38104. If we were to go towards the 12.9 million, we would need another $2 million.
Right. So please define for us, I just think it would just be helpful for you to define what a champion is for universal pre-K, because if we are under the goal, then you need from this body 7 commissioners to step up to keep us on track. And so I'm thinking about the children who we have told that we're coming for you. Every year, we're going to come for you. But today, we're saying we're champions without even pushing to come for these families and these communities. So I don't understand how we are saying that we're champions when $2 million is not being found. But just to clarify, even if we did earmark the $2 million, what we've learned in conversations is that it would terminate the contract, because the city has not committed to honoring an increase that is in line with this line. And in the 16 seconds that I have left, did First Aid put that line into the contract to have us now tethered to the city with this new ratio, this funding ratio? Was that the will of First Aid? Just a simple yes or no.
Candace Thomas, no.
And were any of the commissioners present to be able to say that we wanted that funding ratio?
No.
Okay, so to the public, you need to talk to Mayor Lee Harris. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of the 1.4 to get First Aid back to where they were originally. My question is for clarity, because I think sometimes when we're in these meetings, things can get convoluted. The 1.4 getting you back to where you were originally, how many additional classrooms will we have?
There will be no additional classrooms next year. It would stay the same as this year.
Okay, so also making sure we know that, because I think there was this dispute around if we were getting additional classrooms or if we were just putting money in to support current classrooms in order to get them to a particular number regarding support in order to have them kind of level up. So this keeps us as is. Okay. That's helpful to know, and then so that we can know moving forward where we need to go. Because right now, you've been here, probably, I saw you go in and out, probably starting since 8:30 this morning, and we're now at almost 6 o'clock. And the same tone is, we're trying to figure out where money's coming from. So it is a stretch for us to even to say 1.4, because we truly believe in pre-K for all. This is something we said last year, so we're trying to at least get us where we are. So I think that's where we are. We have this issue around where is the money coming from and remain compliant with the state of Tennessee.
Understood.
So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you so much. So we've got the motion on the floor to amend the pre-K budget by an additional 1.4 million. Can we take that without objection? All right, hearing none, that will be amended on the budget. So this will take us through all of the contractual requests, I believe, that we heard in our special call meeting. So as you know, we have some additional items to consider today. I'd like to propose a way we can approach this, but I want to kind of ask you, Madam Chair, what you think, just to kind of keep this in line with what we've done over the last couple weeks, which is we can call these items up for a presentation, but take no action on them today and save that action for after we've got a full accounting of what we've already approved today. That we should get ahead of Monday's meeting so that when we look at the tax rate, we understand, what we've already committed to today. And if there's any other amendments that can potentially increase revenue that we can do quickly, or we can decide to add them on today. It just is likely to take us up to, if not over, the amount probably that even Commissioner Caswell proposed earlier. So I defer to you, Chairwoman Avan. How would you like to approach that? And I'll admit the will.
Well, if we could, these are all contractual that we heard, which was the purpose of our meeting on last week. if commissioners would be amenable to us taking up the other budget amendments, after we at least have a tally and know where we are with the tax rate, I'd be in support of that. And if there are any budget amendments to reduce current line items from the mayor's proposed budget, I think we could do that at that time as well.
Okay. So you wanna hold on the additional items today?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll hold on some of these other amendments today, but we'll make sure that we have them ready to go for our next committee.
And just to be clear, they're not going to be 15s anymore. We're going to have to, whatever the operating budget number is, we're going to have to start all over. If we don't take these up and take action on these today, then this sequence is no longer in effect. These all will have to be loaded prior to the meeting that we will be hearing these motions on the budget, operating budget amendment for action.
Okay. Well, we've got them already ready to go, so I mean, it should not be a problem to renumber them and have them ready to amend. Shouldn't be. Okay, okay. All right, Commissioner Mills.
Could we just not leave it all intact and send it down without recommendation so we don't lose the work?
No, that's what we're going to do.
Oh, okay.
So what I was saying is that we've now got, we made it through the contractual items that we've considered and we've added on. We still need to account for what essentially the deficit is, because there's a deficit at this point. So what we got next are some additional ones like CEP grants. We've got another item from juvenile court, probate court, mental health court. So there's a few others here that we've heard already during the budget hearings, but the resolutions or the motions to amend have not been considered yet. So what we're going to do is send down the budget resolution as amended to Monday without a recommendation. Make sure that when we hear it on Monday, that we have the kind of debits and credits of what we did today, so that we know what the gap is between the proposal and the funding sources, and then we can debate that further at that time, and we can amend it further at that time on Monday. So that's what we're proposing.
Point of information, Chair. So when will we have the figure from finance, I guess, to what you're speaking to? So we can look at if there's cut opportunities from what the budget is, I guess.
Yeah, so Ryan is taking she's already set up a spreadsheet that'll show all of these items, what the debits and credits are, so we can see what the gap is and what the essential cost is as a fractional penny, to make sure that we understand what the cost of revenue is to these items that have been amended. So she'll be able to send that out probably by tomorrow, so that we can all have that ahead of Monday.
Okay. So just point of information is, so where we were, it was the balanced budget at 266. This would be those things over that amount. Okay. Amendment would take us
Yeah,
over.
it's 266 and
Whatever,
yeah.
yeah.
Right,
Okay.
Right. So that is balance at 266, 38,104. Yeah. So some of these were offset either by the trustees was partially offset. The juvenile court was offset by the special revenue fund, but the others were general fund balance.
Okay.
So that will require an offset. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move to send item 15 down without recommendation. Is there a second? Second. All right. Seconded by Chairwoman Avant without objection. Okay. We'll send that down. Commissioners, I know we've got a few add-ons. We also need to make sure we bring back up item 11. Before we get to that, let's go to item 16.
Just as a point of information, so the items within item 15 that we didn't hear and haven't been reviewed, we sent that down without recommendation?
And we haven't taken any action on items we've not reviewed. Only items we reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Item number 16.
I apologize, I was sidebarring with the clerk, and so we did take action on 15 as amended.
We sent it down without recommendation.
Send it down, thank you, sir.
with the amendments that have already been on it.
And the remaining ones are what? They're 15 and they're not attached?
They're not yet, not yet. Okay, item 16.
Item 16 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Gun Down and Orange Mound to the School Seed Foundation. This item requires a reallocation of $50,000 from FY 2026 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, item 16, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Thornton, you want to give a report on this?
I don't have a report, but the School Seed Foundation has approved receiving these dollars on behalf of Guns Down and Orange Mound, and if need be, they can be present on Monday for additional questions.
All right, so you want to just send that down with our recommendation then? We're going to hear them on. Okay, all right, seeing no one else in the queue, we can take item 16 to a vote. All right, if anyone else want to vote, all right, we can close the screen and report the vote.
We have 2 aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Thornton. We have 2 aye votes.
Okay, item 16 will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 17.
Item 17 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Melrose Alumni Association to the Creators of Memphis. This item requires a reallocation of $250,000 from the FY 2026 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, item 17, moved by Commissioner Thornton. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Creators of Memphis is willing to pick up what Melrose Alumni Association has decided to just focus on scholarships. And so they currently work in the community and have support of community advocates ready to support this item. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one on the screen, we can take item 17 to a vote. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Thornton. We have 2 aye votes.
All right, item 17 will go down with a favorable recommendation. So let's, I know we got a few add-ons, but why don't we go back to item 11? We've got that one ready to pull back up, so we can pull back up item 11. We've got a new substitute.
Yes, sir. So item 11 was a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to reallocate and appropriate $18,015,000 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to fund public safety expenses, including overtime payments, operational materials, and unanticipated food service costs. This item requires the reallocation and appropriation of general fund unassigned fund balance in the amount of $18,015,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Amber Mills. The item does not meet requirements of permanent rules and was referred back to committee in June 1st, 2026 commission meeting. It was moved and seconded. The rules were suspended. We attempted to take up a substitute, but we didn't have the correct one in front of us. And so no action was taken on that substitute, and the item was moved to the heel of the agenda.
All right, so do we need to have a new mover and seconder to suspend the rules again?
On the correct substitute, yes.
Okay,
yes,
so there's a new, so I'll move the new substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection, if we can hear that, also move to suspend the rules.
First, may I read it? May I first read that substitute caption?
Before we suspend the rules, you should read. Okay, go ahead and read the substitute.
Yes, sir. The substitute caption for item 11, resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to reallocate and appropriate $6 million from the general fund unassigned fund balance to fund public safety expenses, including overtime payments, operational materials, and unanticipated food service costs. This item requires the reallocation and appropriation of general fund unassigned fund balance in the amount of $6 million, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Amber Mills. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
Okay, thank you. So we need a motion now to suspend the rules to hear the substitute. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Mills, without objection. Okay, the substitutes before us with the changes tracked. Chief Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item has been, well, not the substitute, but the original item was before you several times. You asked us to go back and take a look at what we could do to reduce the amount. So if you refer to the Exhibit B, you'll see that through April 30th, 2026, the current budget for overtime combined is $23,075,208.17. Year-to-date, we've spent through April 30th, 2026, $21,716,086.37. So this resolution is asking for an additional $4.5 million in overtime. We're asking for $1.5 million in O&M for the purposes of acquiring service weapons, ammunition, and to cover additional food service costs. And what we plan to do, since we don't know what the RFP will yield and what the costs will be for fiscal year 27 for food service, we plan to expend as much as we can in the current year through the general fund, and then there will free up money in the grant fund for next year. And as it relates to the attorney fees of $15,000, we removed that, and we also removed $768,905 for building and maintenance. We've located or identified another source of funds to help us with modifying the Millington FCI facility that will help us get going, putting detainees in that facility to reduce the overcrowding in 201 Poplar. So, and also as it relates to guns and ammunition, because of the object code that is associated with encumbering these funds and it being so late in the fiscal year, we're asking that if the funds are not encumbered or fully expended by June 30th, 2026, that we can carry forward these funds into the new fiscal year. We want to be able to start the process of procuring the service weapons, and we may not be able to conclude that by June 30th because this item has been before you, I know, at least 3 times, and we're late into the fiscal year. And I also have Assistant Chief Deputy Chief Mays to talk about the service weapons and why we have a need for those service weapons. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief Mays.
There you are. Good afternoon, everyone. As Chief Lindsay said, we're trying to get new service weapons. The ones we're currently carrying we're entering our 10th year with them. So as recommended by the manufacturer to differentiate the common things people think about firearms, law enforcement, per the manufacturer, is separated out. Most people think of firearms by round count or usage. With law enforcement, most manufacturers recommend to go by dates, meaning that after 3 years, you replace this part. After 5 years, you replace this part. And that's done because of the environment. Most people, a recreational weapon sits in a safe or in a closet somewhere until they take it out, shoot it, take it back home. These officers are wearing these weapons, of course, every day, when it's hot, when it's cold, when it's raining, all the things that are going on that it gets exposed to. The getting in and out of a vehicle with this sidearm on, creates issues beyond the normal thoughts that we have for a weapon. I don't know how far off in the weeds you want me to get with explaining where we are, but I will say that the key points are we're currently shooting a 40 caliber handgun. We're wanting to transition to a 9mm handgun, which is the industry standard. It would create roughly $20,000 a year savings in ammunition costs that we could reinvest back into training. The 9mm is cheaper, and another point that's important is during the COVID time, the 40 caliber ammunition is not very many law enforcement agencies are using them anymore. So all of the manufacturers, and COVID is a good example, when they were down on employees running with minimum, amounts of people necessary, they focus on what gets used most, and that was 9mm. And we had to drastically cut our training back because we could not source ammunition for about 8 months during COVID before the manufacturer was willing to retool and start the 40 caliber training ammunition again. We're at a point now with these where the guns we're carrying still maintain some trade-in value. The further we go into that and the more obsolete this caliber becomes, the less they're going to be worth. So we would be maximizing our benefit to the trade-in right now, as well as we're looking at moving to an optic, which is also an industry standard. I think every agency in Memphis and Shelby County is carrying a sidearm with an optic, except for us. Right now, and it has a tremendous amount of benefits. Again, I won't bore you with all that unless somebody has a question, but it makes the officers more accurate, more efficient. And, there's certainly no losses or negatives to that with what we're required to do with them.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief. We do have some commissioners that have some questions, if we can go to that, and then if there's any gaps we need to fill in. Chairwoman Avant?
Yes, so the cost for the ammunition, you're saying 70,000 you're still needing in this request. Was there ammunition purchased last year?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. That's correct. Yes, we did purchase ammunition because it was a different type of gun. I also wanted to point out that in fiscal year 2026, when we were preparing for that budget, we did include this as a budget modification request. We've also included it into fiscal year 2027 as a budget modification request. So if this item is approved, we will not have that request next year for next year's budget.
You did purchase ammunition last year.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Yes, Chairwoman Avant, we purchased ammunition in fiscal year 2026, the year that we're currently in.
Okay.
We have to have ammunition for training, for duty, so we have to have ammunition every year.
I understand that point. I guess I'm trying to reduce the amount that we have to take from fund balance as a necessary for this. Definitely, we want to make sure that the overtime costs are, let me finish my thought, if you don't mind. We want to make sure that overtime costs that we're able to take and make the Sheriff's Department whole. I think we're trying to make sure that there's some give and take, and if this is something that would not have to come from fund balance at this time, then, that's what, I'm just trying to get a better understanding. I mean, I understand that you have to purchase ammunition every year to function as a Sheriff's Department. My question is this a must for where we are, considering we had to get down from 18 million to 6 million? And I think you and Director Tipton came back with some agreements. Some of that's changed, I think, from that conversation. The sheriff was not amenable to exactly where you all landed on Monday night. I was really glad to see the camaraderie that I thought, and a fist bump, that we had gotten to a good place. And I think it was less than the 6 million. So it's just a question. It's a question about the ammunition. That's the only question I need to answer.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Because we're desiring to purchase new service weapons with a different caliber, we will need new ammunition that is a different caliber.
Are the service weapons that you need to purchase, the new service weapons that you're needing to purchase, is that something that has to happen at this point in time? Because whatever we are agreeing to, again, we're taking from fund balance that is already below policy. So that's the question. That's why I'm asking, is that something, the new service weapons, do they have to be in this year based on what we know is a challenge, and that we're having to take this from our fund, from general fund, which means ultimately fund balance?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I just want to be clear on your question, because at one point you said ammunition, and then the next time you said service weapons. So I
You
just wanna
mentioned
be
that you had to
clear.
buy ammunition for new service weapons, so I would assume that you're referring to the new service weapons that you're having to buy ammunition for, right?
Alicia Lindsay,
Okay.
Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So the ask, and per the settlement agreement, is that the Sheriff's Office would receive new service weapons. Because we're going to receive, if this is approved by this body, we'll also need new ammunition.
I don't have any additional.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we're staying along those lines. So, number one, and two, appreciate the collaboration here to at least get us to this point. But for the service weapons, you mentioned the trade-in value. If you don't mind, just walk me through that. Is that with the same vendor? Is there something, is there a decrease in the cost of the weapon because of the trade-in? Or tell me what happens with that.
Yes, Chuck Mays, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm the chief of our Special Operations Division as well as our Training Division. So, yes, to answer your question, it all goes through the same distributor. We procure the weapons from, and then they will give us a fixed amount for the trade-in of those weapons, which is deducted. So we're buying the new weapons at a discounted price based on what they gave us on trade for the old weapons.
Okay, so the amount we have in here is based on the discounted price
sir.
with the value of the trade-in.
Yes, sir.
And you said this was part of the agreement that we will have, and is there a number associated with that? Is that every officer? What's the number associated with that?
The total number of weapons,
Sure.
roughly 700. 750 would be a good number to give or take 50. We have to look at, because we have to keep numbers, or we have to keep guns in reserve, obviously. Any officers involved, incidents, that gun's taken away, you have to replace it. Wear, damage, all the things that we have to replace guns throughout the year. And I'm reducing the number drastically from last purchase we had. I was not the chief of this division at the time, and when I looked at those numbers, I worked with the training division and got them to explain why. And when we're actually, I think the last time we bought them, it was over 900 weapons we purchased. So we're gonna reduce that by at least 100.
Okay. And the purchasing of the new firearms, are they at the end of some life cycle that you mentioned, or is that?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, they are. So they can continue on into service, but they do require maintenance. And the further into that cycle they get, the higher the maintenance gets. It starts at about year 3 was just springs in the magazines, and then year 5, it's recoil springs in the slide. And when you start getting into trigger mechanisms, you're getting danger close to the cost that they're actually worth for trade-in. So if we repaired them at a cost of roughly $350, $400, and then had to buy, eventually buy guns again anyway, we've essentially paid for the first ones twice.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. Help me understand, we've spent a lot of talk about ammunition, which is, just a fraction of the overall line items that I see here for overtime. So the bulk of the $6 million is still for overtime. And so, can you just refresh what you said? Why was there such a discrepancy between the 18 million previously presented and the 6 million right now?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. If I could refer you to the Exhibit B. And if you would look at the adopted budget column, you'll see that the adopted budget for overtime is $11.7 million. Because there have been challenges with processing payroll in Oracle, Shelby County Finance Department has had to inflate the overtime budget so that payroll could be processed. So if you look at the second column that says adjustments by finance / Oracle, they've already amended our overtime budget, by $11,354,282.56. So that gets us to $23,075,208.17. So although this $11,354,000 is not like a total increase to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office budget, because it is primarily offset with a negative contra account, like 56, I think the account number is 5630, salary changes. But what this does allow is for overtime transactions to process. We've already estimated that we will spend around $29 million in overtime, but we don't know for sure. There are 2 months remaining in the fiscal year. So we're asking today for the $4.5 million that would get us to $27,575,208.17. So that's an increase of $4.5 million in overtime, $1.5 million in O&M. And yes, Director Tipton and I did collaborate on last Monday, and we did what I thought we agreed. I just needed to speak with the sheriff and outside counsel. And so I was surprised when I presented the substitute resolution that the recommendation was for us to pull off the service weapons. So that's what gets us here today.
Okay, but help me understand how we're getting to the 6 million. So 4.5 in overtime is the adjusted portion of that. Where is the remaining?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The remaining $1.5 million of the $6 million is in operations and maintenance. There's $70,000 in ammunition, $996,003 in service weapons or materials and operations, and $433,000 in food service.
What is this food service contract? What is it actually covering?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So, as I previously mentioned in this conversation today, is that right now we have approximately $8.2 million in contracts between the general fund and a grant fund for food service. So our recommendation would be to use as much as we can in the general fund, which would free up grant fund dollars, because that grant fund is like a 2-year grant. And because we don't know what the RFP is going to yield for food service or any additional cost in the future year, instead of burdening the general fund in the future year for food service costs, we can use the grant fund dollars. So that's where that $433,000 came from.
So the release and burden is going from the 6 million to the 433,000 to rely on the grant that you want to see? I guess what was that category previously when we were honoring the $18 million budget?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Commissioner Thornton, if I can refer you to the Exhibit B. And if you look, there was you don't see the line item, but there was $768,905 that we were going to use for building and maintenance. So the plan was to use that amount of money to begin renovation of the Millington FCI. However, since this time, we've had additional conversations like with the Federal Government Bureau of Prisons, and they have come up with a solution to help us renovate that facility, or they're going to renovate it on our behalf at no cost to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Chairwoman Avant.
Director Tipton, you come forward. Just a question about, so Ms. Lindsay is talking about the food service contract, but we don't have a food service, we don't know what that will yield yet because we don't have the new numbers. Is that correct? For the food service contract?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So there is an RFP that has been evaluated by the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The contract will be negotiated with Aramark, and that's all I can say at this point because the contract has not been negotiated. But I do know that in the current year, we've spent more than $6.1 million in the general fund. And we may spend around $1.7 million in the grant fund. And that's that's all I can really say about the RFP because of the sensitive nature of the item at this point.
So Director Tipton, what was the number that you came up with? That recommended amount for this meeting of the minds?
Okay, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The number that I came back with after receiving the $6 million resolution was 4.428789. And the reason that I did adjust that number is because of the nature of the conversations that we've been having as far as the budget is concerned, and that the overtime, if I calculate how much overtime they'll need, it is coming in at about $2 million a month. So they'll need an additional about $4 million, which I did approve in the $4 million that I suggested for this resolution. The thing I took out was the weapons renewal, because we're at the end of the fiscal year. We don't need to impact fund balance at this time for that amount. It's not an immediate emergency or need. So I recommended that that be removed to assist us in balancing our budget because of the impact to our fund balance.
So your number is?
$4,428,789.
428. 4.5. Thank you, Chair Whalen.
Okay, all right, thank you, Chairwoman. All right, Commissioner Thornton, this is your third time? Okay, second time, all right.
Thank you, Chair. So what was that amount again, Director Tipton? 4 million?
Sorry, $4,428,789.
And so when it comes to, this is amending for fiscal year '26, how does what you propose for fiscal year '27, I guess it wouldn't have factored this in because we will be adding it in the middle of the budget cycle now. So we've already received your proposed budget. So that being said, is this $4 million or $6 million request going to be an ongoing request from the office, or how much of this is just one time for fiscal year '26 that we don't have to go and factor into fiscal year '27?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The proposed amount of $4,428,789 would be for FY '26 only, because that amount, the $4 million that we are applying to overtime, does not impact the sheriff's MOE, because that is overtime, and MOE is associated with positions. So this would not carry over into '27. It would only impact the immediate FY '26, but it would, the fund balance, of course, is continuous, so that would be decreased.
So to Chief Lindsay, for fiscal year '27, how many of these dollars would you then come back to ask be added to fiscal year '27?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. If this item, if the $6 million is not approved today, we will be coming back before you asking for the $996,003.
Would you mind repeating that?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. If this $6 million request is not honored today or approved on Monday, the Sheriff's Office will come back and ask for $996,003 for service weapons.
So is it to say that you're bare, so you would come back for that? So you're willing to not get that for fiscal year '26 and come back in '27 just asking for the $900,000 for '27?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Again, on last Monday, June 1st, Director Tipton and I agreed on $6 million. So the Shelby County Sheriff's Office is requesting $6 million. However, we comply with the will of this body. If this body does not approve the $6 million, we will be coming back asking for the $996,003 before the budget is adopted, because as Chief Mays mentioned, our service weapons are approaching a decade.
So that's your non-negotiable to be made whole.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, I can only direct you to the settlement agreement signed by the mayor and the sheriff. And if we may, Chief Mays has a comment he'd like to make.
Okay, all right, Chief Mays?
Yes, Chuck Mays, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I spent most of the last time explaining the age and the pricing and the reasoning behind that. The primary driver behind this request at this point is because, based on manufacturer's recommendations, there's a possibility of failure. That's why we're starting to replace parts, and that is obviously not an option in this business. It's just because of the option of failure is now in front of us, and we're going to have to start replacing parts. It's just throwing good money after bad. But the primary, I just want to be clear, the primary driver behind my being here today is because we've reached the point where, based on manufacturer's recommendations and our training records that show we're fixing more guns as these officers come in for training and for in-service, that we are starting to experience parts failure in various platforms. So that is the main reason we're here today. It's just financial sense is the secondary to that.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right, Chairwoman Avant?
It's, less than 20 days before the fiscal year's over. It's not likely they'll be purchased before the fiscal year's over. If we are now saying you're going to come back and have to ask for this $996 and $996.03, I'd just like to make a motion to amend to the $4,428,728. Because to my colleagues, just to be clear, the settlement says up to. This body decides what that amount is.
Okay. All right. I think just to kind of summarize this, that it's either it's all done in this one resolution, or we're talking about a second consideration as part of the fiscal year 27 budget, because that's really what it's for. That's like, this is going to be procured in 27, is my understanding. But let me just, before you respond, just want to make sure that we have the motion properly on the floor. So Chairwoman Avant made a motion to amend the amount to remove the $996,003 from, that was for the weapons. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Is there any objection to that?
I object.
You want to say that on the record?
I object.
Okay, objected by Commissioner Thornton. Chief Lindsay?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So that the record is clear, on the Exhibit A attached to the agreement between Sheriff Bonner and Mayor Harris, on the specific overtime line, it says up to $16 million. The total settlement amount was $18,015,000. Just so that the record is clear. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton, you want to speak on the objection?
Just hearing Chief Lindsay say that if we don't give the $6 million, then she would ask for $900,000. I would want to just see the amendment be for the $900,000 to address the immediate ammunition, and then close out this item there. I guess we don't actually have a funding pathway to get into the fund balance in the amount of almost $5 million. So that's still a core issue for me as a solution, because we've been harping on the fund balance and we continue to dip into it. So that's not being resolved. If the non-negotiable is the $900,000, then I'm just here to take the lesser option. So just putting that out there, we've heard the $900,000 figure thrown out. I think that should be what the amended amount is.
Clarification for
sorry,
the
I think-
record. When you're saying take out, are you saying that subtract that number from the 6 million? Yes.
Yeah, let's just be clear about the number that was just proposed as an amendment. My understanding is that amount is 6 million minus the 996 and the 70,000 for the ammunition and the weapons. That's how we get to the amount that Chairwoman Avon amended by. Yeah, so it's the 996 that we're talking about and the 70,000. Those combined is what I understand.
No,
materials
is 996.
No, the
So those are the two things we don't want to fund.
that was what the motion is. All right, Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I just have a question to Chief Mays on the weapons and the ammunitions. Are these few weeks going to put deputies in danger with the order? I mean, because you say the weapons are not, they're at the end of their life cycle. Is this okay, the few weeks to go to 2027 for the weapons
So
as they're proposing?
Chuck Mays, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, that's very difficult to answer in a yes or no manner. The possibility is there, that's why I'm sitting here today. But there's no way to predict that. Certainly, if we could, we would do that and get in front of it. But as I mentioned before, based on manufacturers' recommendations and our own experience with the amount of repairs we're having to do is increasing, it's more probable now than it ever has been. That's why I'm sitting here today.
Do it otherwise. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief Lindsay?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Just to be clear, we brought the original item on May 13, 2026, and we're now a month later. And if we were to receive the entire $6 million, what that would do is to set us up for success. If we don't receive the $6 million, then we're going to have to first come back before this body and seek an amendment to the fiscal year 2027 budget, which we're also saying that we currently don't have a balanced budget. So it's either going to have to come out of fund balance then, or there's going to have to be funds set aside for a tax rate. So, but if we're able to move forward today, and this is approved on Monday, then we can go forward with getting the sole source or emergency justification or whatever is necessary to procure those funds. However, we wouldn't be able to pay for it because, of course, you're not going to receive it by June 30th, but you will receive an invoice at some point close to June 30th. But because our accounting policies for Shelby County government state that you cannot carry forward any account that begins with 60 or 64, if we didn't encumber it and not pay for it by the end of the year, then that money would be gone anyway. So that's why we've built into the resolution a carry forward clause. We're just trying to be set up for success so that we can procure this as soon as possible. So it's either a 45-day delay, considering from the first time we came before this body to the end of the fiscal year, or we can't even get a start until after July 1, 2026. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Real quick, Mr. Mays, if you could help me to understand the firearms issue. I've been sitting here trying my best to figure out, listening to you, how did you determine what needs to be replaced in terms of parts, in terms of whole firearms? Did you do an inventory regarding years of service, usage, and how did you figure out this amount was needed for all these moving parts? Because you're not replacing just a flat rate of whole firearms. You're replacing certain parts in some.
So if I understood your question correctly, it was based on a quote, is where the numbers came from. But the way we determine replacement is based on wear items and the rate at which they wear in the gun. Based on the function of the firearm, some parts wear faster than others. So those are the first parts that we have to replace. It's predictable as to which parts we're going to have to replace. Your magazine springs go first, then your recoil springs, then your trigger mechanisms are shortly behind that. And then there's incidentals in between with extractors and trigger reset bars. There's lots of moving parts in a firearm. It's a lot of, there's a lot of things happening in a very short amount of time, and because of that, it creates a tremendous amount of wear, and that's how we determine.
I think the part that I don't get, and maybe you could help me understand this, is I don't use firearms that often. That's not funny. Okay, so you're talking about wear items and function. Okay, so let me ask this question. The same person that does the maintenance on your firearms, is that the same person that you buy them from?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We maintain all of our own firearms once we purchase them.
In-house?
In-house. With the if it exceeds our capabilities, we will return it to the manufacturer.
And
have
then
them.
you'll buy it from the manufacturer, buy a replacement from the manufacturer?
That depends. If it was a warranty item, or they have certain parts that they warranty for life, certain, and a catastrophic.
But the ones you have to buy, do you buy it from that manufacturer that you initially?
Well, they have to come from the same manufacturer because that's who made the firearm itself. We can't take a part from Smith & Wesson and put it in a Glock.
No, I said buy a new firearm, would you buy it from the same manufacturer?
We are currently, if we were told today to go do it, we would buy from the current manufacturer we're using now, which is Glock Firearms. We are testing a second manufacturer.
Okay, and I got 1 minute left. So the thing I still don't understand, I watch a lot of TV, okay? Not every officer uses his firearm. So a lot of those guns are holstered for long periods of time. And I know that could be some wear on the holster, but you're not triggering, you're not using the cocking mechanism. It's just being holstered. So can you account for that number? Because those don't have to be replaced
Yes,
as
ma'am.
often as the ones that are used.
That's correct in that it varies from officer to officer. We have some that shoot and train multiple times a week. We have some that.
Do we have a number?
We have a minimum number. All officers are required in-service training every year where they have one full training day, then they also have qualifications.
No, I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but let me just ask this one question if the chair would allow. I'm trying to understand, do you have a number, approximate number of officers' firearms that are not used in, just say, a year or 6 months? Because you got to have a way of coming up with this inventory of the different kinds of replacements, whether it's going to be a full replacement, it's going to be partial replacements, or they're going to be chunked.
So I think I understand what you're asking. When we replace firearms, we have to replace all of them because of the standards from one officer to the other. We can't, it would be impossible to train multiple officers. If we had officers scattered throughout the department, all carrying different types of firearms based on replacement, it would be impossible to keep up with training and continuity of operations. Should an officer have to pick up another officer's gun, it may not be of the same manufacturer.
But you can train, you don't have to change manufacturers just to replace a firearm. You don't have to do that.
Right, and we're not planning to change manufacturers now, but in 10 years, they have evolved and the function
We're talking about right now.
is different.
I'm talking about right now. I'm just looking at this number
All right,
here.
okay.
Maybe I'm not being clear.
Yeah, all right, no, I understand, all right. We need to try to take some action here, and there is a motion on the floor to amend it. It was seconded, there was an objection, so we need to vote on that so we can maybe vote on this item. Anything urgent? Okay, Chief Tipton?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I promise it's quick. I heard that the inventory needed is 700, and I know that currently we have roughly 400 deputies employed, or 400 people employed, so I don't know how many deputies we have. So is there a reason why we have to get 700 right now?
Okay. All right, okay, well, while y'all are working that out, let's do to take some action on this motion. That was to amend the amount to just reduce it by the amount of the ammunition in the firearms.
So that makes that amendment to 4,933,997.
Okay, got it. So we'll take this to a vote. Vote yes means you are for the amendment. No, you are against it, and you want to keep it as it is.
Point of information, I'm sorry, Chair. I apologize.
Yep, Commissioner Lowry.
It just in light of the conversation that was going there as well, because it sounds like this is a yes or no item, but is it possible to get some clarification is it 700 that's needed? Is it 500 that's needed? Because if there is going to be another possible amendment, that's going to change that dollar amount as well. It may be something that I don't know, maybe not amenable in this amendment from the chairwoman, but that's going to change.
Well, what we also can do is we don't have to amend anything. We could send it down without recommendation and then figure that out. And then if we want to make a further amendment, like a third way, we can do that too. But that's up to the body to decide what you want to do. Right now, it seemed like we wanted to vote on it as is. So would you like to, before you vote, Commissioner Lowry, would you like to get that answer, or?
I like your option, but we have a motion and an objection on the floor, so we'll go with the will of the body.
Okay. All right, let's take this to a vote. Okay, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon, Commissioner Mills, Thornton voted no. We have 6 ayes, 2 noes.
All right, so that motion to amend the amount passes. So now we can, I would suggest we just send this down without recommendation for Monday, if there's a second.
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing none. It would be good to make sure we have that question answered, so if we need to amend it further, we can do that on Monday. Okay, perfect.
You talked about the question about.
Yeah, the question you were asking,
Thank you.
Commissioner Lowry, yeah, because there's nothing that says we can't further amend. All right, so now we've got a couple add-on items. Let's call up item 19.
Item 19 is an add-on item. Item 19 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Raising the Bar Oak Haven High to street impact. This item requires a reallocation of $250,000 from FY 2026 Commission Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Okay, add-on 19, moved by, mover, Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. This particular item is another reallocation item to be able to name a new organization to receive the $250,000. I know that there was a public comment card earlier, so I'm going to make comment on this particular item. So the contract negotiations with the initial awardee just failed, and so we were not able to get the terms agreed and in alignment. And so that is now creating the need for another organization to be named to receive the funds so that there can be alignment with the priorities of the legislative intent of this item.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do see the, think two gentlemen here who spoke in public comment about it, but from their statement, I heard that it was to have dollars allocated for schools, for, I think, this one is Oak Haven High School to be, I don't see legal, yes, I do, legal counsel here. Are we able to do that considering ADA?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, money going to schools from this organization would trigger an ADA requirement for other school districts.
So if
I don't-
whatever dollar, so if we give dollars, then we have to give it to the municipalities.
If you give dollars to one school district, you are in some measure required to give it to the other school districts.
All right. My other question, because I think one of the things that was mentioned was Commissioner Thornton just said failed contract negotiations. Mr. Chair, is it proper for me to ask them questions since they made public comment?
Sure, yeah, that's fine. If you
All
want
right. If you could come up, I do have a question around, basically, you mentioned that, I don't know if that's one of your board members or not, if both of you come up. Commissioner Thornton just mentioned failed contract negotiations. So based upon what you stated, what's your interpretation of that as well?
Okay, here we go. All right,
Sorry, state your name again for the record.
my name is Mike Mosby, Executive Director of Raising the Bar Community Development. There is actually no failed contract situation. We were awarded the grant. We went through the very processes that was told. Commissioner Thornton then called, I have the dates to be exact. She called after the fact, after we were awarded the grant, after we went through the system, after we had the meeting with the grant office, after we had the meeting with the grant coordinator, after everything was situated and fine. We thought we were underway, and then Commissioner Thornton called in to rescind the itemized budget, saying that it was committee. And one of the emails she sent, she said it was a committee decision, but it was her decision because the grant office told me they had no knowledge of the information. The grant office did coordinate with me and tell me that everything was crystal clear, and we had our scope of work. And the problem was with Commissioner Thornton, she wanted to change our scope of work to Oak Haven High School special project. I also have emails that she definitely sent, like an amended budget suggestion after the fact things were already in place, after the fact that we already submitted everything. We were on the way, like we was on our way, we was waiting, and then she said that if we don't amend the budget, she was going to rescind and get the county to rescind our budget because of the scope of work. But the county office, the grant office, they had no knowledge of any of this. So now we're here.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion to send this down without recommendation. so that we can hear from just constituents that can speak on the item. The funds are earmarked to benefit the Oak Haven community. I don't want to get into the in between, one organization or the other. I just want community to come down and just decide when they see the two budgets being presented by Raising the Bar as compared to Street Impact. I think that's just for them to decide which budget they want. And so I will leave that up to Raising the Bar to talk to constituents that can say, the budget you presented is the one that serves us best. And then if Street Impact wants to bring constituents, I'm here ready to support Oak Haven. I don't want to get in between two organizations with different budgets. But the two budgets are different, and we can bring that information into Monday so that colleagues can see what's being presented, and then as well hear from constituents to decide which organization. Again, it is my legislative intent to be able to put $250,000 to Oak Haven. That's all I care about. How we get there, I just want to make sure that Oak Haven is served as well as other communities. So it wouldn't be fair for me to rescind this complete item because it stops Oak Haven from having a funding pathway. Orange Mound and South Memphis, they have their dollars to be able to move forward with, and I just don't want to see Oak Haven left out. Thank you.
Okay, there was a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thorne to send it down without recommendation. Is there a second? Okay. I don't hear a second to do that. Chairwoman Even, do you want to speak first, and then maybe a second comes?
I don't think that that's really how the process works, that we have communities come down and negotiate like contracts. I'm going to make a recommendation to send this back to committee. I think there's obviously some internal things that need to be worked out. I don't think this is the proper forum. I don't think it's a proper forum to ask people to come down on Monday and vie against dollars, one organization against the other. That would, it's a bit unheard of. I'd like to make a motion to refer this to the next committee.
All right, it's been moved to refer to the next committee, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Let's just get okay, great, let's get the date first. Okay, it's June 24th, objected by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, if you'd like to have a brief moment to speak, and then we'll take it to a vote.
Thank you. I just want to officially say to Oak Haven, if this goes to the June 24 committee, it kills it for you. And that's something that everybody up here understands. So, I know that we have a differing of opinions, but the solution that you think you're about to get kills the item because we have to have these dollars out the door by June 30th. So, I'm not going to be naive to say that supporting June 24th is actually supportive, particularly when the maker of the motion tried to block these funds to begin with. So I don't think that there's true legislative intent from this body to see these dollars out the door. And I am aware that we are up against serious timelines. So I would like to see the constituents come and speak on this item. I think it's very much so appropriate for taxpaying citizens to decide. It puts them in a place of agency, and there's nothing stopping us from being able to see constituents speak up for themselves, because right now you have the discretion of one nonprofit, one commissioner. Let's just see on Monday how many constituents come and speak on behalf of their dollars, because the $250,000 don't belong to Mr. Mosby, they don't belong to Ms. Thornton, they belong to taxpaying citizens who should be able to be factored into the conversation. So I would ask that my colleagues would vote no to the motion to defer this to the next committee and support the motion for it to go down without recommendation so that it can be heard on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I don't believe my understanding the issue is the organization. I think it's the fact that when you put the school name on it, this is no longer a $250,000 price tag, because now you got to match the money for the other schools. So now we're looking at a lot more than $250,000. So I think that's the issue here. If you hadn't have named the school, it would be a different situation. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm thinking of it from the idea of last budget cycle,
I think y'all came down and other groups came down, and that was the time when community came out and championed for you to be a recipient of the dollars. So now it's essentially we're starting the same process all over again. And I don't think that's fair to y'all, because y'all did come down last budget cycle. Y'all did sit through all of these meetings, and that's how we ended up with you on a part of the budget. So if, now it's my understanding that that's supposed to happen all over again. Thank you.
All right, great. All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton.
So the ADA compliance is not triggered. I've talked to legal multiple times, so I would like for legal just to chime in again, because this is just a grant allocation to nonprofits. Oak Haven High is earmarked because we know that we're looking to benefit students. So this is programming that is uniquely tailored towards students. So it's not triggering ADA compliance, because the nonprofits, whether it's Raising the Bar or Street Impact, they're going to ensure that the students, that's why Oak Haven High is earmarked. It's not for Oak Haven Middle School students. It's not for Oak Haven Elementary School students. We want to make sure that it's targeting programming for Oak Haven High students. So that's what the parentheses is about. ADA compliance not triggered when we go back to the budget. I know that in Granicus, you're not able to see the budget, but $123,000 of what Raising Bar is offering up is going towards staffing. So that's where the real core issue is in this particular budget that has been submitted by Raising the Bar. $123,000 of this does not get to students. It goes towards 4 positions to staff. And so that's why the budget has to be reworked, so that what constituents supported, they actually receive. So, I've tried to work with Raising the Bar to be able to get a student-centered budget submitted, because what we don't see is with budget allocations, we pass the amounts, we don't pass the budgets. So after they administratively are put through, the budgets are what are the bind, though. So here you have a budget that I asked Tanya to give me that I didn't realize had $123,000 of it tied up in executive director allocation, a program coordinator allocation, and administrative support coordination. That's not what the community came down to ask for. So I just would like to see that in support of community, not nonprofits. This is not something that's looking to support specific nonprofits. It's looking to support community. And that's why I want you to hear from community on Monday about which budget, when they're presented, do they want. And they will be able to receive the sponsoring partner, to be able to push their budget. So I'm just asking, all I can do with the Oak Haven dollars is try my best to push it forward. If it dies today, then the record will show that I tried to make a student-centric budget pass that was not focused on personnel, because we've already talked about what happens when we fund staff positions that are not sustainable. After the $250,000 are exhausted, if this body passes the Raising Bar budget, you're not committed to continuing to staff all 4 of these positions. So I don't understand how that's actually going to help the community or the organization. So, those questions I'm asked, I would like for Megan to, we've already vetted that whether it's Raising Bar or Street Impact, that they're able to move forward without triggering ADA. So if you could just speak to that particular hurdle before we get to the vote, which I'm going to ask my colleagues to not support. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so it's time to vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. Yes means you want to send it to committee June 24th. No means you want to keep it on the floor today. Okay. Attorney Smith, quickly, please.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. When items like this come before us, when we see things like Oak Haven High School, the scope of work is important. They are vetted. If it doesn't have a direct allocation to a school, it won't trigger the ADA. This item, I don't have it right now in front of me, but to the extent it does not do that, it will not trigger the ADA.
All right, great. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. All right, I think we can close the screen and record the vote. I don't know, I'm sorry. Did we, what just happened? I think okay.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon, Commissioner Brooks abstained, Commissioner Thornton voted no. We have 5 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
All right, so that motion passes. So that item's been sent to June 24th. All right, item 20.
Item 20 is an add-on item. Item 20 is a resolution to carry forward fiscal year FY 2026 funds to School Seed Foundation in the total amount of $223,000 to fiscal year FY 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, if we can get a mover and seconder on this item. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. I'm going to move to send this down without recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection, item 20 will go down without recommendation. All right, item 21. There's no 21. 22.
Item 22 is an add-on item. Item 22 is a resolution approving a sole source vendor contract for software upgrade related to the debt manager system with Jonas Collections and Recovery, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $66,816. This contract will be expended against the trustee general funds. This item requires the expenditure of funds in a total amount not to exceed $66,816, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Okay, if we can get a mover and seconder. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Trustee Newman?
Good afternoon. I'm going to make this very quick, and then I will ask you to send it down without recommendations, which is probably what you're going to want to do. The trustee's office has a software program called Debt Manager, which helps administratively with collections. It is overdue for an upgrade. That upgrade costs $66,816. The funds are included in the trustee's budget. We initiated the necessary requests and transfers to move this funding in April. It is still pending, so this is why it is on your agenda today as an add-on, saying that it doesn't comply with the rules. So we hope that all that funding will be taken care of by Monday. If you would like to send it down without recommendation, I can come speak to it Monday.
Perfect. All right, I'll move to send it down without recommendation. Second by Chairwoman Avant. Without objection, item 22 will go down without a recommendation.
And I just wanted to note that I didn't notice that it didn't have a legal review, so I'm just asking that when it appears on the agenda, that this item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules unless it goes through a legal review prior to.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 23.
Item 23 is an add-on item. Item 23 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Anchor CDC Hamilton High School to Youth Engineered Success. This item requires a reallocation of $250,000 from FY 2026 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, item 23, moved by Commissioner Thornton. Or second? Seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Okay, Chairwoman Avant?
For the same reasons for the other, I'm going to make a recommendation to send this to committee. There were folks who came and spoke similarly, Anchor CDC, and about confusion and why grant funds were being rescinded from them. So I'm going to make a recommendation to defer to the June 24th.
All right, there's a motion to defer to June 24th committee, seconded by Commissioner Shalai. Objection?
I'm not going to, or, I mean, I'll object just so that constituents can see who's voting how.
Okay.
So, yes,
Commissioner
I'll object.
Thornton, all right, Commissioner Thornton, you on the objection?
Yes, so it's the will of the legislative commissioner that is advocating for the $250,000 to see it be student-centered. Unfortunately, in our process, whatever the nonprofits submit as budgets become the bind. So if there is misalignment between legislative intent and the will of the nonprofit when they submit their budgets, we don't know that until we request for the budgets. And so when I requested for the budget and I saw that it basically hijacked the community's intent, had to pick a new receiving organization. This is selected by communities and is more student-centric. So the Replace Youth Engineer Success is someone who I'll invite back on the 24th, but it is not my understanding, or actually, I'm going to ask just to finance. Can you chime in on this? So what concerns me is that if it's heard in committee on June 24th and the close of budget is June 30th, and it takes 10 days for the mayor to exercise his discretion to sign off on a resolution, but you need the resolution to draft the contract, that's where I'm not hoping to see these deferred, because I don't see how the timing just adds up correctly. So it seems like a nice way to kill the item in committee today. Is there any other pathway to be able to ensure that the 10-day window that the mayor has to sign the resolution, that you get extra days? Can you just advise on what that looks like?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. When a resolution has been signed, it's committed. So it then gets carried forward even if you didn't get the contract completely in place. So you're asking if the resolution, I don't think, well, I guess you need a resolution because you're moving it. If you didn't need to move it, I think you would have been okay. But since you need to move the money now to another nonprofit, I'm gonna have to refer to legal. Megan, is that a legislative commitment if the resolution is not signed within those 10 days? And that's after June 30th. So, because if it is committed by this body, then we will carry it forward. But if the resolution's not signed,
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, it's a two-part issue. That might be one issue, and I'll look at that. The other part is getting a contract signed before the end of the fiscal year and properly carried forward. So that one I will have to look at.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, so there's a motion to refer to June 24th. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, Commissioner Thornton?
Okay, so everything I hear is the reason why I'm going to ask if the intent of the 4 commissioners seated is pure, that it be something that you send down without recommendation. I don't understand how we're hearing that you sending it to June 24th, Commissioner Shalai, Commissioner Avent, Commissioner Whaley, and Clay Bibbs. How can you hear them say that a contract cannot be created without a signed resolution and willfully tell the constituents in South Memphis that you're doing what's right for them? The best thing for them to do is for them to show up for themselves on Monday. We killed this item. So to me, we kill Oak Haven because it's not going to be able to have a signed resolution and contract process to get it out the door by June 30th. That is the requirement. The only option is for them to get it signed, get the resolution out on Monday, wait out their 10 days. They'll still be up against a window, but at least they'll have 15 days. Giving them 6 days to process this, it's a guarantee that this won't go out the door. So I'm just asking you guys to please reject the motion from Commissioner Avent and let this please get back to the floor on Monday so that constituents can decide, again, which budget fits my purpose. And the constituents, they're ready. So please support South Memphis on this item and don't delay it to June 24th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I'll say this, if it's my understanding that the current people that are in place already have contracts in place, have already sent up to legal, are sitting there. So if we send this back to committee and they stay as is, if that passes, them staying like Anchor, I'm looking at Anchor, if it stays with Anchor, then it should not be a disconnect because the contract is already ready. Things are already ready to go. You're not starting from scratch. So I don't think about this being a delay in that way. I think we're really needing to see the additional information that needs to be provided. I know for a fact that Anchor CDC has been doing work in that South Memphis community for years. So when they came up here earlier today to talk about their disconnect with the process, they've been down here, I think, for probably the past 2 years championing for this money and this opportunity. So that's why I do agree with Chairwoman Avent in sending it back to committee.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shalai?
Yeah, I'll be quick because Commissioner Clay Bibbs pretty much summarized it for me. To answer your question, my intentions are most definitely pure. And I don't see the contract being an issue because, again, you already had the community come up and speak to this before the contract's already signed. I don't necessarily see it being a problem unless I'm mistaken on that. But I am in support of the chairwoman for that same reason that Commissioner Clay Bibbs did mention.
All right, I think Commissioner Thornton, give you 1 minute, and then we'll take it to a vote.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask all the aforementioned commissioners that spoke, have you seen the budget that was submitted? Commissioner Shalai, have you looked at the budget that Anchor CDC submitted?
No, I have not looked at that
Commissioner Clay
budget.
Bibbs, have you looked at the budget that was submitted yet?
I've heard about
Have
two
you
different
looked-
ones.
have you seen the budget?
Hence why I would love for it to go back to committee so that I have enough time to be able to look at it.
And just again to legal and just to finance, they've already commented that if it goes back, it's dead. So if you want to see the budget, Monday, you can see the budget. And it still gives it the opportunity to stay alive. This same motion can be made from the floor on Monday. I just need time to be able to get constituents to come down so that you don't have to listen to me. You can listen to the constituents. And that's where I question the purity of what is happening today because I think that it's willfully being killed. It needs to make it to Monday so that the constituents can decide and we can get you the information. You're making a decision to fight for constituents when you haven't seen the budget that's been submitted. I've looked at the budget. It literally serves the interests of the nonprofit. It does not serve the interests of the stakeholders. That was the legislative intent that's preceded you, Commissioner Shalai. And so I'm just asking, you've acknowledged your blind spot. Please get it to Monday so that we can get you the information and you can still make this motion if you decide on Monday. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. Motion is to refer it to June 20, or defer it to June 24th. Yes means sending it to June 24th. No means keeping it in front of us today. All right, we can, okay. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibb, Shalai, Brooks, Chairwoman Avon, Commissioner Thornton voted no. We have 5 ayes, 1 no.
All right, so that motion passes. Okay, is that it? We don't have a 24, do we? Great, okay. So this'll, I don't know if anyone's keeping time on Committee 1. We had to change the batteries out a few times on the microphones. All right, well, this will conclude Committee number 1.
Calling to order committee number 16. I see only staff. Are there any nonprofits that are in the audience looking to speak on any particular items? Any hands, any invisible people that we don't see? Okay. So, Madam Parliamentarian, I see no representatives, so I'm gonna just let them come back on Monday, as we have no speakers on any items. So if you could, Madam Parliamentarian, read items 2, 3 through 15.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 comes from, excuse me. Item 2 is
Actually, Madam Parliamentarian, before you get to started,
Okay.
I didn't extend the privilege to my colleagues. Colleagues, are there any items that you want to make amendments to?
I just want to send one down without recommendation.
Which item?
Number 8.
Any other items that you would like to speak on or send down without recommendation? Okay, so Madam Parliamentarian, I amend what I just said. If you could read items 2 through 15 and exclude item number 8, we will hear item number 8.
I'm sorry. I think, and I just saw we have a. 15, excluding 8. Okay. And then we have an add-on, item 16. Item 2 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 for the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David T. Bradford, Jr. Item 3 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Crook Voga Foundation Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. Item 4 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $27,500 to Heal the Hood Foundation of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $27,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 5 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Collierville Rotary Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 6 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Greater Harvest Economic Outreach Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 7 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to 180 Degrees Ministries, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 9 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $55,000 to Connected Hearts in partnership with PMI Memphis, Tennessee Chapter, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $55,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 10 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Memphis Challenge, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant. and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 11 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to a Better Whitehaven, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shelby. Item 12 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Memphis Essential Millennials, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 13 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Helping Young People Excel Hype, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 14 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Mario Reed Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 15 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $2,500 to University District Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
These resolutions have been moved by Chairwoman Avant, second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we move these down with favorable recommendation without objection? All right. Hearing no objections, Madam Clerk, can you prepare the screens for voting? Okay, seeing all seated commissioners having voted, can you report the tally, Madam Clerk?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Thornton, Avant. We have 3 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read, we're just going to go in reverse, or item number 8.
Item 8 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $50,000 to Memphis Council Navy League of the United States, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $50,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
So my screen is locked, but this item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Thornton.
I just move to send this down without recommendation, please.
Okay, we have a motion to send this item down without recommendation. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Item 1 is an ordinance, second reading. Ordinance by the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, to establish additional accountability, reporting, and eligibility requirements for grants is approved by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Mick Wright, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, and Commissioner Amber Mills.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Thornton. Just notably, my screen is still locked. We can't see anything. Yeah, so this item is on second reading. Are there any commissioners that want to speak on this particular item? We just disposed of 8. We disposed of 8. You just read item 1, correct? Yeah, yeah. Item number 8 was moved. Yeah, are we good, Madam Parliamentarian, and Madam Clerk, are we good with item 1? So it was moved by Commissioner Mills.
Wait a second, because she's on 16.
Oh, okay. We're on item number 1. Okay. And Madam Parliamentarian, you need a mover and a seconder for the ordinance, correct? So that's been moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Thornton. And we have a motion to send this down without recommendation? Can we do that without objection?
I think, who made that motion?
Commissioner Mills.
You did. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion to send it down without recommendation, it requires a second? A second by Commissioner Thornton? And can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Okay. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read our final item? Item number 16. And just for, this is our final item, correct? Okay, good. Our final item, item number 16.
Yes, ma'am. Item 16 is an add-on item. Item 16 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $40,000 to Trinity Holistic Intervention Services, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $40,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Shelby. No one's here to speak on the item, so can you prepare the screens for voting, Madam Clerk? And we'll do a roll call vote. Are y'all screens locked as well as mine? Okay, perfect. All commissioners, please vote. Seeing all seated commissioners having voted, Madam Clerk, can you report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Shalai, Thornton. We have 3 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation and adjourns committee number
Before
6.
you adjourn, I just want to note on the add-on item that it needs to note that this item does not meet the permanent rules because it didn't have the required materials for an add-on.
Okay.
So those documents will be required at commission meeting.
Okay, and just for clarity, what are the documents it's missing? Okay, thank you.
We're gonna be real quick. She can come in, because everything's over anyway. Oops.
All right, we adjourn committee number 16. Thank you to everyone that tuned in.
Thank you.